This is Gina with Bijoux Noir. You are tuned into the Blackness. I'm really excited to be here with you guys again tonight. Hope we have a really interesting or a very good discussion tonight. Today's Saturday, so I have nothing to do. We could be here for a couple of hours. I'm really excited that we're finally having this big talk. This is a really big talk for us to be having. It's funny because these lines that we're crossing, I know that several people have crossed them. And you always get that person and say, "Oh, these people have been having these conversations." Well, it's important that these conversations are happening right now. With everything that's happening in the world right now, it's really important that these conversations are being had. So, what's on the table tonight, y'all, with Bijoux Noir? And of course, on this channel, we have discussions about, the things that matter to us, the things that matter to the diaspora and to the continent, to Black people, the melanated people in this world. Reparation is on the table this week, y'all. It's been something that, man, it came out of maybe in a direction that I probably did not think it was going to come out of. Let's put this on the table. You see the title, President Akufo-Addo. I know I always mispronounce your name. I apologize. The president of Ghana calls for reparations for Africa, for African countries, for real. This is really happening. So I have to tell you, this is going to be a really honest conversation for me. I'm going to try to be as honest as I can possibly be. I usually do that anyway, but this time I have to be completely honest, because when somebody sent me this clip that, of the president making these declarations, and it just threw me. It wasn't something that I promise you I was I don't know, maybe I wasn't ready for, because I would think that there were other things that would fall into place first. But that being said, we're going to talk about that. Maybe I should get into a little bit of my feelings before I go straight forward into these clips that I have. Or should I do it the other way? I see you here, Miss Becoming Chahya. Welcome to the conversation. I hope you're ready for this one. It's a good one. Joyce Boggs, welcome, sis. Thank you for coming through. While you guys are coming through, please feel free to hit that like button, share on your social medias if you know anybody that's interested in reparation talk or just talks about us, our people. Let them know that we're here for it tonight. We're going to have a great discussion. I'm hoping it's going to be a very open discussion. I'm hoping we get our continentals and our diasporans on here. Whatever the, the outcome is, what I would like to have is an opportunity for people to really express themselves in this discussion and truly, address this time, what's being put on the table and how the continentals feel about it, how the diasporans feel about it, and how we both feel about it together. So this is a big one for me, because to be honest with you, when we talk, I've had several talks here on this channel about reparation, and you guys know how I feel about reparations. I really don't think that reparations, I don't think that is something that can be done. I don't think anything can restore what's been done to us as a people and to our ancestors, to our culture, to the continent, to our continent. I don't think anything can be done to restore it, at least not in this time, and maybe not in many lifetimes. So for me, reparation is something that is a far stretch. I don't know where we would begin, because there would be so many things to it wouldn't just be monetary. For me, the money aspect of it would be the last thing that I would be thinking about. There's so many things that was taken from us as a people, especially the diasporans. I can't really speak as a continental. I can only empathize and scrutinize, because there's some reasons to scrutinize as well. But I can't really speak for them. But as a diasporan, as a descendant of an enslaved human, I could definitely think about a lot of reasons why money would be the last thing on the table for me. But that's just me. And that's why I'm not going to be the only one speaking tonight. I'm going to give other people an opportunity to speak on this. My feelings about Africa asking for reparations, I don't think, you see, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's time for Africa to be asking other countries for reparations for Africa, because I feel like there needs to be some reparations between us first. And that does not mean, again, going back to what I said before, that does not necessarily mean monetary, but I think there needs to be some repairs done. And I think it's not just, oh, we're sorry this happened, and now you could, pay for a visa, pay for tickets, and come buy land. I don't think that's the aspect of reparations, or it's not really the weight of what happened to our people. And to be blunt, and to start this conversation as bluntly as I can possibly start it, and I try to do that on this channel, it took me off guard that Africa would be asking for reparations. Especially somewhere like Ghana. But let's do this. Let's first and foremost, let's start with the clip that I don't know if everybody should have seen this. Many people have had discussions about it since it came out. If you haven't seen it, this is your opportunity to do so. Yeah, let's share the clip, and then I'll get into it a little bit more.
Analyst joins me from Lagos, Nigeria, to examine the implications of the call by Ghana's President Nana Akufo-Addo. Good to see you, and thanks for your time.
One moment. Let me get another clip. I don't want to share this one first, because this one's a little, yeah, I don't want to share that one first. I want to make sure that I'm giving the president an opportunity to say all that he said, and then we'll share that. It's quite interesting, really. So while I'm doing that, again, guys, if you can please hit the like button, share the video, and maybe this will give more time for people to come in. I will talk while I'm doing looking for this video, because I don't want to share that one first. I want to share another one, and I don't think I put the right one in. But let's just say that I really didn't think that it was a good idea for the president to bring it up yet, because I mean, just last year, it's funny because just last year, there were so many things on the table about, there's so much confrontation of, people not really, a lot of people weren't really being receptive to the diaspora coming. And that's not to say all people. I know there's a lot of our brothers and sisters on the continent, and I've had quite a few of them come on this channel. But I think that we need to heal. And it's funny because it looks like, again, just like when we were being sold, or those of us that were doing the selling and those of us that were being sold, we were jumping for the money and not thinking about the we factor. The same thing I think is happening now, where we're looking at what we can gain from a situation instead of thinking, and to be honest with you, there's really going to be no great gain as long as we are trying to get as much as we can from the situation. And that's always been my thing. My thing is, if we're not coming together, first and foremost, you really cannot come together, in a way, in an honest way, unless you deal with some stuff. You have to clean up your own house, and then you can invite others to talk about some of the things that needs to be done, or you feel like should be done. First we got to be seeing eye to eye. First we got to understand you know, what we did to each other, we're good with that. And for a lot of, you know, a lot of people may say that they are. A lot of folks may say that they are, but there's a lot of contention still. I don't see certain things on the plate yet. I don't see an Africa that's open, truly open to the diaspora, meaning that I don't think that I can just go into Africa and be taken in as an African. I think that there are loopholes that I have to go through like anybody else would have to go through. And that would mean to me that if you're calling other countries and telling them that, hey, I think that we deserve reparations, or because of what happened to, you know, because of slavery, the one thing that needs to be considered first and foremost is that the people that you are saying, or the children or the descendants of those that you were saying that, and you are too the descendants of those that remained. You're the descendants of those that remained on the continent, and the children of the descendants that were taken across the ocean. You know, there should be some sort of camaraderie to the point where, yes, these are our people. We've taken in our people. Our people are welcome to come and be with us. This is their home. And we've let them know that this is their home. But how do you call it my home if I'm still going through the same loopholes that everybody else is going through? And that's the part that really, you know, it puts me in a situation where I'm like, okay, so you're claiming us. You're claiming that, yes, this happened to your people. And yet you're not responding in a way where you are, what do you call it? You're not responding in a way where you are making me believe that you understand that, you know, there's certain things that need to be happened. There's some restoration that needs to happen for the descendants of the enslaved. As far as it comes from the continent, it's not just like you're not looking for I'm sorry from the Europeans. We're not looking for I'm sorry. I mean, some people may say that, but I'm being honest. You know, we want to. You know, people would probably like to see, you know, a real invitation, one that is extended in a way where you're not treated like just a regular person that's trying to get in there. A couple of months ago, I was watching something. There was a couple of people that were leaving Tanzania because they had visas that expired. I mean, if African Americans or diasporans or Haitians or people from the other Caribbeans are going to the continent and they're still having to go through processes that any European or any Chinese or any Asian would have to go through, how are you considering these people your people? You can't go before someone and tell them you want reparations for something when you're not even doing any reparations on your end. I mean, it does not have to be money. No, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is for you to envelope that thought around that thought of these people were taken from your continent. That thought, you know, let's share this clip. While I look for the president's clip, I don't know what I did with that. I was just probably so. It's really, for me, it's so surprising that was even a call. It was even a call for something like that to happen yet, because I was thinking, yes, we're getting there. We're almost there. We're starting to make some moves, but for him to actually ask for reparations, and I'm thinking, okay, so you get this reparation, and what is the intent? What do you do with that reparation? Because you see, as far as I'm concerned, slavery happened to my ancestors, slavery happened to us. Now, yes, it happened to the continent because it took some of the brightest people off the continent. And that's a lot that I'm starting to learn, because some of the most skilled welders, some of the most skilled farmers, some of the most skilled the people that knew how to do some of the most interesting things. These when these Europeans came, these people came, they didn't want unskilled people. They wanted people that knew how to plant. They wanted tribes that knew how to work with metal. They wanted tribes that knew how to build with wood. They wanted tribes that understood how to carve things and build things. So all these things that were depleted from the continent were depleted, but Africa also played a part. And that right there is not even the worst of it, because to be honest with you, if a part was played and that was the past, and then boom, apology was made, and then boom, reconciliation was made, and then boom, restoration was made, that would be a whole different thing. And then we, being in the same house, could now look at the stranger and say, well, now you owe us. But what you're doing is, you've opened the door, but you didn't open it any different than anyone else. I mean, the door is not open any wider for us than it is for the Chinese, for the Lebanese, for the Russians, for the people from Poland, from anywhere else in the world. The door has not opened any different for us than it has for anyone else. So let me play this clip, and then I'll get into the president's clip. Let's start with this.
The African Affairs analyst joins me from Lagos, Nigeria, to examine the implications of the call by Ghana's President Nana Akufo-Addo. Good to see you, and thanks for your time, Ademola. A formal apology and payment of reparations for decades of slavery and slave trade. Now, tell us, if you will, how does that change history, and what's the significance of such a request?
Thank you. It's questionable. I'm not sure where you start and where you finish with reparations. Who gets compensated? Africans, Africans in diaspora. Where do you start? There've been generations of people that were, their ancestors were shipped out of Africa and reside in the Western Hemisphere. Do they get reparations? African countries themselves have gone through their own trial periods, internal crises based on colonial makeup. So it's rather complicated. There is definitely a moral justification for it, but whether there's a pragmatic solution is questionable. My suggestion is for Africa to seek debt forgiveness, and should also get export tax-free or tariff-free exports to the West as a way of assisting their economies. Reparations itself is something that slave trade ended over 200 years ago, maybe even 250 years ago. Where do you start? What about other parts of Africa that were affected by trans-Sahara slave? Nobody talks about that. Trans-Sahara, Black Africans that were shipped from sub-Saharan Africa and all the way to Sahara, Egypt, Libya, all the way down to Yemen and Saudi Arabia. This happened alongside the European slave trade. So where do you start with that? So it's not basically an issue with Western or European-based slave trade. There's also an issue with trans-Saharan slave trade. Anybody that knows history in Africa will tell you a lot of Africans were shipped across the Sahara to the areas of North Africa, Maghreb, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and other parts of Africa.
Let me jump in here, Ademola, quickly here. Ademola, sorry to butt in. Let me quickly jump in here because quoting the Ghanaian president in his call, he said the apology and reparations were long overdue and needed to be intensified. And the last time we saw, a big push on this was with the late MKO Abiola. Do you think this is truly feasible?
I don't actually. I don't think it's feasible. I think it's it is good politically. It's good to basically sell that idea or to the West or even to the fellow Africans and say this is what is due to Africa for the years of slavery. And it's a very touchy issue, especially for the Black Americans, or should I say the Black ancestors Black ancestry in the Western Hemisphere, the Caribbean, Brazil, etc. But it's not practicable. It's not practicable. The Ghanaian.
Not practical.
Mampani adodanko Akufo-Addo ena ekyire mu se empatade bi wo hono masese wode ma ebibima tituru ne oman Ghana fa won enkwade hye before ne tituru odwumade na se no wode to wona wo hye ni nada eno.
Oh, this one is all in I hope he speaks English soon because I don't understand a word.
Afa ho sika nanso
sorry guys. But I'm trying to find his but that being said, I don't know where that clip went. That's weird. But one thing I will say is this. He straight out asked for reparations. This guy, he stands in a logic. He's a lawyer, so he's thinking logically. He's like, well, we can't. On what basis are we going to ask it for? Are we going to ask it on behalf of the descendants of the enslaved? Are we going to, because you see, if you're a lawyer or if you're anything like a lawyer, your argument for reparations, of course, is going to come across, with some scrutiny, because you're going to have people like, like this guy. There's going to be people that ask that questions. Didn't Africans sell slaves? And that's going to be one of the first things they put on the table. I mean, being realistic, that is going to be one of the first things they put on the table. They're going to have that discussion and say, well, as far as we know, Africans sold Africans. And so this was a business. It was a business at that time. It wasn't something that, that they didn't have a hand in. So that's going to be one of the first things that is thrown at the table. And it always is. Not to mention, you have pockets of people like this, that's gonna basically, the argument with slavery cannot really be had. You can't really go and ask for reparations while you have, like what this man brought up, the situations where in certain places like in Mauritania or in Sudan, where slavery is still an option in Africa, or certain things are still an option in Africa, but you're telling these people that, well, you owe us for slavery because of what happened to these people that you did not even take in yet. These people that you're calling the descendants of enslaved people, how have you reconnected with them other than having the year of return? And the year of return was itself a most profitable opportunity for Africa, not as much for the descendants. It was, it's mutual spiritually for us, but more financially for Ghana, I think it was. But to be honest with you, so that being said, it's like, those are the things that they're gonna throw into and it's just, for me, it's like he's a very intelligent man. But for him not to think on that level of, this is one of the things that's going to be put on the table. Like, okay, so how has the situation changed for you? Okay, these are your people. I was talking to a Haitian and he said to me, not even a grain of rice, not a boat. They didn't even send a boat. They have not, made any, with all these Haitians that you see getting on boats trying to get out of America, you think some African countries, and I'm putting the link out, y'all. Join me in here if you want to, because this is a free for all. I wanted to say this. With all these Haitians and all these people, they finding every other week, finding a Haitian drowning here or boats going there. Why aren't any African countries standing up saying, not just standing up, but making moves, going to Haiti and saying, okay, we're here. If there's anybody that wants to come with us, please let them know that this is an open door for them to come, because these are poor people. You have the year of return, but for rich people, for people that could afford to go to the continent and afford to spend money. But if you were really trying to if we're talking about the descendants of enslaved, if we're talking about restoring what is, what was terribly done to us, this vile thing, slavery that was done to us, then why is not Africa helping the countries that are poorer than itself and saying, getting on the plane and going to places like Haiti and saying, hey, we want to just say that the door is open. If anybody's thinking about getting on a boat and going to, let's say, America and getting doors closed on them, or going to wherever else they end up going, we would prefer to give them the opportunity to come to us, to come home. And, they could always come back if they want to, but why wouldn't that be a form of you showing that you care about the descendants of enslaved people? That's really one of the things that I've been thinking about. I've been thinking a lot about that. Amina, welcome to the discussion, sis. Tell me what you think. I've got some clips here, but I just wanted to start with that.
Good afternoon. How are you? Hello?
Oh, some static. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you well.
Okay. Okay, great.
I was a little disheartened by President Addo's commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I felt,
yeah,
I got the impression like it's what is, how are we going to benefit too?
Yeah, what's in it for us?
Yeah, and to me that seems quite selfish, because you're still on the continent. Yes, they did were impacted by colonization, which is its own form of enslavement.
Yes.
But they're still on the continent.
Yes.
Right. And Europeans still interacting on the continent is because the African leaders are, still tethered to them. They haven't pushed them out. They haven't pushed them aside. They still taking them, the money, the loans. They still tethering themselves to Europeans for their survival, not trying to go it alone. I know it's hard to do that, but if all of the countries on the continent just, reinforce a sense of unity, I think it can be done. If Haiti did it,
mm-hmm.
I think with the continent, the countries on the continent has the same stern stuff that our brothers and sisters in Haiti had.
Yeah.
So if they have that vigor and they had that unification is probably, in addition to our ancestral spirits, is what galvanized them to win against a group that seemed mightier and who had more weaponry. That's just my opinion. So as far as the guy who was talking in the classes, who was being interviewed, I think he's right in one respect. Yes, the Arabs are never addressed for their hand in human trafficking, since they trafficked humans, Africans specifically, 1,000 years before the European. They also, the Arabs, through Islam, intermarried with African women and said, hey, at least we married them.
Yeah.
We didn't completely, perform a genocide upon them, but they used something a little bit more diabolical.
Right.
Whereas the Europeans that, had help in facilitating human trafficking, there's enough blame to go around. But yes, I don't think we should let the Arab off the hook either. So for President Addo, if you're going to also join our, take a page out of our notebook in demanding of reparations for the uncompensated forced labor, trauma, molestation, and then some, then
Yeah.
Yes, the Arabs also play a role in that too. However, I think, like, to me, it's quite disingenuous to say, oh, what about us? Well, what about you? You still have ancestral lands, you still have a tongue, you still have a culture that you can still participate in and pass down to your generations. We don't. So if the demand for reparations for descendants of chattel enslavement, starting with that demand in the United States started between the late 1960s on down.
Mhm.
No one else was doing that. No one else was making those demands, like to take it to the court system.
I think CARICOM started in 83. Haiti's been trying to get their reparations back since they gave it.
I don't rightly know. However,
I think it was CARICOM first, and that's
okay.
And then CARICOM actually drafted the thing for I think it was a Caribbean guy that actually took it over and brought it to America and then they started rolling the dice here on that. Haiti got
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
But I do remember United States actually taking it to the Supreme Court.
Yes, they did. In I think 1999 or 19.
It's a little bit earlier than that.
80 something.
Yeah.
99 was when they responded.
Right. So I just think it's it seems quite disingenuous.
Yeah.
And he's still tethered to Switzerland. He's still tethered to Belgium and France and Great Britain and United States. So what was the whole point of saying to the diasporans, "Oh, you're welcome back home"? Now you're trying to benefit off of our ancestral trauma.
Now this apology, because it really was just an apology. There was no. It was no.
Keep the apology because I think that's disingenuous myself.
It was a year of return, but the year of return was more so. Here's a year of return, but the benefactor was Ghana, because people. They took their little checks and
Yeah, I know. I was one of them. I was there.
They didn't pay rent. They ran to Africa and
nobody thought that was going to be an authentic welcome home.
It wasn't like your hotels were cheaper or you
paid market rate,
or you didn't have to pay a certain amount of price for this or a certain amount. It was like you weren't treated like family. You were treated like anybody else that went on vacation.
That's true.
It was a year of prosperity.
Yeah.
Ghana.
Yeah. 1.9 billion. Yes. 1.9 billion. Yes.
So it was a year of prosperity. So, and
for
I think,
them. Yeah.
To be honest with you, I'm thinking like, okay, so that right there, a lot of people complained about it. He didn't hear that. So for
he heard what he wanted to hear.
you had the year return. A lot of people drummed the beat of they felt used. They felt like there was no really. I mean, the fact that people still were not really considered Africans, and we're begging for citizenship, and we're begging for a seat at the table still, and we're begging to be looked at as Africans. Like Haiti was declined a seat.
Exactly.
All of that, and you're telling me, and I mean, Barbados is trying as hard as they can to be a part of the family. They have to go on speech upon speech trying to be inducted into this group, to this clan. So you mean to tell me that's you? So now let's share this clip. Let's share the clip because I might be wrong. Maybe he did. Maybe we need to hear it. We're gonna hear it together. And I want you guys, because to be honest with you, y'all know I love me some Africa. But at the same time, I don't like hypocrisy and I don't like fakeness. And I don't want to, I will not allow, I cannot sit back and watch my ancestors be used again. And the reason I say that is because I know what it means to be loved. And we're talking about love here. We're talking about you saying that this thing hurt. It hurts so much that you deserve to be paid for it. So if this thing hurts you so much, why aren't you receiving these people with love? I mean, why aren't you getting on the plane? And I'm not just talking about those that are economically sound. I'm talking about, like I said, when you see images of brothers and sisters, these descendants of removed people off the continent, getting on boats and going places and getting pushed away. You should be going to all those detention centers, wherever they are throughout the world, saying, these are our people. They're looking for shelter. We have a place for them. And you can't do that, because even if you had room for it, you wouldn't do it. And there's lots of room on the continent for us, but there's no room really being made for us. Now, there's room that you could go pay for. But okay, so all this return home, is it only for the people that are rich and can afford to return home? People that have money? The people that need to be home are the people that do not have. I don't want to hear that Africa don't need you to come struggle. That's what we're not talking about. Being investors here. We're talking about people that were dragged out. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's listen to his speech. And then I want to show you something.
Next story, President Akufo-Addo has joined calls to demand for reparation for African countries that suffered from the slave trade. According to him, compensation to the people of...
Do me a favor, guys, share this. Let's get some more people in here, some diasporans and the continentals. If you're my continentals, you're listening to this, nothing against you. It's just that this has to be honestly. I would be a hypocrite if I wasn't being honest today, y'all. I have to be as honest as I could be. This right here is not okay. But let me go ahead and play.
Africa is long overdue. He was speaking from the slave trade. According to him,
and I want y'all, I'm going to replay this again because it's the attitude behind it too. And then what I don't understand is the fact that I'm not hearing anything about the children of the people that had to go through this thing that was long overdue.
To demand for reparation for African countries that suffered from the slave trade. According
African countries that suffered from the slave trade. So we talked about the countries, and indeed, there were some countries, the planet, it's the continent itself, the earth, the countries, yes, they suffered.
To him, compensation to the people of Africa is long overdue. He was speaking at the Reparations.
Now, to the people of Africa, is that something that when you hear that, do you hear yourself? Do you hear your ancestors? Do you hear the people that were sold or bought or stolen? You're on mute, Amina.
I'm sorry, what was the query?
I said, when you hear him say to the people of Africa, do you feel like he's including your ancestors?
No, I don't feel like anyone has, not even the ones that are calling us brother, sister. It's like it has conditions on it,
Somebody come on this discussion if you feel maybe we're hearing it wrong. Maybe it's the way they speak. I don't know. Maybe it's the way people speak, and I'm just not picking it up. But from what I can hear, he's talking about the country. He's saying the people of Africa. And I'm like, wait a minute. I want you to be specific, because this thing was specific that happened. And he's just a news reporter. Let him go.
Reparation and Racial Healing Summit held in Accra. Michael Ashali now reports.
This event is very emotional for me. On my way here from the United States, I live in Chicago, Illinois. And on the flight here, I continue to think about all that our culture has been through. We've lost, those of us in the United States have lost a lot.
So this sister from America, she's talking about how she's lost a lot. And I love the fact that they put the face of a diasporan to speak up for this. But again, I feel like it's usage. But let's go.
Mba is an American by birth. After many years, she has taken an oath to be Ghanaian. She believes this is the single most important activity towards healing from the pain of slavery her ancestors suffered years ago.
How many years did it take for her to be a Ghanaian? Back up, because I know people that's been there for 10 years that still ain't Ghanaian. Let's rewind.
Activity towards healing from the pain of slavery her ancestors suffered years ago. Healing from the pain of after many years, she has taken an oath to be Ghanaian. She believes this is the single most important activity towards healing from the pain of slavery her ancestors suffered years ago.
This is my first trip to Africa.
So this is her first trip to Africa. How could she have been for many years taking the oath to be a Ghanaian when this is her first trip to Africa? It don't even sound right. So this is your first trip to Africa and you're already getting an oath. I know people in Africa that have been there for 10 years, 12 years and still didn't get an oath. So this person's getting an opportunity to become a Ghanaian probably because of this interview.
And like I said, it is so.
It's about who you know. That's the sad part about it. It's all about who you know. There's no real. It's just like back in the day. It was about who you know. There's no real structure. Like I know people that are in Ghana that have been there for many years and still don't have citizenship. This is her first time coming to Africa. Her first time coming to Africa. So
it sounds like cherry picking to me, Gina.
She said many years. She said her first time.
There's something rotten in Denmark.
The wrong thing. Which one? Can you please tell? Your first time or many years? Which one? She says the first time. He says many years, but she's getting her citizenship. But there are people that's been there for 10 years that still don't got it. Okay.
So emotional. I am doing my best right now not to start crying.
I'm happy for this sister. I'm not saying that she's not experiencing what she's not experiencing because I think that's all of our experience. I mean, the fact that some of us have not even put our feet on the continent yet, that is vile. That is terrible. That is something that was done to us. And I think that's a part of what needs to be reparation from Africa to us. I mean, before you can ask the European for any reparation, we should all have the right to be a citizen in anywhere in Africa we want to.
Because it hurts. And I want to be a part of change. And being here in Accra is the beginning of my journey.
When I think about coming back to Africa, I think about the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade and what was stolen from diasporic Africans like myself. What it means to be in a country where I do not feel at home. What it means to be.
Again, we're put on the front line to talk about our feelings, which is genuine. But when you're talking about reparations for Africa, you can't be putting diasporans in the front line to get those reparations, because unless you're talking about reparations for diasporans coming to Africa and contingencies being made for them and in place for them, then what are we talking about here? Because you're asking, the call is for reparations for the countries. What does that mean for the descendants of the enslaved? Because they have lost so many things.
Alienated from my history, not because of something that I did, but because of something that was done to me.
Jason Craig Harris is also now officially Ghanaian. He believes this is one of.
So both of these people that got to speak on the mic today are both Ghanaians, and maybe both of them just got here a year ago. There are people that's been there for more, and I know people that's been there for many years that did not get an opportunity to just become a citizen. They're the frontline people speaking for this cause to get compensation or reparation. Really, it's compensation. Reparation is different than compensation. Basically, you're asking for compensation because reparation is to restore what was taken from you. What was taken from you was us. What was taken from you were your people. Are you asking for your people to be brought back to you? Are you asking them to have full ability to be able to come back and forth to the continent because they belong to you? Probably not. Let's go on.
Many steps that people of African descent must take while they fight for reparation for the injustice done during the slave trade era.
I feel overwhelmed. I feel finally for the first time
Emotional man. Just keep going. Come on.
in my life that there is a place that I can call rightfully home. I feel.
I'm sorry, I'm not disrespecting the man, but all of us, if we're standing in Africa and somebody's asking us how we feel, we're just going to be in pieces, because this is our response to that is going to be the response of all our ancestors that were taken. We're not even going to be thinking straight. I promise you. That's why when the year of return happened, so many people just flew in, because this is more than just, this is not about vacation for us. This is about going home. This is about finding ourselves. This is about reparations, what was taken from us. So for us, it goes to the core of our souls. But for some folks, it's just about compensation. I'm sorry.
Welcomed, I feel affirmed, I feel embraced. Slavery is a legacy and a stain of trauma on the present. And I don't think there is anything that can compensate for that level of dehumanization and disregard for the bodies of people who look like me. However, I do think there is a responsibility of European powers, of former colonial nations and neo-colonial powers to acknowledge their complicity and their active involvement in the commodification of human bodies, and their responsibility to, in monetary terms, enact reparations.
Like Jason.
But to what? To whom? And for what? Okay, so what are we going to repair? What was taken? Let's do this. I want some people to come on here with me, other than just Amina. Just get on here as diasporans. If you are diasporans, let's really talk about this. Let's be as honest as we can be, because people need to hear the truth. Truth needs to be spoken. Our ancestors' truth needs to be spoken. Okay, so I agree that what happened on the continent, what was done, and I put it in writing because I didn't want to ignore it. Let's read it off. The transatlantic slave trade was a two-way deal between African authorities and Western traders. Slavery is wrong. The African has to accept their part in in the trade and figure out how they can compensate African descendants too. To be honest, slavery was single-handedly the most damaging thing on Africans. There is nothing positive that came with it, except the psychological damage it did on the African mind. The African was humiliated to the score. Slavery convinced the African that he was not worthy of anything, and that he was not human enough to like other races. And this is the big aspect of the damage that was done. The damage that was done, for one, we lost our brother. We got to a point where we were willing to sell each other off, or just turn a blind eye because we couldn't fight, or whatever the situation was. Some of us got taken. I'm going to share something. I don't want to go on a tangent. I want to let this man finish speaking, because this is really serious. This is not a joke. This is not something that we, as descendants of the enslaved, should take lightly. Because at this point, if you don't address it, just like the year of return, we just went in and just started paying for every damn thing. If it was the year of return, it should have been a year of return visa-free. It should have been a year of return visa-free with clear indication that you would be able to have citizenship. It should have been something that we waited for all of the continent to agree on. We needed to be honest with you, the diaspora. And I don't know, I can't speak for all of y'all, but I'm going to speak for me. This thing has left my people, the Haitian people, broken. Not one canoe. Not one grain of rice. My people get on the ocean every other day. If you watch the news, you see the poor folks trying to leave Haiti, getting on the damn boat, trying to get to America, trying to get to wherever else, Chile, wherever else, Brazil, and sometimes they don't make it, dying by the hundreds. A couple of months ago, y'all saw it was 10,000 of them, trying to get over. Africa, where were you? Why didn't this speech come out where you came out and said, hey, those people under the bridge, those are our people. If you do not want them in America, please help us find a way to get them to us, and we will accommodate. Because you see, the problem is Africa's not even accommodating its own poor. It's not accommodating. Reparations needs to be done to ourselves. We need to first do reparations within ourselves. Period. We're sitting here asking other people to do right by us when we're not doing right by us. Haiti, not too long ago, asked to be a part of Africa, and they were like, no, you're not a part of us, but yet Israel is a part of you? Yet these Arab countries that are enslaving you, they're a part of you? Come on now. Come on. Okay.
Many have been calling for compensation for African countries that continue to suffer the consequences of slave trade. President Akufo-Addo added his voice to this call.
We believe the calls for reparations to Africa are just. The effects of the slave trade have been devastating to the continent and to the African diaspora. You cannot quantify the effects of such tragedies, but they need to be recognized. Africa and her peoples lost out tremendously in that period, and its ripple effects are still being felt right till this very day. Ladies and gentlemen, reparations for Africa and the African diaspora are long overdue. Predictably, the question of reparations becomes a debate only when it comes to Africa and Africans.
He was speaking at the Reparations and Racial Summit.
He mentioned the diaspora, y'all. But Africa in the diaspora. I'm going to tell you something. This conversation cannot happen until reparations is made between us. Yes, we have to do it together, but we have to come together to do it together first. I mean, it just makes sense. Just because you can't 2 months ago deny Haiti the opportunity to be a part of Africa. You can't not stand up when you see terrible things happening to Africans, and I mean not stand up where you just go on Twitter and write something slick. I'm talking about standing up in a way where you make it known that I'm a leader of this country and I represent those people that are going through that. My doors are open. I think the only leader that I saw did that, and I'm gonna say shout out to the leadership in Senegal, because they've done that a couple of times. And they've been doing that since the 80s. But Ghana, there's this weird relationship that I see happening with Ghana, and I can't explain it. The year of return, I was so amped. I was so excited. After that, you would think that any diaspora that comes should be able to get citizenship over there, or visa-free at least, until they can get citizenship. I mean, there has to be some reparations between us. We can't tell someone else to come do right by us, especially if they see our loose ends between us. There are loose ends between us. your people are still running to Europeans when they're broken. You got your own children getting on boats and ships trying to get over to Europeans. It's like, at this point, it's just like you're still just asking them for money. Before you can stand on, stand on 10 toes down and tell somebody they owe you something, you got to be standing on something. I can understand the descendants of enslaved asking for reparation. I don't know if they'll get it, but I can understand the descendants of enslaved, and I could understand Africa supporting them wholeheartedly. I could understand the countries asking for reparations for colonization. But when it comes to like asking for reparations for slavery, you support us, you back us, you make sure that you let it known to the world that we are a part of you and the door is wide open for us. And that's how you do it. That's how it has to be done. It cannot be done in a way where you're like, we're standing and we need reparation, and yeah, they need some too. What? No, that's
Summit jointly organized by the African Union and the Africa Transactional Justice Legacy Fund. The president charged the participants to put together a policy guideline towards restitution.
No amount of money.
Nobody is telling him that it would be good policy if you're asking for reparations to start being involved with these people that you're saying that was taken vilely off of the continent. This bad thing, this vile thing that was done to us as a people. No one is saying or suggesting that maybe, Africa start extending itself and making itself more present. Going into the inner cities of certain countries, certain cities, visiting schools, making it a point where African leaders are going into certain communities and certain countries and islands, making it a point to let them know that, hey, I know that you are family, and if you need us, we are here for you. You're not doing that, but at the same time, you are expecting for us to stand there with you and participate in this thing where we're all asking for some money for the country. These descendants of enslaved should be supporting. You're not opening. I mean, Haitians are fucking drowning in the ocean, and no president is coming from the biggest continent. I mean, Africa's so huge, you could put all of Europe, all of China, America in there and you still have space. But nobody said, well, in line of all these people under this bridge, and that these are our people. What do we need to do to transport them here until we figure out what they want to do? They have a home, because that should have been one of the responses. I want to welcome Nakmizi, my brother. I haven't seen you in a while. I want to welcome Kwame, Amina. Anybody want to speak to what they're hearing? I'm sorry. I'm just going to be honest tonight. Welcome, Nakmizi. Can't hear you, my brother. Can you hear him, Amina? Can you hear him, Kwame?
No.
No, your mic is off. Not. Okay, so while he's getting back on, Kwame, welcome to the discussion. Thank you, my first continental to jump on board. This is coming with love, Kwame. I love my brothers. I love my family, but we're going to do this right. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just being honest. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about. It looks like your mic is on. I don't know what's going on, Kwame, but I don't hear you either. Amina, speak up. Is it me or is it them?
No, I mean, I hear. Is that Kwame?
Yeah, that's Kwame. I don't hear him. You hear him?
No.
No, okay. No sound, Kwame. Can you hear me, Miriam? Put a 1 in this chat. If you guys can hear me in the chat, let me know that it's not something that's happening outside of me and Amina. Put a 1 in the chat for me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Hey, I'd like to get your take on what's been said first before I give my commentary.
Sure. My take is not that it's not a. I don't think it's right. I think that, you know, for African countries to ask for reparations while they have not yet come to the table with reparations with us yet, or healing with us. And I know he's had a healing summit or whatever, but I'm talking about action. Like when he saw those 10,000 Haitians under the bridge, I didn't see, and I was looking for African leaders to come out the blue and get on their jets or whatever they get on, you know, and to say, hey, we're leaders. We're here representing African leadership. We're here to give them the space they need. Or go to Haiti and say, hey, there's no reason that our people need to be getting on any boats going to America, Brazil, or anybody else. If any of them, let them know that there's an open door on the continent. We'll do what we need to do. They have a space. We don't want them running. You see, that's why I have an issue with it. I have an issue because you're making it seem like you give a damn about slavery when the descendants of enslaved are still scattered across the world. Some of them suffering, some of them are not suffering. But if you're only making room for the rich to return, you're saying, oh, the year of return, but that's only for the people that have money. What about the poor people, the poor descendants, slaves of slaves that were taken to places that are poor now?
100%, sis. And I'm going to be on my best behavior tonight, right? People know me as all the smoke guy. But what you just said is what I say and what I've been saying in these spaces. Okay, you may not like me and the way I give it up, but I would like people to analyze the information that I give. Take away that I'm the brash Brooklyn dude, right? This is pure exploitation of the heartstrings of the diaspora for profit. That's what the year of the return was. Anytime they talk about repatriation, there's always one-way investment into the continent spoken about. When we talk about Haiti, which was denied membership of the African Union, that says a lot, okay? How can Haiti, and because you're Haitian, I'm gonna speak about your people first, and then I'm gonna go to mine. How can Haiti be simultaneously the first free Black republic and also the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere? The only country that reached out to Haiti was Senegal after the earthquake, and they brought some people over there.
And they still have an open door. They have a visa-free policy for Haitians.
That's the only one. Shout out to Senegal. But when we talk about, you know, Akufo-Addo, and people talking about they want reparations for the people that they lost. You see how they're not really speaking about the people that they lost from thinking about how it is from our side. It's really me, us. They want to be compensated or repaired financially for people that their descendants sold. Now, this is where it's going to get a little spicy, and I'm going to be extra respectful here, and I'm going to speak factually. Okay? If you look at the relationship between specifically the Ashanti and also another Akan subgroup and their dealings with the Dutch, 300 years they were selling slaves and buying slaves from each other. So much that the 8th king of Ashanti, Kweku Duapanin, Google it, test me on it, because he was working with the Dutch VOC.
You said the who? I'm writing it down.
Kweku Duapanin. He's the 8th king of Ashanti, of the Ashanti kingdom.
8th king, okay.
Yep, the 8th king of Ashanti. So what he did, he was so in cahoots with the Dutch, right? He sent his son and his nephew to study in the Netherlands as part of a deal to provide Ashanti warriors to fight on behalf of the Dutch in Indonesia. They were called the Belanda Hitam, the Black Dutchmen. So they're talking about they want money back or they want reparations. Y'all were business partners with the Europeans. So they're trying to they're trying to triple dip at this point. They got paid on the front end, then they're trying to get paid on the year of the return, and now they're jumping on a reparations bandwagon. They want the money from Europeans to them, and they're leaving the diaspora out. This is literally just a money grab. When we talk about that, like the Ashanti specifically, because we're talking about, because it's Akufo-Addo here, they were selling slaves wholesale. People are like, oh, well, that didn't happen. Okay, well, Google Pikoro slave camp, Pikworo slave camp. Google Asin Manso. This happened. So it was a trade. When you have a trade, the Africans on the continent made money from it right then. So that is a trade deal. And now afterwards, you want to talk about, you want to get reparations? How do you sell a product and then want to get paid for the product after you sold it? Because now you realize that it was the wrong thing to do. What needs to happen and what should have happened before the year of the return, like I always say, should have been a year of atonement. A year of atonement, a year of healing. And like you said, there are some diasporans who are richer, some are poorer. I always say, like, Black Americans, we don't need money, right? But there's a lot of the diaspora out there. You can take it to El Choco in Colombia. You can take it to Haiti. You can take it to parts of Jamaica, Central and South America. Why didn't Ghana send charter planes to the jungles of Suriname, to the Maroons, to Haiti, and bring them back to Ghana and say, look, we're going to give you free reintegration courses. We're going to give you a plot of land. We're going to give you this XYZ. If they would have started with that, with the ones that needed the most, then I would have taken them seriously.
It would have seemed like they truly cared.
But they don't, because it's a money grab, sis.
I owe you an apology, because you said that months ago, but I couldn't see it. I just wanted to believe. You know, I really wanted to believe that whole year of return thing. I wanted it more than anybody. But when not only did the Haitians go once, but they just went not too long ago, denied. Not only that, but the whole time, I was just doing a lot of research. I've just been doing a lot of research in Senegal and Malawi have been the only two countries in Africa that actually opened their doors to any diasporans. I think Malawi did it for, during George Floyd, they sent out, a statement. The Malawian president, he made a bold statement. Look, you're welcome to come here during George Floyd, to all of the diaspora that needed to come, to get away from police brutality. And of course, what you said about Senegal. Other than that, everybody wants to profit. And I'm just trying, I'm in my mind, like you said, how can you, just walk over me? I'm on the floor, you walking over me, getting to him, talking about something. Yeah, you owe me for that. You're not even helping me off the floor. You're not showing that you even care for me, but you're going to this person and telling them and like you said, you've already got paid. You've already got paid. Let's not do this thing where we don't know. We all know the diaspora, for the most part, is starting to realize that, for the most part, a lot of our people participated. We're not going to go back and act like we didn't know that. And certain tribes more than others, like you said, I don't understand this thing with Ashanti, but they played a big part in it. I don't understand this thing with the Fulani, but they played a big part in it. There are certain tribes that benefited more than others.
Facts.
And there are certain tribes that were picked because of their skills.
Another whole fact.
But none of those things, you see, that's another form of reparation. None of those things are being honestly told to us. We're digging. We're having to go and research and dig, but nobody's really being completely open. Like, you're sitting here talking about we need reparations. Have we opened our books to each other? Have we healed? Have we in this house healed. You
Sis,
invite.
you ever catch someone in a lie, and some people that you catch in a lie will put their head down and give an apology and said, you know what, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have did it, I won't do it again. And then you have other people that will stand 10 toes down on that lie and get indignant to defend some nonsense, like, well, I didn't do it, and whatever. You got their hand in a cookie jar, and they still will deny it. So we're dealing with two sets of people. And let me just make something straight. The lay person, I'm not saying the lay person, the lay Ashanti. I'm talking about people who have direct lineage to that kingdom. You know, I'm talking like were people in that kingdom who would have benefited, because a lot of these people, you know, a lot of the lay people were against this. Okay, you have the king, you have the chiefs, and then you have the military. If you weren't a king, a chief, or military, you could have played a role like supplying food or selling food or delivering food to like the slave castles, but it wasn't every Ashanti. I want to get that straight. It's the people in power, and that still happens till today. So a lot of them will give you an apology. Okay, that's cool. That's a start. But when you start talking about reparations and your focus is not getting reparations to the people who were sold, right? I made a video about what is the Ashanti king doing in Suriname. I made it like 3 years ago. And whenever like the diaspora visits Suriname, you have a lot of Indians in Suriname as well. When their people visit, they drop money for their diaspora, so to speak, right?
Wow.
The Ashanti king went over there. They accepted him as a king. They can still speak. They speak Alkan, right? It's called Alkan or Taki, right? They can communicate in Alkan because these people come originally from what is now known as Ghana, but it's a certain region, right? I'm not going to mess it up right now. But he wasn't dropping no money. It was really about quid pro quo trade deals, right? So it was really about getting trade back and forth, and then, all right, we'll throw you visa free, whatever. But there was really no investment in the Maroons,
right,
in Suriname. So this stuff is again, I've been telling people this for the longest, and now we're starting to see. I'm going to end with this, sis. This whole, and please, people in the chat, be easy on me. I'm being respectful. When we look at the situation and how Africans look at the Africans in power, I'm going to say that again. Look at what happened in the past. They don't have the same trauma as we do. They don't have the same trauma because they were in business deals with them. We were the product. So the product is going to feel a certain way, while the seller, once you sell it, it's gone. We weren't supposed to survive. We weren't supposed to survive.
Sold it, right?
Right, exactly. We weren't supposed to survive. So if you sold it off, don't try to, now that it's universally understood as being bad and wrong and horrible, now you want to jump on the reparations bandwagon directly to your people? No, y'all should dig in your pockets and start paying, making it rain on the diaspora that needs it most. And I just named some of them. You see what I'm saying? I don't want no money, because my people are good for the most part. But this is a money grab.
You're right. If they had at least come through showing that, not even with us first. I mean, what about the poor people you have in Africa? Show some mercy to them. And then roll over to us that are over there. I mean, you're not even being good to your poor people. You're not even being good. I mean, to not know is one thing, but once you understand what's going on the continent, you can't, I mean, you're not even caring about the slaves that are being sold in Sudan and Mauritania till this day. There are still slaves being sold. How are you going to go to this white man and tell him he needs to pay you? And he going to look at you and say, what about Mauritania? What about Sudan? Why aren't you worried about the slaves that are still being sold today? How are you going to respond to that? Because there are some people that are on the continent doing the same business that they've been doing since then. And that right there is repulsive. And no, you cannot ask for reparations until we have a contingency until you start doing things in a way where the whole world sees that you give a damn about your people. Like, yes, go into places like Haiti, go into places like Jamaica, go into places like Trinidad, those places that need it the most. Get into the inner cities of America, go into the hoods, the places where they have turned their back on us. You go into there and you make your presence felt, and you show, and you say, these are our people. If they're not doing good here, let's see what we can do, what businesses we can bring, what institutions we can bring. Shoot, if they had done that, they would be better off for it. That means you would be basically getting your tentacles into different places. I mean, instituting things that would benefit you and Africa, the people that's suffering. But they're not even thinking. I mean, if you were really trying to benefit, you could benefit that way too. But it's like, you don't even want a two-way street. You just want to take. You just want to take. You're not considering, let me go into places like Haiti and build some schools and build some businesses and have this network going back and forth to Africa where it could be profitable for my people there and my people on the continent. Let me do the same thing in the inner cities, in the, you know, where these young men are out here, whatever, and they're being policed or whatever. Let's put some businesses in the hood. Let's open up some stores like the Chinese, the Arab. Let's on every corner, let's have a business and put our people in those spaces. Why aren't you making maneuvers like that to show that you care about those people before you start talking about all these other things? When we were 10,000 strong under the bridge, Haitians walking from Chile all through the jungle, trying to get to, got to Texas and was being ridiculed and beat on or whipped with you know, by these Texans with whips. Why didn't you come out of wherever you came from and said, you know what, those are our people, and if you guys don't know what you're gonna do with them, please, let me communicate with the Haitian leadership. Let's figure out what we can do. Something.
Gina, how fast did they evacuate some Africans from Ukraine? They were sending planes. There were contingency plans for them, you know, Nigerians and other West Africans in the Ukraine. Right. It's because those are their people. They don't see us as their people. I'm telling people this, they don't like to hear it. We see ourselves in them to a certain extent, right? I acknowledge that my people come from West and Central Africa, even though I'm a proud Black American. I know the history, okay? But the reality is that they just really focus on their ethnic groups.
But you said something, and then I'm going to let you speak, Kwame, and go to you, Rakoya. Welcome. You said something, Nakmizi, that really, it got to me, and I want to ask this question. Yes, I know that there are certain tribes that are still looking at us like we're not their people, like not all the Ashanti, but some of the Ashanti. We've had many conversations on these YouTube streets where you could recognize that there's groups of people, folds of people that just do not want to have this thing. They don't see us as them. They think they're better than us. Okay, but those of you that do, then it's your responsibility, because it was us that was taken from you, you that was separated from us, to speak and say, no, what reparations do you want, President of Ghana, when we have not even restored our people first? There's no reason. You know, I was talking to a Haitian. In politics, and he said, not even a canoe. He said, you want me to think? He said, you want me to think Africans care about us? He said, you know what? Haitians out of all people love African. We love African culture. But Haitians are starting to have a different conversation this year than they were having last year, because they've stepped up to Africa not once but twice, and they've been declined. And it's gotten to a point now where people are saying not even a canoe is being sent to us. In this storm that we're having, and we're being attacked left and right. They're not even coming to us to our aid. They're not, no representative being sent to Africa to say, hey, or getting on the news from Africa and saying, hey, you see those people on that island of Haiti? those are our people. We want to find a way to connect. Nothing like that is being done. And it's stuff like that needs to happen. Them going into Jamaica, them going into Trinidad, them going to the inner cities of all of the United States and putting in ways for them to network with these people. That's what needs to happen before we can go to the white man and start telling him what he owes us, because we both have to do it together. You can't do it with just a group of people that are picked to do it with. They can't speak for us. These people that are, financially okay and now are retiring into Ghana, that's not okay with us. That's just them going to retire to Ghana. I'm talking about, like, you really doing this money in bulk. Make some movements in bulk to show that you care about your people. Kwame, I'm sorry. I know I'm over talking. But tell me what you think about what we're talking about. Be as honest as you want to be, because I know you're my continental brother. I expect the truth from you. I can take it, but I'm telling the truth today. I'm not going to hold back, because this right here, I don't like it. I don't like how it's being done. Welcome. Where you go, Kwame? I don't see you. Okay, go ahead. Let me see if I can hear you this time.
Hi, Gina. How are you?
Hey, Kwame.
How you doing,
welcome.
Gina?
I can hear you. Fine. Yes.
Good. I know it's a very painful subject. This is, yeah. I mean, as Africans, you don't need the so-called year return. Just come home, Gina. Come home. Africa's there.
I gotta feel like I'm going home, Kwame. Every time stuff like this happens,
But to be honest with you, Gina, I know what they're doing. They're making money out of our people, which is absolutely disgusting, in my opinion.
You speak up.
You say you're doing a year return, yeah? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Looks like you dropped off now. Go ahead, Kwame. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll keep quiet. Try.
Gina?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. I see a doll too. Is that a doll? Okay, Rokoya, welcome. Welcome to the conversation, Rokoya. Nakmeezy, we lost you. Okay, so Rokoya, welcome, sis. Welcome. As you can see, I can hear you.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. A little echo.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to do this in a while. I'm calling you guys. I'm in Ghana, so still at home, building.
I'm very happy.
I'm glad that I finally got to, share my perspectives again on your channel. It's one of these conversations that can be a bit uncomfortable. And while I understand that there's a certain sentiment coming out of the African diaspora whose history has been shaped by the fact that their separation was based on being sold by people in Africa. I can hear the angst and I can see it. But having spent a few months lately in Africa, remember, I have been in America for many more years than I've lived in Africa. I lived in America more than half my life. So I have developed an understanding as well. And I think that makes me see the perspectives and read the perspectives. So let me say this to you guys, okay? My initial reaction when I heard about the reparations coming out of the mouth of the president was, he can't be serious. I mean, this is not a narrative that has been well thought out, because I agree that Africa suffered too in slavery. There's no doubt that the underdevelopment of Africa, the loss in Africa, the craziness and all that, some of the same things that are being addressed today came out of a result of slavery. And so from a perspective of you repair what you destroy, He stands in a just place to make that statement. And that does not mean that when he makes that statement saying that we need reparations because our entire continent shifted in its focus, it shifted in its drive, it shifted in so many things as a result of slavery. And yes, there were Africans involved in slavery, but I always ask this question, which nobody has been able to answer. We all make conjectures, including myself. At what point in our interaction with the European, when they came into Africa, that Africans went over to the Europeans and said, listen, we have these goods. We're going around with goods of people and we're trying to sell them to you. There is no one narrative of Africans going to Europe when they were trading says, this is a commodity that we have. But after hundreds of years of working with Africans, when they came in and started interacting with Africans and observing African relationships and African traditions, within that scope, we began to sell our people. And remember, listen, I say we, I don't say they, because I own it as an African. My own ancestry got sold into slavery, and I know it because our people have that story. So slavery touched and destroyed African homes. But the people that were sold and left and became disconnected from Africa never know. They cannot relate their pain to what happened in Africa because they see their pain as self. They don't see the pain that happened on Africa too. Now, when he says that Africans should be paid for reparations, I don't think that he says that standing in equity with the reparations that our brothers and sisters in the diaspora are asking. They're asking to be repaired for a certain thing that happened to them. Africans are asking to be repaired for something that happened to them too. So there is a just cause in both places. Now, people are going to say that Africa hasn't reached out to African Americans or Haitians or haven't made public statements and all this stuff. Maybe you don't know that on the ground, there are people doing that. Every single day, people are doing things in Africa. In Africa today, in Ghana today, there has been, at the Diaspora Commission, there has been events from people from the Caribbean who have come and are working with Africans to do trade, to bridge gaps, to create back and forth movements. Airlines are beginning to charter planes to go from Ghana direct, Togo direct. There are things happening that are not being sensationalized. And you have to know the totality of the awakening on the African continent. And I tell a lot of African Americans, you don't need a welcome. You don't need a vacation. That's your home. You have to stand in it. You don't need somebody to invite you to your home, because if it's your home, you have to have a right to it. You have to believe in the right. There is no African American who's gone and be turned away and say, go away. Yes, they put things in your way. They ask you to have a visa. They ask you to have a passport. But they ask their own people to do that because that's the way the world has become. I had to, when I left to come to Ghana, because I had changed my citizenship, I had to get a visa. I didn't say, well, hey, listen to me, speak my language. That's not because the world has moved into a space in which that is what happens. But that does not mean that you have no place. If you know it's your place, you go home. You don't knock on the door, you open the door and say, I'm here. Now, there are certain structural things that exist between us and the diaspora, which makes our conversations difficult because we're trying to do something that culture has changed, but the principles have not changed. The African who lost his family knows he lost his family. Africans have not been teaching about slavery pre-colonization. And so a lot of Africans whose families did not have the story lost the story. Christianity created a loss in the story because our shrines that were our memories of our people were destroyed. In Africa, before we began to formalize our history, It wasn't written by griots. It was written by shrines. It was written in our libations. When you go to a family and they pour libation on the ground, they have never once forgotten one person who left because that person is named. But because we don't know that, we think that the families don't know. But if you go to a family and you say, I found my DNA to you, nobody turns you away because we believe in the blood. So what I'm saying is that there's a cultural gap. And instead of us trying to make this gap smaller, we start in our righteousness and say, I am speaking as a diaspora. I have had slavery in my life and you don't know my pain. And so because of that, I have the right to say this. I've heard people say that. The African says, oh, well, you were sold into slavery. I don't know that story. Why can't we, for the life of me, understand that pain is pain? Pain is pain. If you get cut in your leg, it hurts you. If you cut in your arm, it's on a different part of your body, it still hurts you. We have to stop this thing, Gina. Because what happens...
You're not getting, and I get you, and I agree with you 100%.
We don't understand each other, and we have to try.
Pain is pain, Victoria, and I agree with you 100%. And I think because you have a perspective of living with us so many years, you understand exactly what I'm saying. But at the same time, pain is pain. But what people trying to profit off our pain is what we're talking about. And not everybody's doing it. You're right. There are people on the ground like you, like me. We're working on different sides trying to bring the bridge together. But we're not going to let people like we're not going to let certain people take advantage of it and use it as an excuse to take advantage of people. And that's what people like us, people that are truly trying to bridge the gap, people that truly want to be reconnected and want to heal and want to, and I understand that colonization and slavery happened not just to you, but to me. But there are some folks that don't give a dang about that. They just want to profit from it. And those people are in places of power and they do have a voice and they can use that voice when things like what happened with the Haitians under the bridge, when things like what's happening with people in Jamaica, what's happening with people in the inner cities of America, they have the voice and should use the voice. And that's how they show that they want to bridge the gap. They have a responsibility, not just to say, we need this, but to also bring this to the table. And they have to do that. You're right. There are people like you and me that are on the ground, that are doing whatever we could do to bridge the gap, be it on the ground here or on the ground there in some places in Haiti. But a person I'm responding to a person that is in power. The kind of power that he have is the kind of power that can get on the phone with the Haitian leadership or get on the phone with an American leadership and say, hey, those people under the bridge. And matter of fact, I'm about to go on the news with that. I'm putting it out there. These people, they're Africans. And if there's an issue, we want to do whatever we need to do to support them. These are the things that need to happen. Networks. They know that there's a police situation here in America for certain people in the inner cities. Not everybody's struggling. I'm not struggling. I'm in a nice house, nice community, 7 bedrooms. I'm okay. But there are people in America that are struggling in communities that probably need a tribe. Well, come take these younger men out of these inner city communities, bring them into the continent, have them understand culture, have them understand unity. Have things like that going instead of you just trying to, you went all over that. Before you can even get to Z, you didn't go through A, B, C, D. You just want to get to Z, the payment. Come on, I'm not talking about the people that's doing the work. I'm talking about the people that's not willing to put in the work.
May I respond to that?
You can, sure.
Okay, point well understood. I get it. But what I'm also saying is that we can walk, chew gum, talk. We can do all these things parallel, and these things are happening. I wish I could just give you guys a window into the things that are happening. Every single day, there are groups of people on the ground, sponsored by government, that are traveling from Ghana to places doing these things. They are happening. You have to plug into it to find out. It's not sensational news because it isn't, these are not the big news stories in the country. And rightfully so, that's not the narrative of the country. People in Ghana here right now are talking about fuel, just like any part in the world. Food prices. They're talking about the government needs to build roads. So the government is focused on that. The government is dealing with national issues, but on the ground, you have to see, where do they put their money? Where is the government's money going? What programs are they actually standing behind? There's a whole diaspora conference going on in Ghana the last 2 days. People from the diaspora
meetings, then it's time. If you are in those meetings, then it's time that you tell them they need to stop.
Listen, there are people
who
are in these meetings. I'm not involved in the politics.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you are, then if they're listening, or if anybody knows,
they are listening. The conversations are being, listen, they are African Americans. The NACCP is in Ghana. The leader of the NACCP is in Ghana right as we speak. He's here working with Ghanaian diaspora authorities. Just Google it. They are here doing these things. But what I'm saying is, we can't be in a position of always they, them. If we truly believe we are one, we speak as one. I see you, you see me. I try to understand what you're doing and you try to understand me. I am not here to try to make answers for the government. I'm here to give a perspective because I am here now on the continent and I'm listening and I'm talking. And I know that we have moved decades, we have moved quantum leaps from the Ghana of 30, 40 years ago, where it is even a conversation, where it is even being visible to government agencies, where it's even visible to the point where it has risen to the rank of diplomacy. These things are happening, and we either get behind them and push them further, or we say, oh, here they're trying to profit. How are they profiting? Yes, African Americans came to Ghana in the year of return, but was it a good thing?
No.
Was it good that Africans would come?
No. I'm gonna tell you.
I'm giving that as an example.
Well, you used it as an example, and I want to respond to that. It was very profitable in Ghana, and I don't feel like contingencies were put in place, not properly, not for people that you're saying belong to Africa, was forcefully taken from Africa, and now they're returning home. They're being treated just like anybody else that's coming there, Lebanese, Chinese, whatever.
That is not true, Lee. That wasn't true.
That's true. As far as
it's absolutely true. I'd like to respond.
Because of them, Ghana changed a policy to allow visas on arrival because they wanted to facilitate the African Americans coming, the diaspora coming. We had to get visas from the embassy, but they changed the policy and said, when you get to the airport, you can get your visa.
It just okay. Profit.
No. I'm not. I didn't remove that. I didn't say there wasn't profit. I said, but was it a good thing? I said, was that a good act? Can we see it as a good act or not?
I want to see it for what it like. You want me to say? You want me to be honest and say what I'm thinking, or do you want?
Say what you said. I'm asking questions of you.
I will. Okay, let me just let Nak. Thank you for the super chat. Nakmizi he says he wants to respond to you.
He can talk all he wants. I'm listening.
Well, see, it's very sad that you lead with that, Rokoya. Very sad.
That way, please.
No. I'm not upset. I just said I'm listening because Nakmizi, I know that you and I have a good working relationship. So I said I'm listening. He can talk. I'm listening because I know you and I talk.
Okay.
Maybe you don't like my tone. Let me rephrase it.
It's all right, Rokoya. I'm gonna take you at your word, but Gina, that sounded a little side-eye-ish. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
but I'm gonna let that go.
You
my sister.
I'll give you my side eye.
All right, so sister, listen to this. All right, when I jumped on, I led with, "What do you think about it, Gina?" And I listened to her. just because we happen to have the same or similar viewpoints on it, doesn't mean that it's going to change my position. But I did at least listen to her, because this is affecting her, me, and other diasporans. Okay, so when you come on and then you say, you make these talking points that are kind of like, it shouldn't be they and them, and it should be we. It's not we. You know for a fact that Gina will be spotted from the top of Oxford Street as a diasporan. I will be spotted, and we will be treated as diasporans. We are not the same. Hold on.
I want to answer your question, because I am too.
Actually even paid so I can respond to you. Please let my cash talk, or at least give me respect of not cutting me off, sis. Please. So
write your notes so you don't forget it in the comment section if you need to. Or no.
All right. So look, I let you speak, and I just was patient. But when you come and you talk this, well, you shouldn't look at it like that. You can't tell us how to process what we went through, and you can't equate a system of African slavery what happened to the diaspora. Someone mentioned it's like a toothache to cancer. You can't equate that. Those that stayed on the continent had their language. They worked in the same region. In certain slave systems, they could even rise to very high levels politically, militarily. So it's different. They weren't shipped to a place with winters, right? They weren't shipped to a place where, let's say Jamaica, they had Darby's dose to discipline runaway slaves or slaves that weren't paying, doing what they were supposed to do. So when we have these conversations about what affects the diaspora, so to speak, you have to listen. You can't always come in and say, well, it's not that bad. It's almost like when people say, well, just get over it. No, we're talking about it. It seems grimy that a politician is talking about reparations and he's not speaking about the diaspora. That's how we feel. Okay, so when you say that we can't talk like that, that's not true. Gina and myself will be spotted a mile away as diaspora. That right there destroys the whole we're all the same. We're not. We have a lineage to Africa. Some of us really want to strengthen that. Some of us don't really care much about it. I went there, and I know that we're totally different. And we're seen as white people. We're called Obroni, right? That's what happens. The year of the return actually inflated costs for the layperson in Accra, in Kumasi. So it was a negative effect because people wanted those diasporan dollars. It was all about money. So when we talk about that, you have to let us speak and not constantly say, well, kind of get over it. And there's people on the ground. These people on the ground are retired diasporans who are looking at the end of their days, so to speak, right? Making decisions based on their experience on the continent. They're not really talking about reparations and things of that nature. We're talking about the government. We're talking about the president of Ghana who's talking about reparations for, and I don't know if he's Ashanti. Is he an Ashanti?
He's Achim.
He's Achim. So is Achim, is he an Akan?
That's a different tribe. I've never heard of that tribe.
He's an Akan. Yeah, he's one of the
Okay,
Akan.
so he's an Akan. The Akan are notorious for working with the Europeans. That's a fact. So when you have Akans speaking on reparations when they were in bed with the Europeans, what's the Akan group on the coast? What's their name? Starts with an F, I think.
You ask it, Fanti.
Yeah, the Fanti. The Fanti were in the pockets of the British. They even had British flags on their local flags. They were called Asafo flags. So you got people that were willing partners with the Europeans now requesting reparations from the Europeans for the Africans that they sold. We're not the same. And the people that were sold were from rival tribes or other tribes. So slavery is an African thing, and the one who comes from the descendant of slaves has the best voice to speak on what should happen with any reparations. That's a fact. That's period.
So,
did I respond, or you got more to say?
as I was going to ask him, Nakmizi, are you good?
No, I'll give her a chance to respond.
Okay, and then I could go to Z. Go ahead, Latoya.
Okay, so first and foremost, Dakmizi, I'm going to tell you this, and I'm as honest as lightning that strikes. When you see me in appearance, when I walk on the streets of Oxford Street, they think I'm diasporan until I open my mouth and I speak. I am given the same treatment because of the way I dress, the way I look, and the way I project myself. So being called an Obroni, and I totally agree that you were called Obroni, she's called Obroni. But the reason you're called Obroni is not because of your lineage. It's because of the way you appear to the people. You appear foreign. There's no word in our language, in our own languages, that describe Africans who were sold into slavery. There's no word. We only address people who come from the shores as Obroni because we associate them with white people. So even my children who are born of my blood, born in America, look different because their father is mixed race. They are called Obroni. My own family calls them Obroni, and not because they don't know that they are my children, but that's the way the African describes people. I understand that most people from the diaspora have an issue with it because contextually they don't understand why we're calling them that. We call everyone who does not appear to be of that place, we call them Obroni because Obroni means you're from the horizons out there. And the people who came from the horizons were the white people. So I say that for one. Number two, let's go to the topic. The topic
Let me respond to that, sis. Let me respond to that. I want to go point by point and I'll make it quick. What you just established was that there is a difference. There is a difference. What do the diaspora refer to Africans as? Brother, sister, family. There's a word for family in every single African dialect or every single Ghanaian dialect, but they choose to call us a word that's equating us to white people, whether it means foreigner, whether it means white, but it's understood that Obroni, colloquially at least, means white people. Okay, it's what they use to refer to as white people. So not only is that insensitive, when you're looking through Pan-African eyes, you think, well, how come they don't call us brother and sister or long lost cousin or family from across the ocean? They don't call us that because they don't see us as that. But when it comes to money, then it's brother, brother, brother. This is the reality, Rokoya. I was there. So when you can't make a diasporan be okay with the word Obroni. You can try to clean it up, but when you say that there's no word to describe us, I call cap. We have a word to describe them. They have words to describe us, and there are commemorations of Africans or Ghanaians or what is now known as Ghana who were taken in the slave trade. There's a commemoration for that in Ghana, and it's done by Ghanaians, not diasporans. So they do have a word for us. And you said that they, commemorate and they know the names and all this. You mentioned DNA, so they do know. They do know, but they still chose to call us Obroni.
Yeah, that's the part, and that's another thing, Rokoya. I just feel like there's a lot that they know about us that they're not even telling us. And it's like, to be honest with you, you got to go fish and look and try to, and it's like, come on, before you want reparation, and we're gonna go back to reparation because this is really what this is about. You want reparation, but you have not even like reached out to say, hey, Do you know me? Do you understand who you are? This where your people may have come from. This is the dialect they may have spoken. I mean, yeah, enrich your people by opening up their hearts and their minds to who we are too. I mean, those are the things we need to do in-house. It's like you gotta go around your house and clean it before you invite somebody in. And they're trying to invite someone in to say, you need to pay up, but you're not even trying to, like, the healing needs to happen. The healing needs to happen and it's just not happening this way.
I do. Like sorry, go ahead. I thought you had finished. Finish, go ahead.
I'm sorry. It just seems like we're being used again. And I'm not saying on the normal, now there are quite a few people. Come on, you've been on these YouTube streets. You've seen a lot of Africans that they don't give a damn about diasporans. There's quite a few Jude, there's quite a few of y'all that come on here that love us and we love y'all back, but there's a lot of them that make themselves known. So the thing about it is this, that happens on the leadership aspect as well too, because a lot of them just looking at us like this is an opportunity to get a couple of dollars. I promise you, this is not the first time. It keeps happening, and it happens on the leadership level, which makes it worse, because leadership is what needs to make the noise of, if they start making moves to show that they care about the poorest of us, then it will show that we are family. But they're not doing that. They're not doing it. And that's just the truth of it.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not saying that some of what you're saying is not true. I'm saying to you that in spite of that, there is work happening on the ground that is accomplishing the things you are saying, the things you're asking for. It is happening. There is every single day that I pay attention. First of all, there's a ministry that the government created for the diaspora. 30 years ago, it did not exist. They have created an entire government in Ghana, that is, an entire government. Like you go to your Department of Commerce and Department of Energy, there's a department that is focused on looking at how do we engage the diasporans. And it's not Ghanaians who are running this. These are being run by diasporans in partnership with Ghanaians.
And that's exactly the problem, sis. Ghanaians ain't doing nothing. They're not doing anything about that. It's always the diaspora begging, please accept us, please accept us.
Asked me not to do. You interrupted me.
Because you colonize in the chat. Let the other sisters speak too. Like, come on. You have a narrative, Rokoya, and your narrative is always to take the blame off of the people that the blame needs to lie with.
It's not.
We want it from the government. We want to hear from the government. Beyond the return, which was after year of the return, you know what they're doing right now? They're doing fashion shows. They're doing all this other stuff. They're not talking about citizenship. This visa on arrival that you're talking about, I didn't hear anything about it. The visa on arrival that I heard was for either Jamaica and Suriname, and it was based on quid pro quo trade agreements. Not you from the diaspora come through, and that's what happened. Stop. I mean, look, let's just be honest here. The reason I didn't go to Ghana a second time is because they were trying to catch people at the airport for 150 more for COVID shots. Like, until Ghana gets its thing together, take care of their people first, they shouldn't be talking about reparations. Because right now, the situation is economically that anytime anyone that comes over there without that African shine, and I mean the one that you get from the sun, who can be seen as diasporans, until they hook their own people up, we're only going to be seen as a money grab. I've done business on there. I still do business. For me to get some of my equipment over there, I got it for a $75 boxing glove. It cost me $225. After I got to pay the DHL, I got to pay people who want bribes. I got to pay people who get there. And then there's an Obroni price, and then there's a Ghanaian price. They got to get that together. And until that happens, I'm not trying to hear this whole utopian, we're all the same. You're an A-way. And as a matter of fact, there's an A-way separatist movement in the Western region. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about Trokosi in the Awe, amongst the Awe people, that the government had to say this is illegal, but they keep doing it. Like when you deal with me, when you deal with diasporans who know, when you deal with diasporans who know, you can't pull the wool over our eyes. We're having a barbershop conversation between diasporans who are affected by the slave trade
let me just go. Okay, I'm going to get off because you're not here to dialogue with me. You just want me to take a position. I'm trying to explain stuff. Now we're moving into you and Ewe. You got Trokosi. We got this and that. So
that's the truth, though. I'm not lying.
And you have guns. How does that help us? Is that building anything?
You know who got guns before the diaspora got guns?
You come here with my best intentions, and I don't.
Your intentions are to gaslight and spin.
Thank you. I'm not spinning anything. I'm being honest as you think you are. I have a perspective that is different. It's not your narrative. I can't take your narrative because I'm not you. But maybe if you hear me speak, you're going to hear something that I'm saying that will resonate with you. But you want me to say, yes, because Gina thinks so, because this says so. And that's not the way we talk. So please, if you don't want to hear me, I can check out. You guys do your thing. Bye.
All right. Okay, so Z, I'm sorry about that. I wanted to give Z an opportunity to talk. To be honest with you, Rakoya, I don't know where that's coming from. If someone is expressing themselves and you're personalizing it this way, then I'm thinking maybe...
It's called gaslighting, sis.
I don't want to be rude, but it just seems like you just
gaslighting.
Hey, what do you think about this conversation, man? Because what you just displayed right here was like, you don't want to hear what we're really thinking. You just want us to agree and act like we don't see what we see. You don't see this happening. Just go on and just act like it's not happening. We can't do that, Rakoya. We can't act like it's not happening, honey. It's happening. What's happening is this man is sitting there trying to frontline a couple of diasporans to profit. He did it before. We supported him with a year of return. And then what did they do? They were charging diasporans more at the airport. They were making people pay, people were just being just as greedy as they wanted to be across the line. And he didn't speak up. He didn't stop the nonsense. He didn't make any changes as far as trying to reach out and trying to look out for the people that needed him the most, the diasporans, the children of those enslaved people that he want the money for. We're talking about the money. We're not talking about the people that are on ground trying to build bridges and stuff. We're talking about leadership, people that are in positions to actually build bridges. All you can do is try to communicate and network. He could actually build bridges for us. And instead of building bridges, he's trying to bank. And it's not okay, because this banking thing that he's doing, and you're going to allow us to speak about it. I love you. You know that. You've done this before where you just jumped off, but I love you to pieces. But at the same time, these diasporans, these descendants of these diasporans cannot just go in blindly and not speak up. We're not just going to go walk in and just be so grateful that doors are opening for us. No, we got to speak. Land was taken from us. Our culture was taken from us. Our language was taken from us. Our space was taken from us. Our everything. We don't even fucking know our names. Our tribes. And we cannot speak and say, no, I don't think you should be asking for money in that respect until things are fixed first, or until you've shown that you could at least show some care for the children of those people that was taken. Slavery happened to the continent, but at least you still had the continent. We had nothing but air, and some of us are still out here with nothing but air. We're still living on other people's territories while we have a home that we're not officially 100% welcome to. And that's the truth, because we're not even welcome to speak our own opinions. We have to basically tell your truth or speak it in a way that you could appreciate. You don't want to hear it from us. You don't want us to speak the diasporan truth. You want us to speak this truth of what's gonna be easier for you to take this medicine. No, this time you gotta take it, no sugar, no honey, straight. Because we cannot sit there and allow countries to profit without them doing anything for those that need them the most. They're not opening the door wide open to us. They're not telling us, okay, to be honest with you, I'm gonna put some stuff out there that might shock a lot of Africans right now on the continent. Real restoration would mean that you would say, okay, so we played a part in this. Some of us played a part in this, not all of us. So we have to find a way to reconnect you. We have to figure out a way to reconnect you. And not only did you lose yourself, your name, your tribe, and all these things, and it's going to take time for us to try to reconnect you with people, but we got to make sure you have the lands that was stolen from you. There are things that need to be done. Now, we can't just put all that aside and just bring home money. That's why they don't care about the poor. Like, they're not going to places like Haiti and saying year of return and we need you to come home. The only people that were welcomed were the African Americans and the people in Britain. Because obviously people like Haitians and Jamaicans and maybe some other poor islands or whatever, they don't have any money to really bring home. And then that's why a lot of folks started having these little YouTube videos where they were like, don't come to Africa poor. Why should I come poor? I left poor. They stripped me of everything when we left the continent. We didn't have anything. They even cut the fucking hair off our heads. All we had was a mark to say the number that we were. But we all know before we crossed that, before we were taken by those people and everything was stripped from us, we had lands, we had communities, we had culture, we had things that were taken from us. If we're going to talk about reparations, we need to talk about the reparations that's due to us from our brothers and sisters on the continent. Yes, we're going to bring business. Yes, we're going to bring our skills. Yes, we are going to bring brotherhood, true brotherhood and sisterhood. But we can't go there and not get anything back. All right, Z, welcome to the conversation.
Hey, sis.
Welcome. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You and Knox said it all, and I actually, whenever he's present, I literally don't need to say anything because he's just so on point, and I appreciate him for that. What I will say is I've seen it happen. I saw it happen with Nagmisi. I followed him for a while. I see it happening with you. I see it happening with a lot of Black Americans. We start out, and it happened to me 2 decades ago. We start out with this ideal about Africa and who we are as Black people. And because of how we've changed over these 400 years and become one people as Black people, we assume that other people that have the same skin color as us feel the same way. And the sad truth and reality is that they don't. And that's not to say they're wrong. That's not to say it needs to change. But the real truth is they're a very, very, very distant cousin. So we have some similarities, but they don't see us as them. And I think the problems come in when we try to force them to change and see us as them. And so many people, like Nagmisi said, when he went and really saw it for himself, then you begin to think, wow, well, maybe I shouldn't say that I'm them either. Like maybe, and because we never had something called FBA and A. Let me finish this though. Let me finish those, sis. We never had something called FBA and ADOS, and now we're starting the split as diasporan Americans, right? Because some of us are getting upset at the fact that they won't accept us, and trying to get the rest of us to see that. So we really just need to. I'm a big advocate for accountability. Like we need to face the fact that they don't. They haven't. They never have. They don't even see each other as the same. And they never have. That's why we got sold.
I agree wholeheartedly. And like Nagmisi, I too in 2019 to 2020 went to Ghana for the year of return. And last year, we talked about this at length about what's going to bring us together. Gina, if you remember, amongst your myriad of brilliant conversations. And I agreed, we are not seen as true brothers and sisters. And I'm not making a blanket generalization. I'm saying there are some who honestly don't see us as that. Our DNA says what we are. I don't care what we may give the appearance of and how we conjugate our verbs or not, or our posturing or whatever that silliness is. Our DNA denotes who and what we are. We don't have to lie about it. You want us to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who's Mende, who's Temne, who's a Khan, who's not a Khan, who's Ga, who's Fulani, who's it's tribalism all over again. It's tribalism 2.0.
And the truth is we in the American diaspora especially, we're all of it.
Yeah, we are. I think our DNA has revealed that, without beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that's why I kept my mouth shut and just, begged to, hear Nakmizi. He's not saying what he's saying because he has disdain for Rukoya. He's just saying, look, everything needs to be put on the table, and we need to be really honest about what it is. And just because it's uncomfortable for you, imagine how it's uncomfortable for us. We're both uncomfortable, okay? And we got to be able to, with no holds barred, we have to be able to articulate
we feel
our genuine feeling about this thing, or else we're never going to right this wrong. And this is what the demonic Neanderthal is banking on.
And Amina, speaking of that, let me ask you this, because I've said this to Gina so many times, and this is going to probably piss off a lot of Africans, but it's true. Ask yourself who else acts like that. Who else doesn't want to hear? They tell us to get over it. They tell us slavery happened 400 years ago. Get over it. Who gaslights us?
Our demonic Neanderthals who because they don't want to deal with the truth either. It's just like,
But I keep telling Gina, Africans on the continent,
some
act more like white folks here than they do us. They think like them.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've been talking about the breast. We're both conditioned
against her, but she was acting the same way they act, gaslighting. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, nothing.
It was like it was hurting her to hear it.
Yeah, because it was.
No, I want y'all to pause right here.
Okay.
It was hurting her to hear it, and I'm trying to. Was it hurting her to hear it, or infuriated her to hear it? I don't know.
I don't think it infuriated her to hear. I don't think people. It's just like when someone tells you, "My mother died," and they come back, "Well, my mom died too." Like
not only that, my dog died. They'll equate.
Yeah, that's your human to an animal.
Human with an animal.
But that being said, we have to be able to take it. It's like if we got to allow each other to bleed on each other and don't be offended just because I'm telling you my pain. I'm going to listen to you intently when you reveal your pain to me.
But it happens to us the same way here in America. Have you ever sat with a group of white people and tried to explain why you deserve reparations, how Black people today are still suffering as a result of something that happened 400 years ago?
They treat us.
They can't handle it. And Africans cannot either. It's the same.
It is what it is, whether anybody.
I didn't want to tell Rukoya that. I tried to allude to it without saying that she was sounding like a white person that tells us just get over slavery. You cannot minimize our experience, especially when the conversation is about, we were the goods that they want reparations for. We have the loudest voice in this. So you can't come and try to, you're going to, no. That's literally a way of just hushing us. I didn't want to compare her to a Karen because honestly, I actually like Rukoya, but when she tries to do her little dance, I have to call nonsense on it, They can't tell us how to feel. And I'm sorry for butting in. Go, y'all go back.
No, you're right. And again, I've said this before. Until we come to a meeting of the minds and say, yes, you are my brother, you are truly my sister. Wait a minute, I've been to Brazil, and can I tell you, even the ones who they say we are Brazilian. They don't say, most don't even acknowledge Africa. There are some who do, but those who don't, they said I'm Brazilian. So it's like the same colonized mind. Kool-Aid is being shared throughout. Like,
but the thing of
why,
it is,
why does it hurt? Why does it seem like it's a twisting of the knife?
I didn't even get what I was saying about
I don't understand
why the leaders are not even going to help the poor, or like I wanted her to hear it. Like, you're only reaching out to the people that you know have money.
Yeah.
That's not cool. That's
like
racketeering.
You say African Americans, and you say the people in UK. You speak to them, but you're not really why haven't you reached out to the people that need you the most?
Well, some people who are on the continent right now, the expatriates from America, and maybe throughout, they will say, look, the infrastructure right now is as such that even the indigents aren't being looked out after, how much more anyone else. So as far as I can tell, it's easier to get, if that's the motivation, it's easier to go, to get a visa or being able to leave United States and go live in Rwanda, South Africa. I mean, even Sierra Leone in some respects. So I don't quite understand. Like, if you're just seeing this as the cash cow, that's just like a kept woman. I don't know.
I know somebody that just left Ghana after 15 years. She came back for to do some medical care and decided she wasn't going back because she said she didn't realize just how draining it was constantly being seen as an ATM. That's what life in Africa is like for diasporans. We just need to accept, just like we've accepted with white people, that they don't see us as them. Like,
that means that we will forever not have a home. And it's like, even though we could go to the continent, we could go live, and we're
citizens of the world.
We're gonna be.
That's what it looks like.
The thing about it is, we're citizens of the world, but we're still homeless because
I'm not homeless. I got 2 passports.
That's not what she means. That's not what she means.
Hear me out. It's not about being. I'm not homeless either. You know that. But I'm talking about the fact that we're citizens of the world. Okay, yeah, but Africa belongs to us too.
Yes.
True. That's the point, though. Too.
And it's like the fact that they're not opening the door for us to come back in, like they opened the door for us to go, is a problem.
Gina,
it's a problem, sis. But the same way we had to come to. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, but Gina, you're at that point right now, right, where you're realizing. You're waking up. It doesn't mean that we have to hate Africans. We just have to accept it for what it is.
Right.
I want to push back on that. We don't. On that we don't.
But man,
I know what you mean. But when we say we don't have a home and this and that, what that does, you have a home. You're there now, and you also have a second home in Haiti, right?
But
Haiti. That's where y'all fought. That's where you have roots and generation too. That's your home.
That's
if you don't want America to be your home.
That's where you get your grit from. That's where you get that idea
and that's what made you who you are. Gina, I heard you say a couple of times. Hold on. I heard Gina say, I'm Haitian and I'll turn up because that's who we are. That's who you are.
Right.
That is your home. We can't keep saying that we don't have a home. Black America is my home. Black America gave me the fire that I have. to love my people.
You know what that means,
when we say, hold on, sis, hold on. When we say that we don't have a home, what we do is we perpetuate the big homie versus little homie relationship with continental Africans. And that gives them the power for them to come on the stream and just talk nonstop, and try to dictate to us how we should feel, because we're not taking pride in who we are. Again. I could name people in from Haiti to Black America to Jamaica, all over the diaspora, even Gaspar Yanga from Mexico, who fought and put respect on the Black diasporan's name. And we have to honor those people. So if if you're proud Haitian, then Haiti is your home. If you're proud Black American, then Black America is your home. When we say that we're homeless and this and that, that gives them the power. And then they say, oh, come poor, lost diasporan. You have no culture. You have no home. You put yourself to a point of being powerless. And anytime you want to achieve something, you have to move from a place of what? Power.
Yes. And power, that's right.
Yes, yes. And I put it in the chat earlier.
You have to put that armor on with them, because to be honest with you, I mean,
it's the truth. It's not an armor.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the honest to God truth. You act more like a Haitian and an African American than you do an actual African. And that's just the fact, sis. That's why you feel the way you feel, that people should all be one and that people should fight together and that we should have our own. It's because that's coming straight from Haiti, like he said.
And you know what's funny? I was just telling Gina, like, while I was in Egypt, and me and a fellow a person on a tour, we were eating lunch, and this Arab man, this pale Arab, was sitting across from us, and he looked at, the guy I was with, and he said, you're from America. And I didn't say anything, but Steve said, yeah, we are. And he says, welcome home. And I said, do you believe this, Steve? And he was like, no, they think we're going to come and claim something. We're going to claim our ancestral land. They're scared. They're scared.
Okay, let me ask you something. How does that make you feel? The fact that that this scarcity in their mind won't even allow them to really care, to really let you in. I
don't care.
And when you realize, like Max said, that you actually do have a home, that's when you can be like Amina and say, I really don't care. I got a blue passport that allows me to go any freaking where in the world I want to go. Right.
And that was earned by our ancestor stripes.
Yes.
So yes, I wave it like a badge of honor. Yes, I do. Because, they didn't live to see this. Right. And we.
So you mean to tell me that, and I want y'all to hear me without cutting me off. You mean to tell me that we're 4 diasporans on here? We're gonna sit here and basically deprive ourselves of what was taken from our ancestors and not call it what it is. It's ours just as much as it's theirs.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we're denying ourselves of anything. If we want it, we're gonna go get it.
We're gonna go get it.
So
I have land in Africa, and if anybody with some money wants to buy land in Africa, they can go there and they can do it. So we're not depriving ourselves of anything. We're admitting who we are. We are residents of the world. We have the most powerful passport in the world. And our ancestors paid for that with their lives. And I've said this to you before. Not giving up anything. And I've said this to you before, Gina. It puts us in a position where they do exactly what they're doing. When you were playing that video and you made that comment, you said, so they went and grabbed a couple of African Americans just to be the face of this thing, that one of them has never even been to Ghana. What is that? That's a strategy to pull on the heartstrings of African Americans.
Cherry picking.
Yes. So when we, like Nagmizi was saying, when we sit back and say we don't have a home and we need you and we're so, desperate and we got to get out of here and all of this stuff, it makes them feel like, I can use this.
Weak spot.
Yeah, I can use this. I can make some money from this.
But I'll tell you, Gina, wherever I put my feet, that's my home. That's my home. And yes, we do by the sole principle of our mitochondrial and paternal DNA, we do have a home. If we choose to get it. If we choose to get it.
And even in that case, Amina, which one would it be? I'm 42% Nigerian, but I got Ghana, I got Ivory Coast, I even got some Irish.
I got all that too. I got all that too.
All of that's in our DNA. All of it.
Tikar, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea.
And it's not
South
lost on
Africa.
me, Gina, that we only have 4 diasporans on this call.
And Nigerian, and Ghanaian, and Ewe.
Any
Mali,
other time, you can have
Sierra
Africans
Leone.
on this call as well.
I have
right?
a pick of where I choose to call home, because we are all part and parcel of every place that we just mentioned. Even though
our ancestors' DNA is there, just like that.
Why, whenever we start talking about how we feel about certain things, especially when it comes to this right here, this thing where this man is trying to get reparations for countries. Not that the countries or the infrastructure of Nigeria, of Africa don't need it, but you can't ask it for slavery. Not when you played a part, they
can't even ask for it from colonialism, because their leaders played a role in that too. So if they want reparations, they need to get it from their elite class.
Yeah,
that's the real fact.
I agree.
They were complicit in that.
Absolutely.
So you think the whole should pay for what the leadership did?
Well, no, I think the leadership.
No, I think the leadership should stop stealing from their population and reinvest in their population for real.
Yes.
And if they did, they wouldn't have a need.
But that's an African conversation, right? And that's an African conversation based on who's in power and how does politics run in West and Central Africa. It runs along ethnic lines. We're not part of any of those ethnicities. We're a multiple of those. Thus, we have no say. If you're going to talk about you're going to move to a continent, if you're not just retiring age, you just want to kick back and live in your compound with razor wire, electric fences, and brick walls that now they're busting through. And that's what you call retiring, then so be it. But understand, you're going to be a lame duck. Even Seun Kuti, the son of Fela Kuti, he said that if you open the doors of Nigeria for 24 hours and let them choose wherever, he said it will be empty besides him and his dog. He said Nigeria, when you just grow up old, when you come back to your village, you're too old to fight and you're too poor to have a voice. That's the reality. There's elitism. If you're not connected, you have no say. And if you have no say, then you can't change anything. You know how I know say Africa is cool how it is. Everyone knows that it should get better, but that is the conversation that Africans need to have amongst each other, because we are not connected where we can make a change. We don't have a voice. All we are just, and not all of them look at us like walking wallet, so to speak. But that's what we are off the rip. I'm saying like this: if you want to go do your research. If you're cool with living in compounds with wires, like I grew up in houses on the East Coast, right? Most of the houses didn't have bars on the fence. I had a house in the Caribbean, no bars in the fence. But now we supposedly going back home to heal. What comes with that healing? Double pricing. Living in a compound. Listen to what a compound is.
I think
a compound does not sound like a place where you can get a sound sleep. The first YouTube family that went viral, so to speak, was a Black American family. The husband had dreads and the wife had dreads. They have like about 8 kids. They end up going back to America and Thailand and all this other stuff. They were talking about they lived in a compound, in a gated community. They had bars on their gates, and someone stuck their hand through and stole their laptop and equipment. That's the reality that no one wants to talk about. If you're willing to say, I want to go back and heal, and that's part of the deal, then do that. I say, make your choice, but make it wisely. We have opportunity in Black America. You have opportunity in the Caribbean as well.
Yeah.
And you speak the language already. You don't have to try and fake the funk. When I went there, I told people in the chat that they were interested in my stories as a Black American. They sat around me and listened. What is this like? And what is that like? They pretty much got a chance to get all the stereotypes corrected because I was proud of who I was and I did cultural exchange. I didn't go there with kente cloth like, oh yeah, I'm Ghanaian. There's a YouTuber that's running around. He went to the Caribbean talking about he's from some African country. I'm like, dude, you're from like the Midwest. Like, why are you capping? We have to be proud of who we are. And if you look at this whole Black empowerment, Black nationalism, this Pan-African spirit that we have, understand why we have it, because we were removed and we were in the belly of the beast. So Pan-Africanism and that whole we are one, we had to be one wherever we were sent to because it was us versus them. Ops. They were our ops. But in Africa, when you look at how the white man came, at first it was a side eye until they saw them trinkets. They tasted that rum. They saw the mirrors. They got the umbrellas, and then they became the opportunities. So we see them as ops, and Africans have historically seen them as opportunities. And those two mindsets don't mix. When I went there on some Black power, yo, Black first, blah, 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 I had a horrible time. I had to say, yo, let me just accept these Ghanaians for where they are. Right? I can't expect them to have a Black first mindset or Black empowerment because when the whole continent is Blackness doesn't mean as much as it does when you're the minority in the white land. We got to keep that in. We can't hold them to our standards based on our social experiences. This is the real wake-up call. These are the conversations that we have to have without, some Obroni whisperer trying to tell us how we could speak and how we need to feel. We need a chance where this is a safe space right here where we can talk about it, let it out, and then, come to our own conclusions.
I'm not okay with African leaders getting, I'm not okay with that. I want Africa to be okay, but not off the backs of our ancestors.
Exactly.
And I'm not.
I agree with you, Nakamizi. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And we have to, truth be told, we are envied for something out of the might and brawn out of our ancestors that is, in our
world,
in our
right?
DNA. Yeah,
the entire world.
And that's what I saw just visiting Egypt, right? Is that, wait a minute, our ancestors made us who we are.
It's like they don't want to, and I want to share some. This is what we have.
Quero ele vivo. Tem castigo muito pior para ele. Vai ser vendido como escravo e viver na terra do branco.
Years ago, I went to Brazil to make a feature film entitled A Deusa Negra, Black Goddess in English.
Só morreram 10 escravos nessa viagem. Isso é ótimo. Mas temos outro problema para tratar, Musa. Aquele chefe Yorubá que nos vendeu a última leva de escravos está se tornando muito arrogante. Precisa dar jeito nisso tudo. Não se preocupe, senhor. Tenho certeza que ele vai cair vivinho em nossas mãos.
Sis, let me ask you something after watching that. How do you feel? How does that make you feel about saying these are my people and I want to go back?
makes a big difference. It would make a big difference if they weren't like this today.
Exactly. Yeah.
If people were still trying to profit off of us today. If when those Haitians was under the bridge or whatever the fuck they were in Texas, 10,000 of them laying there running away from some whips. If a couple of African leaders had gotten on the news or wherever and said, hey, what we see happening to our people is not acceptable. If they had made their way into the inner cities of North Philly, like where I grew up, and made a difference. It's like, it's funny because it's now it's like this, like the other day when I got that clip, I lost it. It was like, what the fuck? The year return wasn't good enough? How much did they make the year of return?
How much did they make with slavery? It's never going to be
1.9 billion was with return.
And how much did they make with slavery? You could go back and back and back and back.
More than trillions. Than trillions.
And so that's what the three of us here are saying that have spent a lot of time on the continent is saying, okay, we get it. That you've always been this way towards us. You'll always be this way. If I want to keep, it's just like if you keep going back to an abusive husband. And I'm not saying don't go back. I spend a lot of time on the continent. I'm not saying that.
The abuse that we're facing here, the drugs that are being put. Look at Haiti. Last week, 2 weeks ago, two shiploads of machine guns were brought into Haiti with drugs and everything. And these people make like $2 a day.
How are they supposed to afford all these things?
And guess what? The Catholic Church from the United States was sending it to the Catholic Church. They've been doing this for years. Bringing drugs and things to, but there is no African leaders to speak.
No, because they worry about their money bag.
And this is the thing I'm talking about. I can't speak for other places, of course, because I don't know but I know it's the same drama in Jamaica. I know it's the same thing, and it's like, and the same thing in certain places on the continent. They're just the same stuff.
But think about what Nagmezi just said, and I hope he comes off mute, because what he said is, the answer to that is not necessarily going back to Africa. The answer to that is embracing who we are. And you and I had this conversation. Imagine if Haitians just stood up and said, you know what? We ain't taking this. We're not taking it from our leaders. We ain't taking it from the West. We've done this before. We've been here before. We know how to build our own empire. And if they did that versus saying, oh, I got to get out of here. And I'm not blaming them. Trust me, sis.
Our situation here too, sis.
Go ahead. We have situations here too, but the same thing here. That's why I made that point about now we have people saying, oh, I'm ADOS, oh, I'm FBA. Whereas here, our people used to be like, look, we just black.
The division here has us weak too, because we're not even using the resources we have.
But we are, sis, we are. And what's worrying me.
You're doing this Requoya thing to me now. I don't see it. You say we are, you're not even, I'm talking about the we. The diaspora at least don't even work together.
No, they do, sis. Because when that thing was happening in Texas to Haitians, it was African-American leaders that stood up. It was African-Americans that drove to that bridge and was taking food to those Haitians. And it was African-Americans that were calling their senators saying, no, you're not going to treat them like this, including, and a lot of people don't like him, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. You know, you got to give credit where credit is due. We come together. What's worrying me is that we're starting to fall apart over this I love Africa, I don't love Africa thing.
Not easy. You got something you want to say, brother?
I mean, even
I'm just listening to y'all. I like when the sisters are cooking.
For us to be able, as diasporans, though, for us to even look towards Africa, we've got to be together. It just seems like there's some vultures waiting.
If you could talk to a Jamaican, you could talk to an African American, you can talk to anybody in any of those Caribbean islands. We see each other as the same. We are together. I don't know where that illusion is coming from. If a Jamaican walked into my house right here today, we could vibe. We could vibe on the same music, the same food, everything. That does not happen on the continent. There's a gap there.
What is that gap? What is it?
That we've never been the same. They've never seen us as them, and they never will. And that's not a bad thing. It just is what it is. It's just a distant cousin. I've just recently come in contact with some of my 4th, 5th, and 6th cousins and stuff down in Mississippi. They were glad to hear from me. Yeah, that's cool. That's great. And that was that. But that's different than my first cousins who I grew up with like sisters and brothers.
Welcome.
I do want to say something about us being the same, right? That goes from the continent. They don't see themselves as the same. In the diaspora, we don't see ourselves as the same. Ask a Haitian that grew up in the 90s if they were the same as Jamaicans.
Yes.
Ask a Trini if
Haitians
they were the same as...
Haitians have always embraced all Black people. I'm sorry, I can't speak for all Haitians.
They didn't get embraced.
I come from
what I'm saying is Haitians did not get embraced. Haitians did not get embraced.
No, but we embrace all Black people.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Now check this out though. Haitians never got that energy in return.
Never.
They never got it in return, which is why there's some groups that were set up, to protect themselves against aggression against them. That's the only group nationality that I would say that got it from all angles was the Haitians, right? And they're still getting it today in terms of no one coming to look out for them. And I think it's sad. It's sad, but it's a Haitian issue. I can't help with that because my people have...
Look at this. I want you to specifically. I'm about to show you what I'm telling you right now. You see this, the thing that happened with the diaspora in here. Once we were sold, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm one of those DNA diggers, and I dig, and I can't understand why I'm 14%. I have 14% of my family here in America, and 14 because we were. Well, let me play the clip.
Africans were in specific times and places. But in reading books about various enslaved communities and in looking at the transatlantic slave trade database, it struck me that we actually had very limited information about who the enslaved people were in many places and about how they had ended up where they were. The colony of North Carolina offers a great example. A book that I read on slavery in colonial North Carolina taught me that there were nearly 100.
I want you to pay attention to these dots because this is exactly what they were doing. They were moving you from Africa to the Caribbeans and then to certain places and then selling you back to the Caribbeans. Pay attention because this man is bringing out some facts, and this video just came out. This is off of Harvard something.
100,000 enslaved women and men in North Carolina by the eve of the American Revolution. But the author said that they had also documented only one voyage to the colony directly from Africa. 100,000 people, one known voyage. So how did enslaved people get there? And where specifically and from what backgrounds did all these African people come? The authors offered some speculations in a paragraph with no footnotes. So about the 3rd or 4th time I ran across this problem in the historiography of slavery in North America.
You see, there's no more coming from Africa right now, right? In this database, you could go look it up yourself. Intra-American Slave Trade, something.org or slavetrade.org, something, but I'll put the link in the description. It's like a lot of stuff. This is just one aspect.
But looking at different colonies, I realized that maybe the more useful contribution I could make was to investigate this problem impeding the research that I really wanted to do and study the patterns. How did people end up where they ended up? So after a bunch more reading, I cooked up a dissertation proposal to investigate the intercolonial slave trade of British America, with the hypothesis that only a massive dispersal slave trade after the Middle Passage could explain the Black populations of many colonies, and that this additional phase of the slave trade would have very important implications for understanding what African captives endured in the slave trade and the cultures that they created.
What they're showing here is the buying, the reselling, and buying and reselling.
My proposal
from Caribbean to America, from Caribbean to America of the same slaves. And they have this research and document, like they have the names of the people They have the ages. They have like when they took them from let's say Barbados to New York, back to Charleston, back to Jamaica, back the same person. It's all there.
Wait, but this is still during the slave trade.
At one
This
point.
is still during the slave trade.
Yeah, they abolished slavery at one point.
This is still during the slave trade. So this is actually the slave trade.
Right.
This is the slave trade, but this is pay attention that the dots are just going throughout the Americas at this point.
Right.
Right.
So it's intra.
No, but they're still coming from Africa.
They're coming
Absolutely.
from Africa, but at this point, you see them going back and forth.
Because at one
Because
point
that's what
says
he's
they
talking
abolished
about.
it.
But the English did not stop outlaw slavery until 1808. And even when they outlawed slavery, there was still rogue ships that were still bringing them in. Like 20 minutes away from where I am, there's a place called Brila. And the Dutch and the Spanish fought an 80-year war over slave routes. So there were still slaves coming in.
And Dinah's mentioned this on his show the other day, too. Dinah's mentioned this on his show the other day.
I'm about to, tomorrow I'm going to show you something. Okay, I did some deep dive, and I found out that I had like 4 relatives that was in 3 positions in Maryland, 2 in Philadelphia. And they were able to actually find the bones and do the DNA, and I'm like 29% removed from them.
You and I both, Gina.
Meaning like 5th generation, 4th generation, 6th generation, meaning like great-great-grandpa.
Those could be your white ancestors, though.
They were black. They were slaves. They have them down as Yoruba slaves.
Right.
Like,
and in Mexico.
What it is that, like I said, when blacks first came to America, they were all not enslaved. All of us didn't come as slaves, right? Enslaved people. We were here. They changed the laws and made it that if you were black,
they were slaves because they have them buried and they were.
I understand that, sis.
But that was before that. She's talking about the indentured, the ones that were indentured servants.
They were coming here as free people, and then they changed the laws to say, okay, if you're black, everybody's you're
around the 1500s. You mean?
Yeah, because Africans and Europeans had the same rights at one point in time in America.
That was like what? Only for like not even 100 years, maybe 50.
No, less than that.
Yeah, like 50 years. That only happened for like 50.
But black people were coming from Africa to the Americas way before.
Well, before that.
But
that's she's only talking about the human trafficking portion of it.
Well, the human trafficking portion is, like I said, at some point they abolished it in Europe first.
Well, I'm talking about the intra.
That's why they started doing intraleases, because they couldn't get them as many from Africa anymore. So then they started trading amongst them each other.
What I'm trying to show is that the same groups of people that were once like you could have started in Jamaica, you could have been sold to Virginia. Then this person, they only kept you for like 3 years and sold you back to another Caribbean place. That person only kept you for a certain time and then sent you back to Washington.
That's why I said most diasporans see us in the diaspora as the same.
And that's why
there's some people in the comments disagreeing with me, but most of the Jamaicans that I've met, it was the Jamaicans that started the Pan-African movement, right? Like they were the first ones saying we're all the same. So most people that are diasporans feel like we're all the same. Even if you're, you stayed in Jamaica and I went to America, when we see another Jamaican or a Trini or any of those people, we relate more with them than we do an African that never left Africa.
That I relate to, though. Come on,
let me jump in here.
Africans are like that. There are people on the continent that are very relatable. I've met some brothers and sisters. I haven't been on the continent, but I've met some brothers and sisters that are very kindred to my soul. So it's like it's got to be. I'm not tribal. I don't believe in tribal, but I'm starting to think: is it a tribal thing that certain tribes just are different and just they're never going to see us as them? And there's certain.
I'm gonna tell you something. As somebody that's in relationship with
y'all,
African
let me in the
men,
show, please. Like,
I will. Let me
have
just
a
say
nice
this.
Combo, but
okay, go ahead.
Now finish your point, and then I'll jump in after you, sis.
I was just gonna say about how deeply buried this idea of we're different is. Someone that's been with an African man for 15 years. Mm-hmm. Somebody I know, he know me. We know each other. There's little things that he will say that he doesn't even realize that he is seeing us as different. It runs very, very deep. That's all I wanted to say.
I concur. Because
And
I've been
that's the
married to one for
reality.
17
I wanted
years.
to push back
Yeah.
respectfully and give some context, because a lot of people say, well, Jamaicans started Pan-Africanism, and to talk about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey's message was not embraced in Jamaica, so he had to come
right.
to
right.
America.
Oh, that's true. It wasn't
Before Marcus Garvey, there was he's from Pittsburgh. He's from West Virginia, but then went to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He actually went to Africa. Martin Delany, he's the one that came up with Africa for the Africans, way before Marcus Garvey. So he was a Black American. And if you look at the Pan-African movement, the loudest speakers, or I don't want to say the loudest because you had a lot of Caribbean speaking as well. So let me speak on the commonality before I speak about the differences. The reason why we get along better as diasporans, even Caribbeans as well, is because our ancestors, our forefathers, all took that trip. Okay? They all took that trip. So no matter, I can't tell a Jamaican, yo, shut your slave ass up, right? Because you say, what? How you think you got to America? You understand what I'm saying? So that's one thing that we can't say to each other, that some very disrespectful Africans, I'm not saying all, but the disrespectful ones will call you a slave baby, a rape baby. You didn't run fast enough, all these other nonsense. We can't say that to each other. But to keep it, 100, Caribbeans and Black Americans, Caribbeans and Caribbeans still don't see each other the same. We're using new technology like DNA tests and access to videos that illustrate the slave trade and how there were like inter-American slave trading, right? But what the reality is that culturally, a Jamaican is different than a Haitian, and a Haitian is different than American. Even though a Haitian president gave refuge to Americans, we're still different. We're not the same. But I think our commonality is the trip that our ancestors took, but we're not the same, and we've never seen each other as the same. In New York, there's the thing of the Yankee versus Yardie, right? You have Haitians. Look, everybody is not the same.
What makes culture? I'm asking a question.
What makes culture?
Yeah,
what culture is a set of behavioral norms are specific to a certain group, right?
So culture,
behavioral norms,
African
foods, language, and just behaviors, right?
Culture can change based on up north, down south, west, east, as well, too, right?
Oh, there's regional cultural differences. Absolutely.
I'm just trying to make a point here. Cultural differences happen based on, you could be from this side of the city and I'm from that side of the city. Cultural differences is not really something. I mean, you could even narrow it down to culture differences based on how your parents raised you and how my parents raised me, even though we're both African Americans from right here.
Right.
Same neighborhood. So cultural differences is actually something that you can dissect into. Maybe I was born down south and you was born up north. I wear my socks to the knees. You wear yours to the, you wear sandals with no socks. Things like that happen culturally because there's differences.
Let me respond to that point, sis.
That's
even though there are differences between like Northerner culture, Black American Northern culture, and Southern culture. Yeah. Most Black Americans got a reintroduction to that Southern culture in the summertime, where you were sent to your family down south, right? So you always got a refresher. There are similarities. Don't eat with your elbows on the table.
Absolutely.
Give me a switch. Don't talk when grown folks are talking. These are things that are embedded in our culture as Black Americans. There's differences.
Those are not things. I want you to come up with differences, though, because you're saying things that are embedded in both of our cultures. Like, I want to hear what the differences are.
Okay, well, I'll give you the difference. You're Haitian.
I want to say this. I'm Haitian American Nakmizi because I wasn't even raised around Haitians. And that's the part. Like, when you're second, third generation Haitian, Sometimes you don't even have, like, if your parents were all American and you were all American, you don't have that culture difference.
All right. So look, let's have the conversation, sis.
So I don't know.
Because every time I try to say something, you jump in and then you don't let me finish.
Let you see that some of us have been here. Some Haitians have been here. Like, okay, the first lady to open up a first public school here in America was who?
I don't know.
She was a Haitian.
Well, look, I don't know that, but I want to get back to what I was talking about culture.
Understand?
And I'd like to finish. I'd like to finish it, sis. I'd like to finish it.
But you cut people off and start talking. And
no, wait, but you asked me, so I want to finish it. You didn't let me finish it, sis.
Culture differences, and you broke it.
And I'm gonna give it to you right now. I'm gonna give it to you right now, and I'm giving it to you based on your self-identification as a Haitian. In Haiti, there's parts of Haiti that they celebrate voodoo. Well, not celebrate, but they practice voodoo. In New York, we don't practice that.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so there's a dish that Haitians eat that we don't eat, griot. Have you ever eaten that?
You never eat pork?
No. Have you ever eaten griot?
I don't eat pork.
Well, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is?
I've heard of it.
That's not a Black American dish.
Well, no.
People
eat fried pork.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished, though.
You're not going to eat griot. I want you to say it in English so other people can hear and know what it is. It's fried pork.
But it's made in a certain way that's specific to Haitians.
Okay.
Right? So y'all have your own dishes. You have your own belief systems. You have your own colloquialisms. You have your own hand gestures. You have difficulty saying R's as in you say W's in instead of R's sometimes. Problem, right? So there are differences culturally, and which just says that we're not the same. We have similarities, but we're not the same. And when you try to push this, not you, but when we try to push this narrative that we are the same, what we're doing is we're not really appreciating the diversity in each other's cultures. We have to appreciate the diversity in each other's cultures. I can say, wait, hold on, sis, just listen to me. Like, I'm not a dumb guy, right? But people tend to try to talk over me when it doesn't go with their narrative. And what you do is you stop your learning process.
What I'm not gonna do is I don't like being. Don't just talk. Don't whip me.
No, I'm not whipping you, but you cutting me.
Don't do that. You know. I don't like people doing that to me. Don't whip me on my channel. Just speak to me. Like, you go on and you make statements, and I want to respond. But I'm not trying.
All right, so when you respond, I'll mute, and then I'll give you the chance, and we give that to each other. All right, sis?
Do that. Do that for me too.
Give me a hug right now. Could I get a hug?
You got it.
Boom. We good. Reset. Reset. All right. So now this is why this is what I'm saying. We're gonna deal with each other in brotherly and sisterly love, right?
Well, let me say
we're not the same. We're not the same. There are similarities.
Book. You say one name. You do one more notation on my comment section, I'm kicking you out. So shut up.
Yeah, that person been disrespectful in the comments. I ain't even paying attention to him. But look, sis, we're different, but it doesn't mean that we can't rock with each other. And that's one thing, right? But we are different, and that's just a fact. You know, I can say, look, I know stuff about Haitian culture. It's not from my culture, but I like it, right? There's stuff from Black American culture that Haitians may like, but we're not saying that it's the same, because it's not. We can embrace each other's diversity without just trying to say that it's the same. That is actually the key to getting along, because we're saying, look, you're different, I'm different, but where can we work together for a common goal?
The Africans, that's all I want to say.
What'd you say?
Okay, this difference that we have, right? This difference that we have. How is that different than what the Africans have?
The Africans' difference is even worse. We're very far removed from the continent. Like if you take it to, I'm from Flatbush, right? I always tell people that there was no passport checking in Flatbush, but you did know that these people are gonna wave their flag, and you may wave your flag, but you still patronize each other's businesses. You date each other. You sit next to each other on a dollar van. Sometimes you hop out the dollar van together and don't pay. We work together, but we're still different. Now, when it comes to the Africans, they tend not to mix with us like the Black Americans and just blacks in America live amongst each other and do cooperation, right? We work together, we date each other, like I just said that. Africans tend to stick to other Africans. They don't mix with the diasporans, and they say that every diasporan in America is a Black American, just like in Brooklyn, every person with a Caribbean accent is a Jamaican. It's not true. So we have similarities because of the boat trip, and Africans tend to bring that tribalism from where they come from to America, and they stick amongst themselves.
That's true.
That's very true. They even create community clubs and all that kind of stuff over here, where only the Igbos are interacting with the Igbos and Yoruba with Yoruba. Yep, he's telling the truth.
Let me ask y'all something. In my mind, and I'm gonna be very honest, I know my continentals are on here, and I want to be as honest as I could be. In my mind, we have our people there too. We have people that are not our people, but we also have our people there too. Do y'all see it that way? Because I feel like we were ripped away from our people. I feel like we do have our people there.
You know, my husband would tell me that I would romanticize Africa in a way that it does not deserve. That's what he would tell me. And he would tell me, I know these people. I lived amongst them. Hell, I'm one of them. And we don't even get down with each other like that. So they do their own segregation in their own way. And they can all be born on a continent and grew up together, drank the same water, practice the same belief system, and they'd even have it amongst themselves. So
I was going to say that, sis, when you really are close with a native continental like that, like they'll tell you the truth, and they'll help you see it,
And he tried to just get me to see it for what it is and not for what I hopefully in a clandestine type of way try to romanticize it to being.
A little bit of self-hate on his part, or
I think he's giving me an inside view.
Yeah, that's the way I see it too. And it goes back to what Nagmizi said. It's like they're trying to tell us, like, how come you're not embracing your own thing? Like, I mean, I get
overcame a great deal. Like,
yeah.
It's nothing for you to put down and say, oh no, now I got to jump back to my original. No, what made you is what, irregardless of the horror, is what everybody digs about you. So you don't need to flee from it and claim back to something that, like, you are organically, unapologetically you, but that came by way of the terrors of what happened to our ancestors. We made something that wasn't even a thing out of crap. And we're still doing it to this very day. So we're there's a form of how you can, I wouldn't say jealousy, but there's a kind of like a little shade going on, because regardless what we do, good, bad, or indifferent, everybody else is, as Nagmizi would say, capping, and everybody's like copying and co-opting. So people are looking at America through the lens, not just of TV, but what they see that what came down through our ancestry, what we made hot, what we made happen in the midst of terror. Who does that? You name any other group that's done that. And I'm not saying I'm happy about all of it, but we got to call it for what it is. And I'm not saying we need to shame the continent either, but we got to see things for what they are.
And you know what, too, sis, in Africa, when you don't have, because I was watching another YouTuber that moved from Nigeria to the UK. And she was saying that what she liked about the UK was that nobody looked down on anybody and that everybody had the same opportunities. So now somebody in the Pan-African community, probably, I'm sure she got a lot of heat for that, right? But what she was saying is that in Africa, and especially Nigeria, there's this divide between rich and poor, and they look at poor people a certain kind of way. Yes. And I told you this story one time when we were in Sierra Leone getting ready to go somewhere, and my former partner told me, he was like, you need to change your shoes. They're going to class you, right? So back to what Nakmizi was saying. If we come with this, oh, I'm homeless, oh, they're treating me so bad, we categorize ourselves in a way that is not favorable to them. And that's why they treat us that way. And they're looking at us like, wait a minute, I thought y'all had it going on and blah, 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 blah. And then now I'm seeing all these YouTubers talking about how bad it is in America and how, you know, you need to come home and all that kind of stuff. It's not in our favor to send that narrative out like that. It's really not, because even when we get to the continent, they're going to quote unquote class us and look at us a certain kind of way. They do it to each other.
Some layers to this shit.
Gina, I'm gonna give you probably maybe another year, and you're gonna be where we are. Especially once you go to the continent, then you're gonna be like, you know what? I see what they were saying.
Yo, Empress, can I comment?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Welcome to the conversation. How are you, and how are you in the Gambia?
Empress, the communication is very faulty, so I'm gonna go straight in there. That boy, yeah, he hasn't traveled. He hasn't traveled. We are all one people, my sister. We are all one people. So that boy there is in America.
Call him a boy. He's a man. He's
my nigga. I will literally smack the teeth out your fucking mouth calling me a boy, you bitch ass nigga.
Show some respect, though, Lammy. Don't call him a boy. And I know you might just be talking slang, and that's just how you talk, but that's not respectful to speak.
Yeah, but but what I'm saying,
his name
my
is
queen.
Nakmizi. You know his name. Stop.
My queen. I'll respect to the brother. You understand? But what I'm saying is that we are all the same people. Whether he's never traveled outside his own area.
Another lie, and I speak 5 languages, sir. I'm the anomaly. I'm the one who breaks all your stereotypes about Black Americans. That's me.
Have you been
I don't have to tell you.
Have you been to California? Have you been to California?
Yeah. Yes, I've been to California.
Have you been to Hawaii?
This is not.
What is your point? I speak 5 languages that I learned.
He's well traveled and well learned. That's for sure.
And he don't have to prove nothing to you. And he don't have to prove anything to you.
He came on here to try to. Not only have I been to Africa, I have brothers, literally brothers in arms on the continent, and I have business ventures that I'm only getting moral returns on my investment. So you came on here hot calling me a boy, number one. Let's have a respectful conversation, bro. Let's keep it respectful. Ask me if I've been to the continent. Ask me if I've traveled. Yes. I lived in the Caribbean. I lived in Asia. I live in Europe right now. And I've been to the continent and I speak 5 languages.
So why are you splitting up? Why are you separating people from, from what I'm saying is that you're separating people from African, Caribbean, and you're saying the African Americans, the people from the continent.
They're already separated. He didn't do it himself.
Separated.
And do you realize
that brother because he calmed down?
Doesn't make us
The brother calmed down. I'd rather have I'd like to have a combo with him. He's asking me, why am I separating? I'm not separating anything. I'm calling out and being realistic about an already existing separation.
And we have to quit assuming the same way every leaf on a tree and every branch on the tree are not the same. They all come from the same tree. They all have the same root, but they're not the same.
Exactly.
That's what we're talking about here.
My sister, the man, he don't know about Haiti. Haiti, they're still disrespecting Haiti.
I don't know about Haiti. What are you talking about? Gina knows I know about Haiti. I know about Dirty Bookman. I know about Carrefour. I know about Pétionville. What is you talking about? I don't know about Haiti.
Yo, bro.
Wait, I started with speaking on how Senegal extended Haitians, 1,500 Haitians, citizenship and land and also integration programs. What are you talking about? I don't know about Haiti. You're literally failing on every point that you're assuming with me, buddy. Anything else, Lemon?
Bro. What I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, Gina. I'll give Gina
Let me give
platform.
you an understanding of what we were talking about. Did you see that? Did you see that clip from the Ghanaian president? He mentioned that he feels like the African countries need to get reparation.
Which one? Ghanaian?
Yeah, the Ghanaian president, Akufo. How do you pronounce his name, y'all? Akufo.
Yeah. He's a sellout. He's a sellout. You know, he's a sellout.
He feels like the African countries deserve to get reparations for slavery. I disagree. I don't feel like any reparations for slavery should be given to African countries until all doors are open and restoration is made for its people that were descendants of those people that were enslaved. I don't feel like you should ask for reparations until you've made reparations with your people, yourself.
We on the first, Gina, on the first of August, my Empress, we call it Messiah, the first of Messiah, unto the King Marcus Messiah Garvey. So we call August, where you call Augustus. Yeah, we call it Messiah. And so we are calling for reparations. We are calling for reparations, and we call it Stop the Maangamizi, because it's a K Swahili,
I'm not sure what you mean by we. You mean we as in the diaspora, or we as in the continent?
It's a worldwide movement.
Oh, okay.
It's a worldwide movement. It's Stop the Maangamizi. It means the genocide. So it's continuation of the behavior of the wicked. So what we're saying is that this thing is continuous. It's never stopped.
No, I don't think that African countries should get reparation. I think the until they've made some until they've built some bridges with the diaspora first. There's a conversation that needs to be had with us. There's some movement that needs to be done with us before they go speak to somebody that they worked with. Or you see, this thing, it was a business. Let's get to the meat of it. This thing that happened to our ancestors, the ancestors of those that were enslaved, was a business between Africa, or the leadership in Africa at that time, and the leadership of those places that they took us to. So if we're going to be going to the leadership, if our leadership is going to be going to the leadership asking for reparation, they need to make reparation with us first, because they offended us too. And when I say us, the brothers and sisters on the continent that are not leaders or didn't consider themselves to be, that are not holding pride for selling slaves, should be standing with us saying, no, there should be no reparations for African countries until we've brought our people home, literally or not literally.
My sister, my father come from Queens, New York Boulevard. I can walk down Queens Boulevard right now. You understand? My father is there. Well, and his people is there. Queens, New York, and also I've been to so many places in.
Your father's African American.
My father's African, my brother, my sister. He's African.
You mean from the continent? He was born on the continent.
Yeah. But even him, when I talk about Africa, he's talking about, because he comes from Jamaica, but he don't even know. He don't even know when he thinks he's American.
Okay, your father's Caribbean, but he's African Caribbean.
He's American. When my sister, when they catch Osama bin Laden, he said, we got him. I say, father. I say, father, what the hell are you talking about? My brother, my sister.
I want to stay on point today. I want to talk about this thing. I don't want to get confused. I love you, but you be going.
No, but my sister, I'm trying to say my roots. My roots is all over. Yeah, he's Jamaican. He went to and he thinks he's a bloody American. Yeah.
Well, yeah, there are people that, you know, because they signed those papers and it says that they're citizens, they do believe that they are citizens. You can't take that from them because they love America more than they love anything else.
But my sister, they forgot how they got there. They forgot how their parents and their grandparents got there. How did they get there in the first place?
It seems like there's a lot of us that have forgot. But the thing is that, like, I understand Nak and Amina when they say that we are home. I don't know. I don't feel like it.
What are you talking about? It's old. What Amina should know better.
Oh, yeah, man, that wasn't for you. That was a response to something earlier. Like, I was about to respond to something. I was thinking about what you guys said about the fact that Haiti is home and America is home for us, and those are the places that we were taken to. And you're right. I don't want the Africans to get it in their head that we need them, because we don't. That's not the issue. I've never been one of those people that said, "Oh my God, well, I know that my people in Haiti, the poor people that are in Haiti."
Have you got mangoes on your trees? Have you got mangoes outside your doors?
Man,
Have you got mangoes?
I knew you was gonna start this mango stuff with me. Not right now, okay? There are people that do need them. Some of us do stay in a position. Some of us are in positions like those of us that are in America, those of us that are in the UK, those of us that are in maybe in other places that are doing well for themselves, don't need the support. But there are some of us that do. I happen to come from one of those places, and so does other people that are descendants of those enslaved people. This is not this is the part of it that you see. You see, when you say, well, we don't need them, we don't need, but their presence would be, even those of us that are here in America that are doing very well for ourselves, if we had the backing of strong countries or a strong continent behind us, it would be better. It's kind of like, it's we don't have any respect in the world because of the way they behave. Look at how he's sitting here asking for reparation. I mean, I saw a couple of white people respond. I was watching, if you go clip on that video, you're going to see these white people responding to that, talking about well, when you pay reparations to your slaves, we'll pay reparations to your slaves. How embarrassing.
Facts. They will throw that in their face.
I mean, they were just back to back, just a whole bunch of Trumpsters, you know, just a whole bunch of ugly comments about how when you go back to your chiefs and your kings and get the money we paid for them.
No, but they can be Trumpsters or they can be historically accurate. That's historically accurate.
How embarrassing that is. You know,
there's a guy here named Kwasi in Holland, right? And in Ghana, I met someone who knew about my group, and they asked me to provide security for a guy named Kwasi. And he's like either a rapper or something like that. He's got his blackface Zwarte Piet. He's going to kick their ass. And they showed up to his house. They literally showed up to his house, and he didn't do anything. So I was asked in Ghana was the wife of a popular YouTube couple who I don't see anymore. And then I said, let me do research on this guy, Kwasi. Yeah. And it turns out he comes from Ashanti royalty that were selling slaves as well. And the Dutch people was destroying him with that. They're like, yo, we both made money off the slaves. So why, you need to watch your mouth. They G-check them because that's the reality.
They do that. And they have this guy right here. I'm about to put him on. You know who he is.
One of the many sad signs of our times is that people are not only playing the race card, they are playing the slavery card, which is supposedly the biggest trump of all. At the so-called Million Man March,
this is what they're doing. This is what happens. As soon as that video came up, I started seeing they need to go check Thomas Sowell. He tell the truth about slavery. And then we are reminded again about what this man is about to say, how Africans played a part in slavery. Well, Africans cannot go and ask for reparations for slavery. Africa can do nothing but support us in that respect. And supporting us in that respect means that you look like you give a damn by action. And so when we say we want reparation, you stand quietly behind us like you're ready to go to war with us if we don't get it. That's how you do that. For us, not for you. I was watching an African person respond to it. Do you think the diasporans should get a part of that reparations? Like, they were questioning if they do get reparations, if we, the descendants of the slaves, should get some. I was like, what? What just happened?
All you can do is shake your head out of disbelief. It's a joke.
The news reporter was like, well, do you think if it does happen, do you think that the diasporans or the descendants of the enslaved, do you think that they should partake? And I'm like, huh?
Ain't none of them got a foot in a dog fight whatsoever. That you know, they be telling you it never happened.
They don't take us serious, though. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, I get, Gina, trust me, I get where you're coming from. You know, we look like a bunch of fools out here when we're doing this. I was like,
are you serious? I mean, we're had on his suit. He's like, I'm happy we're finally having these discussions. But do you think that this is something that the diaspora will be partaking of? Huh? As if to say, do we have to give them some too? What? It's ridiculous. And yes, and how can I not see that as a money grab? I didn't even want to play this rest of the clip because he was about to say a whole lot of things that I couldn't hear. This coon.
What's it?
That's the coon that they
He's
play.
the biggest coon on the planet, that dude.
That's the one that they gonna play every time. That he's gonna talk down slavery like it wasn't nothing. The whole world had slavery, and what happened to us wasn't anything different than what happened to everybody else. And we need to stop asking for and then that's all he was going to say. But that's exactly what they're going to use. And another thing that they're going to use, because I watched a white man have an argument about this, was the fact that who's to say that they were always African American slaves, a lot of slaves. And that's when I looked up intra-American slave trade, because he was like, there is a law that, you know, we could always bring up the case of intra-American slave trade. They were not always in America. And if they can't prove that they were always in America, then, you know, and trust me, they are now that Black people are 10 toes down on reparations. And now that that was hard enough, you know, because Black people, you know, CARICOM, the African Americans here, and everybody else is trying to get reparations for the descendants of enslaved. But now that Africa's put their hoofs in it, what do you think's going to happen? These people are they're doubling down like, we ain't finna pay the whole African, we're not paying all of them. So they're starting to have conversations of, we can prove that y'all wasn't always slaves in America.
It can kind of make you wonder why now. Why would they come out with that anyway? Are they working on the behalf of the West, actually, like trying to show how silly?
Of course, they don't want to do that.
That would just be too much.
They don't want to disrupt that bag.
But that's why I went to look up intramet, because this guy in the comment section was like, well, then they would have to dispute the case of R something 620, intra-American slave, where, you know, half of these people that are in America now weren't here until this 100 or that 100, and we didn't go to Africa and we got them from this Caribbean. So laws state, and there's always a way to get out of it. Basically, they've already got lawyers working on responses. Trust me. So
always got to be in the middle as the pawn on the chessboard.
And putting two African Americans in front view, like, and he's like, she's been here for years, and she comes up and say, oh, this is my first time in Ghana, and I got my citizenship. This was her first time. There are people in Africa that has been there for 10 years and still don't have it.
You know what? The more you talk, Gina, it makes me think we really need to look into, when did that movement in Ghana start? Who's involved? Because now it's just seeming real fishy. Like, why would a lady that had never been to Africa at all end up in Ghana with citizenship, giving her interview.
That's just weird. Like if she was, and I feel for her because she looked like she was sincere, but it just looks like they picked two of the most, just
Empress.
Yes. Go ahead, Lamon. But I think Knock wanted to speak.
Yeah,
first.
I wanted to say something. Bijoux, it says, have you ever saw the video of? I believe this lady was in Sierra Leone. She's from the UK originally. She's a black sister. They were like selling. They had to like pretty much pitch why they should get citizenship and how much money that they've invested in in that country and what they've done. To me, it felt like y'all are begging, and I don't think that it should be begging.
I don't. It shouldn't be begging. It should not. And
It just seemed real sad. I'm like, wow. And when you do that, and when you like, well, please give me citizenship because I've done this and I've done that, and it's like, well, you put them in such a position of high power, and when people have more power, they start acting funny style.
Right. It shouldn't be begging. That's the part. The fact that you want to get to the bag before you even gave me my papers, my land, what was taken from me. Shit. Even you should be giving every fucking African DNA test and getting them connected to their tribe if you really cared. If they want it. Because there's some stuff with that too. If they want it, you should be right there at the door saying, welcome home. You have a free DNA test that's available to you. You have options and land as well if you need it. You should have options for these people that was ripped away from their lands, from their homes, from everything.
Sister, it's the government, the cowards.
What did they do for the Jews?
Sister, it's the government. It's not the people.
And I'm talking to the government. I'm not talking. I know the people don't have any power. Half of them don't even have anything themselves. And I'm talking to that disgusting government that don't even take care of the people. The other day it rained in the Gambia. It looked like it was the whole place just flooded.
God, oh my God, yeah, you have to be some high level. We have to.
It's just disgusting, and it's like you want reparations so you could go buy bigger cars, build a bigger wall to park behind your wall, and don't even fix the streets for the children.
My sister, as a brother, we are intelligent people. We are on the flood on these places. Yeah, we need to build differently. You understand? We learn. People, we can't just keep on going the same way. You understand? If those places are flooding, you need to do some drainage. There's no drain. My sister, when the people are just throwing rubbish, it's the mentality. They're just throwing rubbish.
What do you guys?
My sister.
I think there's, Lamon, I think that there are black colonizers now. I'm starting to feel like, we have white colonizers, but we also have some black colonizers on the continent.
You need to shoot your little gun after that one, sis, or whatever.
Because it don't make no sense. I feel like he's trying to colonize us in a way. It's like you're sitting there you're using, because you're not sitting there saying, okay, what he needed to start the conversation is we want to find a way to build bridges and go into places like make a statement.
Stop throwing rubbish.
Inner city, go into places like
rubbish.
Yeah, go into places like Haiti, go into places like Jamaica, Trinidad, those places that need us. We want to use that money to go build hospitals or schools that we are connected with, where we could send, something. But you're not talking like that. You're just saying, Bill, give us money on behalf of slave for African countries, and then that's it. Nothing else.
Gina, your frustration is because you're looking at the continent from a black power, a black unity, a Pan-African standpoint.
That's the only way I could look at it. I'm Haitian. I'm one side.
Yeah, and I know. Look, hey, I'm gonna put respect on that. The problem is that most Africans don't think like that.
Yo, are you black?
Pan-Africanism.
Stop being disrespectful, Lamon.
Why is this guy doing this?
Stop.
That
I know you just
yeah,
joked
stop
around, but
it.
stop. It's a serious conversation, please.
Yeah, exactly. So, but the thing is that Africa is actually the graveyard of Pan-Africanism. What happens to Pan-Africans when they get there? Look at Lumumba, look at Sankara, who I'm not a Pan-African anymore, but he was more of a nationalist. But I love that man's just everything about him. Sankara was that dude, right? But Africa's the graveyard of people that think like that. So we're trying to impose a diaspora concept on continental Africans who don't think like that. They have pressing issues like school fees, just infant mortality rates, all the other stuff that we know about. I don't have to go down with it. That's their issues there. They're not thinking in a Pan-African context and things. Yo, bro, you want to smoke, son? Like, I'll give it to you. I'm being respectful, but I think I might have to sit you down respectfully. So what's your question for me, bro? You want a hug, right? What you need, Lemon?
Yo, King, are you black? Are you black?
Yeah, I'm black.
You can't see his picture, Lemon.
I'm black.
No,
I'm black, Lemon. What else?
Yeah. So what part of the continent does your people come from?
I wouldn't know, but it says I have mostly Nigerian.
Okay. So have you ever traveled outside of America?
Why is that?
He has said that a million times.
Let me give it to him so he can get it off his chest. I'm gonna give it to him so he can get it off his chest, and the whole chat can vouch for me. Yes, I've been to the continent. I've been to Ghana, and besides being on the continent, I have a group called 50 Deep that does community activism in Black communities in 5 countries. Next question.
Are you satisfied now?
No, I mean, what? Okay.
So that wasn't enough. So that wasn't good enough for you. All right. What else?
What else?
Do you question these demonic Neanderthals and you hold them to task and dare them to provide receipts? Do you do that? I bet you don't.
Look, even T. Kelly says I've been good all day. Like, I need to give myself a pat in the back. But Lemon, another question so that we can get back to the actual subject matter. What's your last question, brother?
Please.
Well, I'll hand it over to my queen, because I think.
Okay,
yes.
so now get off my nuts, homie.
Yes, I will be looking forward to go to the Gambia and get those mangoes. Thank you. Let's get that out the way so you don't do that again. Thank you. I love you, Lemon. Thank you.
And yes, I've been to Africa more times than probably you. Yes, I have. Z, you want to add your 2 cents to the mix?
Been going back and forth to Africa for almost 20 years. Have a business, a nonprofit, family on the continent. So yeah.
So everybody's aware. So let's move forward. To be honest with you, I'm really disgusted at that. I don't have too many. I know that Lemon say he got one parent that's a continental, but he's really just Jamaican. Let's get that out the way. That being said, it's really sad to see that not too many continentals are really jumping on here, but that says a lot too, because you see, your leaders will only do what you allow them to do. And I say that a lot. I say that, we as people need to take responsibility. We can't keep blaming our leaders. Certain things that go on in places like Haiti and the continent. I always say this, people will only do what you allow them to do. Like, I need, just like people will speak up on certain things, I hope to see some continentals speaking up on how wrong this is and how injustice it is for them to want to get, and the sad part is they probably will give it to them before they would give it to the children of the descendants. And that right there is the sad part. And I'm only upset because I know that they're not going to do a damn thing for us, and they're not even going to do a damn thing for our brothers and sisters that are in need on the continent. They're not going to do anything for the people that need it the most. And that's the part that messes me up, because I know that some of our people are suffering on the continent and been suffering, and they're not even going to make life better for them. They're just going to do what they've been doing. It's just so corrupted. I'm just so disgusted with our leadership. Just disgusting. But and it's hard for me because I sit on this channel and I tell people all the time, unity, unity, but I guess it's not even an option with us.
I think it is, sis. I think it's an option when we do what Nagmeezy said. We each need to embrace who we are, appreciate who we are, and come to the table with more confidence and a sense of pride in who we are and negotiate from that level versus, oh, I need you, I'm begging, I want to come, give me some land.
Unapologetically.
Yeah.
And I think we would be a stronger, I think we would be in a stronger place, the diaspora at least, if we could come together and do certain things.
It appears we're all we have.
It just seems like it. It just seems like I just don't know.
You're right, Amita. That's it right there.
Yeah.
We have no friends, right? We all we have is one another because we all came out of the same.
Be it that you go to the or you don't, you got to stick together because if they're gonna see you different, you got to realize that, and you got to move. I mean, they went through the fucking wall.
Yeah.
They broke into these people's house 3 times, and then they went through the damn wall.
The Negropeans.
Who does that? Who goes through a fucking wall to break into somebody's house? I mean, it's next level shit. I can't. And then it's like nobody's talking about it. It's like it didn't happen. Like, you know, these people got robbed 3 times. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
And nobody's making a big deal about it. They know that this happened. You know, the police just let the person go.
Let's blow them up because they're criminals. They are criminal.
And if we go down there and we act like the Chinese, we act like the Lebanese, and we act like the white man, then we wrong.
No, they're criminals.
We don't have a choice because when you're making me feel like a stranger, it's best that I become a stranger because look what happened. The arrival trusted them.
My sister, anyhow we get listen, anyhow we get
repack community, they dealt with the people. Everybody's always say when you get down there, deal with the people. Don't deal with the repack. Don't
they did that.
So why don't you get the
They did exactly what they were supposed to do. Everybody told them that when you get down there, just don't get caught up in just trying to be American. Deal with the repacks. Deal with the people deal with the Gambians, and they did just that. And look what happened.
Yeah, just give them a job. Why don't you give them a job then?
It's just sad.
They did give them jobs. What the fuck are you talking about?
Let me read this messages for you. Nagmeezy, thank you. The super chat, I appreciate it.
You don't know what you're talking about, Lamon. You really don't know what you're talking about.
See you too, my brother.
You don't know what you're talking about. All of these people who they hired to help them build the boreholes, to build their security house, to build the wall.
They build the road. Who does that?
Yeah, to help everybody else. Who does? You're right, Gina. Who does that? So, Lamon, you don't know what you're talking about. Get informed first about what you're talking about before you just make ignorant statements. You're
my sister,
out of the side of your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about.
My sister, come to Gambia. Yeah, you will see.
I don't need to come to Gambia. I don't need to come to Gambia. Come to Gambia for what? I've been to Africa already. I don't need to go to Gambia.
Well, don't go to Gambia. You can go to other countries.
I've already done it, Lamon. I've already done it.
It's not about not loving or caring or not wanting to go to Africa.
You know what you're talking about,
honest with Africans.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about.
It's about being honest, man. Because we can't sit here and just be like rabbits, just going in there like little, like we just gonna be putting our heads out there to get chopped again.
Yeah, but my sister,
talking about don't fucking talk about getting reparations over descendants. I mean, over slaves when the descendants of the enslaved are still scattered all over the damn place and don't have any. We don't have anything. Do we have leadership there that represents us?
No.
have representation? Do we have things been restored to us on the continent? What the hell? How are you getting? How are you having a conversation or discussion about reparations when you have not, done any reparations amongst us? How the hell are you even talking about reparations when just last year you apologized? Just 2 years ago, there was apology for playing a part in the slave trade, and now all of a sudden nothing's changed other than the year of return, which accounted for kind of making a whole lot of money.
If you look up Esther Stanford, Esther Stanford, she is the queen.
Got upset with that. She got upset because I brought up the fact that Ghana made a lot of money off of diaspora.
They did.
Like, I'm not supposed to tell the truth. Like they didn't just bank and didn't do anything for anybody of the diasporan. Oh, and then she said something about that they give visa upon arrival. No, you have to pay.
You gotta pay. The guy I rode with a Ghanaian dude, right? He was in Ashanti talking crap about the Ga people the whole way on the plane to Ghana. We rode KLM from Amsterdam. I got my visa through my barber. I didn't even trust it, but my barber said, "Bring your passport and €50." Wait! I gave it to my barber. He had this other dude come in. I gave him my visa. I'm like, I'm never gonna see my passport again. He came back in 2 weeks with my visa stamp. Easy. I gave him like €50 just for his troubles. I should have gave him more. And there was a Ghanaian guy from Amsterdam who said he went to The Hague, Den Haag, and he got his visa the right way. We landed together. He went on a line on the right. I went on a line to the left. He was taking long. When I got my bags, he was still there. He had to pay another visa because there was some sort of technicality. He said, if you don't pay X amount, then we're going to put you back on the plane back. That's the kind of stuff that happens in Ghana. Let's pay attention, Lamin.
No, bro. No. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Lamin. Lamin's like our retarded little brother. We got to love Lamin.
Yo, bro.
It's okay, Lamin. I'm going to buy you some mangoes, Lamin.
Get off the juice, Lamin. Get off the juice.
You don't need your mangoes. He got like 12 trees. He's all right. But that being said, this is the real conversations that we're gonna start having. I'm sorry, I don't want to offend you, Requoya. I love Requoya, but at the same time, Requoya, you gotta admit, you tribal, man, because I can't come talk to you about how I really feel about something if you feel like I'm stepping on Africa's toes. Because you don't see me as Africa. Anytime I bring up something like when I talked about the fact that kids were being treated badly, that children shouldn't have to work for people for free and just be so they can have a place to live. You was upset with me about that. I wasn't trying to disrespect the culture. I was an indentured servant. I don't think children should be slaved. I don't think children should be slaved. Power Yambe, I saw you come back in. I don't know what happened.
His brother is in a rainbow. Is in a rainbow country.
I don't think children should be slaved. And I don't think it's okay to gas. That's what you were doing. You were gaslighting. You were sitting there trying to make little something that is very big to the diasporan. Until, you see, nothing's been restored to us. Until things are restored, we're probably going to be talking about this forever. Why not? I mean, how could you not talk about something that hasn't been fixed?
Rainbow country is in the NGTBQ rainbow shit. Yeah, your rainbow is in the rainbow stuff.
Yes, Lamin. We love you, Lamin.
I mean, I'm about to, I'm gonna kick you off if you keep doing that, Lamin. I want to welcome Big Z to the conversation. Power Yambe, I see you. I love you. Thank you for coming through. Big Z, tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. The whole conversation is really, I don't know if you caught it. The Ghanaian president think that African countries should get reparation. I put my thoughts out there. I have an issue with African countries getting reparation because I need first African country to restore our relationships first.
Absolutely. I'm listening to the conversation, and the title says it all. And then once you start investigating exactly what's going on, then you realize that this is, number one, a money play. It's synonymous. It looks like the beggar system. It looks like, okay, give me something else. Okay, I'm asking for this reason, but until that we have a relationship built where we can do commerce, where we can actually come together and sit at the same table, this is just going to drive a further wedge deeper in us all coming back together. And for the most part, it doesn't seem like, somebody said that we're on our own, and I've been saying that for the longest, and I agree 100%. We are on our own. So at that moment, that's when you wipe your tears, you get up off of your butt, and you make it happen with like-minded individuals. You don't have to be kumbaya. You don't have to hold hands on this journey. Everyone is not going. So with that being said, if they give them reparations, they do. If they don't, they don't. If the descendants of the slaves are included or not, or even in conversations of it, which they shouldn't be in conversations of it, because how can you get something from an effect from a cause? The cause was that whole transatlantic slavery deal, or continental slavery, or however they want to put it. I mean, because it goes back millions and millions of years, but the fact of the matter is that there was the cause and this is the effect. And if you're trying to get money off of the effect, you have to go back to the cause. And if you go back to the cause, then the effect is larger than what you're asking for. So put it all on the table.
That's what I'm saying. That's exact, man. You and not got it. That's it. Everybody here got it. That's it. It's not even about, of course I want Africa to do well. I want Africa, but this is not how you do it. You don't do it by trying to push me over, put me in front so you could, no, that's not how you, we could tell when we're being sold. We've been there.
Oh, and Gina, let me say something to Lemon.
When we're being sold out, we've been there many times.
1 second here. When I was in the Gambia, they didn't know that I spoke a little Wolof. So when I'm getting in the cab and the cab driver is talking and this, that, and the other, he's talking to another guy and he's telling him, oh no, I'm going to charge him more because I'm going to wait for him. And I heard him, I let him go. I was like, no, that's okay. You can go. Hold on. Within 7 days, I was on public transit.
New York, the thief. New York and England, the thief. They're more thief than the Gambia.
Yeah, Gambia is
different when you're being when your own people are thieving from you.
Yeah, big difference.
Lemon is not Gambian because Gambians don't say thief. That's what Jamaicans say.
He's Jamaican. I told you that. Don't pay Gambian Lemon no mind. He's Jamaican.
But I'll be back in November. Lemon, come hang out.
I'm telling you that's the point. They don't understand. It's like before you. It wouldn't be a problem. Once we've repaired our situation and you've done some of the work that you need to do with me, for me, and with me, then we could come together and decide how we're going to approach getting reparation from them.
That part.
Until there's a we, and you've done some reparation with me, and I've done some healing with you, then there should be no words coming out your mouth as such as reparation for slavery. You could reparation for colonization. You could reparation for stuff that was done to the continent and to the people that was left on the continent. But the thing with slavery, that's a trigger. That's a trigger. And like, I love what Big said. The fact that you are asking for it, and if you get it, that would make a bigger wedge.
Yeah, Leopold, did he chop off your hand? No, he didn't chop off your hand. That's right. You see, Leopold. So who knows these things? These wicked, evil people. I mean, if Amina knows.
And if you stand a diasporan in front of you in a meeting and you offer them citizenship and you ask them that, they might agree. Because they, right now, their feelings are all about the citizenship that you're offering them.
You want to talk about how many different individuals out there were trying to do land scams?
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
Don't talk about land. Then we got to talk about people that got their heads cut off for land. We got to talk about land guards. We got to talk about fake titles. We got to talk about people selling family land when they don't have authority to sell it. It's easy to buy land in the South in America. It's straightforward. It's probably just as cheap too.
What about USA? They're teaching people left, right, center. It's ridiculous.
The issue here is not about tit for tat or who does this or who does it more. The fact is, it's happening. Period.
It shouldn't be happening. Not to us. We should. I mean, the government.
Yeah, but you know, it's going to be done. It's going to be done. But what I'm saying,
because they know we're coming in, and we're coming in without knowledge, without understanding. The government should be protecting us by making sure that we have reliable people that we can go to, that we can. But of course, the government is so fucking corrupt that they're stealing from each other. You can't expect them to. That's the thing. Africa is too corrupt to ask for reparations for what they did to us, because what was done to us was done in a state of corruption.
Yo, Gina, could I tell you a quick story, 30-second story about a Yoruba man that I met in the mall?
Yeah.
So I saw this Yoruba man, right? I knew he was Yoruba because of his hat and his clothes, right? I said, oh shit, let me ask this brother something, right? So I said, excuse me, you got a second? Yo, he waved me off like, nah, get away from me. That's how I knew he was really Yoruba. Wait. But then I said, are you Yoruba? He was like, yeah. And then we had the conversation. So what I asked him, I said, this happened like 8 days ago. I said, I have a friend from Benin City who told me on my first trip to Africa, I should go to Ghana because Nigeria isn't, my friend said this, that I shouldn't go to Nigeria because it's not ready. There's no, you have to know someone on the ground there. He said, your friend is telling you the truth. He said, Nigeria is bad right now. Do not go unless you have someone on the ground that can hook you up. People are getting kidnapped. There's highway robberies and all this other stuff. So when you speak to an honest African who's there, they will tell you the real deal, what's going on. And when you know the real deal, you have to just sit back and say, look, there's something pulling me to the continent, but is now the time. Is the place that you think you want to go, is that the place? We can't make emotional decisions that can have catastrophic you know what I'm trying to say. It can be catastrophic if you don't plan it out properly. It's not a game. A lot of these people are painting it. They're looking at it through, yo, bro. Come on, man.
Man, I'm timing you out because this is something that I want people to watch later. You can't keep cutting people off, Lemon, and you're not gonna ask him. You're gonna ask him, have he been there and have he been there? He said yes. Come on,
Lemon. Lemon, come on, man. Just be nice, bro. So it can have disastrous consequences, right? You can go there, you can get robbed, and that stuff happens in the hood. That stuff happens in all developed countries. But the reason why it hits harder for Pan-Africans is because a lot of Pan-Africans go over there on this brother, and you realize when you get on the ground, you're the other. So when you get that diasporan wake-up call that I call it, it stings a little more because how could they do this to me? If you listen to, I think it was The Arrival, that brother, and I shared it, and normally like our clown Pan-Africans, the hurt in that brother's voice.
I promise you, I couldn't watch it.
Yeah. And if you give up this whole we're the same, and I'm not saying you, Gina, if people give up this we're the same and they just go there and say, look, it's a poor country, there's a lot of issues, and I'm going there understanding that you have a better time than thinking that they're your brothers, because you go over there, you're the bag. Trust me.
And that's the part. And you know what? I have some people that off my channel have gone to the Gambia, and it's like it's funny. It's funny. It's like even when you want to be kind to people, they're so busy trying to take advantage of you. They can't like allow the kindness to happen, because before you intend to do good, but it's like you intend to do something for them, but they want to get to the bag so fast that they end up, you know, cutting their own throat by trying to steal from you. I know somebody that have nothing but a good intent, nothing but a good heart, and she's trying to look out for people, and you know, the same people she's trying to look out for end up trying to rob her. And so she had plans to really help this person. And so it's like, can it be that scarcity? I understand what scarcity is. I get it. I'm Haitian. I know. I'm Haitian descent. I know. I know what scarcity is. I know what it's like to be hungry. I know what it's like to see something come in and you want it. You think this person's coming in. You guys, okay, let me just give it to you from their perspective. You represent something that, you know, they can only imagine. So it's like, for some folks, we're going to get it by any means necessary, even if it means going through some damn wall. And that's sad. Because it's like there are poor people in other places, but they don't respond that way. There are people that are just as poor, that's dealing with scarcity. Why are we? Why is it that I'm not going to say we're the only ones doing it to each other, but damn, it just seems like we just have this way of selling each other out, or robbing each other or cutting each other's throats. Why does it have? I'm gonna tell you something, right? They're not gonna sit here and act like, you know, Raquia made it seem like this whole thing with this whole slavery thing was me just acting like something happened that, you know, it wasn't that, you know, we're focusing on the wrong thing. The work is being done on the ground. It don't make a difference of what's happening on the ground if your leaders are sitting here making it seem like we're on the chopping block again.
Sis, can I say something?
Sure.
I just want to piggyback on something Nagmeezy said and take it even further, because you're talking about your friend, you're talking about their rival. It could be even worse than that. Like, we really do have to wake up and stop with this emotional stuff. Some sisters were killed in Ghana. Like, it could literally cost you your life. Like, the rival, when I saw that, I was like, they're lucky that's all that happened, to be honest. So it's time we really get honest with this stuff.
And that's the truth. What you're looking at right now is, and it's funny because I'm pulling this up because people need to understand these were people, these were real numbers. The transatlantic slave trade was a real thing. I don't even know where some of these places are. And it's funny because some of these places I thought they said slaves didn't even come from. Luanda, Cabinda. I think those are what, Angola? Mozambique. You know, these are the slaves. If you go to this website, guys, if you ever want to get an idea, and it's important that you, as a diasporan, take a look at this at least once in your lifetime, so you could get an understanding of what we were.
Yeah, it is Angola.
That is Angola. Okay, I know. Yeah. I recognize Luanda because that came up for me on my Angola. But these are the slaves. They were taken. Do you see that? 290 from Mozambique, 1817. It tells you the name of the ship, the captain of the ship, the vessel's name. And I'm going to tell you something. If you go to another page, it actually has some of the names of the slaves, maybe just the first name, their ages. It's just that this is real stuff that was happening. It wasn't just like they're making it seem like it was just okay, nothing. Millions of people stocked up like sardines, the bottom of a ship. made to go across. Some of them didn't even make it across the damn ocean. Some of them didn't get across the damn ocean. And then you want reparations without even consolidating what needs to happen with these people, with their children. Their children are still here. Yes, things were taken from them, their names, their lands. Taken to Havana, taken to Rio de Janeiro, taken to see that? It's all there. It's not, it's like, you know, these people they probably don't even, this stuff don't even matter. All that matters is that we have an opportunity to get the bag.
Sister Shida, can I land in, please?
I'm sorry?
Can I just land in, please?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Pao Yambe. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you, Big Z. Go ahead, Pao.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you just stated. Yeah, but the biggest problems are my sisters and my brothers. Is like, especially today in Africa, I would say a vast majority of people, they don't know about this. You know, some might know, but like they don't relate it to this history because the way our education system has been shaped by the European, you know, it makes us feel a little bit sorry about the word. It may be offense, but it's aloof, you know, to our own reality. And on top of that is the nation state itself, because when this happened, they were kingdoms. By the imposition of nation state and the colonizer create their own elite who conform to European way of seeing things. It just make it even harder, you know, for us to wake up from this slumber. You know, I'll tell you one thing. Now I feel that I have much more connection to with my brothers and sisters in the diaspora with my own African brothers outside Angola. You know, I feel it's harder, like now, especially I think since the 2000s, it's harder to connect with other fellow Africa unless you are on the same page, unless they are a little bit educated. You know, I told you some time ago that, you know, like I find it very difficult to relate with Ghanaian when I lived in UK. You know, and from what we know, Kwame Nkrumah was Ghanaian, was the leading Pan-Africanist. But Ghanaian, they don't relate at all with Africa. I won't say everyone, but the vast majority who I met in Europe, they don't relate to you like, you know, like brother and sister. You know, and they see this coming more from you in the diaspora than us in Africa, because in Africa we don't see us as a brother and sister. We don't see that we have the common history because of I'll blame our elites. Just look at African Union. You know, the building was that building or the was built by the Chinese. It is inconceivable. Just think of it. So you want to unite Africa, and most of the African countries have resources. We can build whatever we want to build, but has to be the Chinese have to come put their money and control, set up everything and control you, and you are happy with it. You don't do anything to change it. Just think of it. No any other people would have even fathomed that, you know. Yeah. I cannot see never Chinese or or the Indians allow the Europeans or whatever go in their continent and build something like that, control them the way we conform. It is ridiculous.
But do you know that we didn't know any? They didn't teach us anything about Africa either, but we took it upon ourselves to learn about Africa, to come and visit Africa, to have a longing for Africa. So that can't be an excuse that the people of Africa, the everyday average people of Africa, don't know anything about us and about slavery. Clearly, the president of Ghana knows, and a lot of people in Ghana know, and they're still asking for reparations. So that excuse is not working.
Yeah, my sister. Now you have to look at the president of Ghana, family, the lineage, to understand, his behavior. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Kawanyambe, why can't you all just see us? All we're asking is to be seen, or at least all Gina's asking, because the rest of us already got it. But why can't you just see us? Why do you have to come on here with a million excuses and divert the conversation to white people? We're talking about a Black president in an African country that's asking for reparations on the behalf of what happened to mostly African Americans and African Caribbeans, right? And you get on here, and Rokoya got on here, and you both diverted this to, oh, poor us.
No, my sister. No, I'm not sorry if I come across as I'm diverting the conversation. I'm just trying to explain, because our oppressor today in Africa look like us. All these if you go through our history, you see it. When we started to fight for liberation, that generation was betrayed by who? By people. By their own people who are today in power.
So really what you're doing is proving my point, the point that we were trying to make to Gina. You guys don't see us as the same. And you lack the ability.
No.
You lack the ability. You lack the ability to have empathy for us because you're so busy looking at what happened to you.
No.
If you want to admit that we're not the same people, and that's why you would be more concerned about your people.
No, my sister, sorry. No, I don't agree with you. I'll give you just another recent example. A Dr. Arikana Shiromboti. Is it Shiromboti? What happened to her? She was voicing, and she was sacked. And now she's linked up with the diaspora. She's much more well regarded with the diaspora than their own, brothers and sisters in the continent. I'm saying the political level, just to explain to you what's happening. It's not like we are in control. We are not in control. And as you're saying that we don't see you as part of us, I don't agree with that, because on my part of Africa, we see you as brothers and sisters. We have no beef, nothing.
You got to go back to how he just described the diaspora. He said that lady was sacked by her own brothers and sisters, and then he referred to us as the diaspora. There is a difference, and is it coincidence that this is the second continental African that comes on here with this spin doctor nonsense? We don't care about what's going on in terms of corruption and all that other, feel sorry for me in this conversation. We're talking about reparations. I can smash the argument that Africans don't know, because Africans do what? They tell their stories and they pass down their stories orally. There's people who say and tell the stories of what happened to in this tribe and that tribe, and they took people off as slaves. Y'all know, but y'all don't want to talk about it because y'all figure that your issues are more pressing. And I get it. I'm trying to get my other people to get it, that Africans ain't thinking about us. The only Black people in America that think the Africans care about us are Pan-Africans. And when the Pan-African wakes up to understand the Africans have more pressing issues, they have their own issues, and not worrying about people in the diaspora who have better opportunities, are making money, are in a place where a lot of Africans want to come to, they have no time for our tears and listen to us. They don't care. There's no empathy because they're
And
really
they'll
looking
tell
at
you
us
too.
like,
They'll
yo,
tell you that we've got first
they'll
world
tell
problems.
you, they're looking at us like,
Yeah.
you still talk about slavery? You can make money over there. And what happens is they come and then they start making money, and then we want to go to Africa. It's like the great switch. There's no empathy because it's not directly connected to this man. I went through about 20 pages of this. No, I'm on page 74 from Gina's the same website. This Slave Voyage website is awesome. It's awesome. And there's a lot of people were sent to Brazil. I haven't even got to America yet. I'm in Brazil and the Caribbean right now.
Thousands of pages. You could go
It's like 2,400 and something pages, right? That's too much commerce for y'all not to know what happened. It's too much. He's asking for reparations on the base of losing human resources. That means y'all have to know. So when we're having these conversations, put respect on what we're talking about and speak about what we're talking about. Don't make it excuses and the white man this and the government that. No, we're talking about why y'all asking for reparations and you're not including the diaspora in these talks. Period. We don't want to hear the Bantu splaining, right? Oh yeah, no, stop it.
The thing about
No,
it is,
you know what I feel. I feel like you want us to have sympathy towards you, but you don't want to understand what's happening now
The problem is we
with us
do
at the moment.
understand. That's why we were trying to go back. We do understand. Nagmisi is doing work on the ground trying to help people. I'm doing work on the ground trying to help African people and have been for 20 years. We get it. You don't get it.
the thing
And
is,
when I say you, I'm not attacking you. I'm sorry.
No, but he doesn't
Yeah,
get
no,
it
no,
either.
I do understand. I do
Because of his
understand. I do
statement.
understand.
You said
I do
that we
understand.
don't get it, but we get it more than you. We
Yeah, because
literally
you
get
are
it
free.
more than you.
You get that because you are freer than us. We are not free. That's the
No,
point.
but wait, it's not about you're not
I want you to
free.
hear this. He really thinks that we are like in a better position than they are.
You are.
But
Yes,
we
you
are
are.
though.
You are. Yes, that's
We
a
are.
fact.
And because of that, that's why they have no empathy, or they have less empathy for
And
our
just I told you,
Exactly.
they will tell you.
Most of them are trying to get where we are.
Yes.
Exactly.
They will
The-
tell you
the-
that.
Now, you see the language now. You see, we are treating each other as the other. Most of them, you see, this is how it all boils down. Because when we start talking about what's happening to us, when I mean us, we all us. When we go deep down, then we start dividing each other. Oh, it's them. I just mentioned. I said the diaspora, and you get it. You didn't get it well. I do understand that, and I apologize. But this is what happened to us as a people. We are divided. Listen,
The conversation that you had, brother, was divided.
if you go, there's one brother. There's one Nigerian brother. Forgot his name now. He has a YouTube channel. He has quite a bit to follow, and most of his content is about Nigerians living abroad who have been defrauded by their own family, by their own community. I don't know if I forgot his name now.
You mean Franklin?
Frank, that's the one. That's the one. Just imagine my own brother or my sister. I'm living in Europe. I'm sending money. 2-3 years working hard, and they send a picture of a house of a millionaire, whatever, at a village. And when I go down to my house, I found out that the house hasn't been built. Just can you imagine that my own brother doing that? And I do get you. So when you go to Africa and you go through the same experience, I do get you, because you will feel the double, because what is the word for it? Because you're so emotionally involved, emotionally committed with this idea that we Africans, you are coming back home. But unfortunately, our people on the ground, they don't feel that. They don't see that.
So I hope.
He's telling the truth right now. He's telling the truth.
Yeah, that's true.
With that
I'll
being
be open
said,
to you.
With that being said, can anyone get upset on the continent if those that are in the diaspora treat you like the oppressor and the colonizer?
Because that's how you're treating us. Like that's
Mhm.
how they're treating us. They're treating us like we're just a bag of money. And so to protect ourselves, we have to maneuver in a way where we can't treat you like family if you don't see us as family, because we're the ones that's gonna get got. We're the
But
ones
they
that
don't
get
see
our
us as
all broken
family.
into.
They never have seen us as family. Never.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No, wait,
I
hold on.
agree. No,
I'll
I agree.
explain to
I
you why
agree.
y'all never saw us as family. Y'all never came to rescue because y'all had your own issues, and the ones that were sold were sold. We weren't even supposed to survive. We're not even supposed to be here. We were labor. We were sold off. The fact that we survived what we went through and end up, shining, now it's the brother, because the places that we were shipped to are financially better off than all the places on the continent that we came from for 400 and something years ago. So, but there's never been a time where y'all sent anything except for Haiti. It was Senegal for Haiti. But other than that, it was Black Americans going to fight in East Africa. It was a Black American that went to Nigeria, in the guy, Martin Delaney. It was the diaspora outside of Black Americans going to Africa and talking to African stuff, and Africans ain't talking diaspora stuff. It's a one-way. It's a one-way. It's a one-way lopsided investment that we've never got a return on.
That's not true. Listen.
Okay,
we in Angola.
Prove me
That's
wrong.
not true. I'll tell you, that's not true, because we in Angola, because we speak Portuguese, we have a huge connection with the Brazilian. You ask any Brazilian. We have it's like, what is it called? Like a festival every year. The Brazilian, they come to Angola, they celebrate over, I think, over 1 or 2 months. We have no problem with that. The problem is that we have this barrier with
but wait, what have you done besides shaking your ass? You talked about a festival. I want to know, what have you done, or what has the Angolan government done to invest in those former Angolans, now known as Brazilians? What have you done tangibly? What programs, what hospitals have you built? I don't want to hear about y'all shaking your ass. Africans are very good at shaking their ass and celebrating, but very bad at creating and innovating and moving forward.
So
we got to stop shaking our ass and start building.
As far as bridging gaps like businesses, schools, and networking in a way where the Brazilians get to go to Angola visa free.
To
come live.
We have a huge community. We have a huge community of Brazilians in Angola, living in Angola, visa free.
You know what? I was going to say,
as we have a lot of Angolan in Brazil as well.
I was going to say, we might not even want to give Senegal too much credit, because the French run Senegal, so French and Haiti, so that there might be some political.
Most definitely, there may be, but I'm waiting for this brother's tangibles for Brazil. Besides the party and besides the visa, because they got to pay for them plane tickets to get to Angola. So what are the tangibles? What's the name of the hospital? What's the name of the road? What's the name of the Angolan doctors that went over there, vaccinating or treating people that are getting disease? I want to hear that. Let's go.
My brother, I am not in Angola government. I cannot tell you what is the government program, Angola government program running in Brazil or vice versa. I cannot tell you. But what I know,
because the context of this was, what are you doing for the diaspora? And you mentioned nothing but an ass-shaking party, a festival.
But have you asked the Brazilian if they request something from Angola that were denied? Have you asked them?
Well, why would they have to ask? Why would they have to ask?
No, you now are requesting, that the Nigerian or Senegal, or I don't know which, Gambia, do something for you. Fine. I do get that. It's your right. But I don't know if the Brazilians have asked something in to Angolan government or to us, and we deny them. I don't know. I've never heard anything.
Well, how about this?
That's what I'm
Haiti
telling you.
has. Haiti has twice.
Yeah, but listen to me. What I'm trying to tell you, Haiti asked, Israel asked, and Israel has been permitted, and Haiti was denied. It tells you everything. Like
Right.
we in the African Union, we have like those northern countries, the Islamic country, all that they are in Africa, but they are also in the what's called the Arab Union or whatever. It tells you everything about the continent. But what I'm trying to tell you is like we as people, we are deeply divided, and every time we try to talk about this divide, instead of us, coming together, it feels like we are even divided ourselves even deeper. I'll just give you another example. I saw a documentary about Malcolm X. Malcolm X, he went to the United Nations and asked the whole African country to back him up because he wanted to sue, the United States government as terrorists or something like that because of the slave trade. And no African country backed him up. No African country backed him up. Everyone went quiet, and he was so disappointed. He was so disappointed, and he had friends. He had connection with Africa. He was most of the time he spent some time in Ghana, especially Ghana. He was very close to Camp Nkrumah. But when it comes to back him up on that resolution he wanted in the United Nations, no African government came front to back him up.
And some people say that that's what he was assassinated for doing that. And look,
it tells you about us. That's us. We cannot sugarcoat that. This issue. We have an issue, a big issue of coonery.
And you know what?
Backstabbing. We have that.
That's not the first time that African leaders have done that. When Haiti helped Ethiopia in that war,
yeah,
they not only did they send weapons, they basically drew up plans for fighting. They sent their best generals. They basically ammoed them up for this war, and even had a couple of airmen. I think 2 of them died in that war. And guess what? When it was done, Haiti requested for Ethiopia to connect with Haiti and let Haiti join, I guess, some type of thing where they would be considered one in Africa.
Yeah.
They turned around and said, no, we don't see you as our people.
Yeah. No, it does just prove the point that what I just told you.
Over and over and over again. I can't even tell you how many slaps in the face Haiti has gotten from different people. But this is always done. And it's like, for somebody like me, to be honest with you, I try to be as positive as I could be, but this right here took me over. How dare he? How dare any leader on the continent ask for reparations for slavery when you're not even building bridges with the diaspora? People are still begging for citizenship, and automatic citizenship shouldn't be a question because we are those people. I mean, what would you do if your child was stolen from you and somebody bought and you found your child again? Wouldn't you just let them come back home? These were your people. But we should have known that. Soon as colonization was over and leaders were put in place, and it wasn't an initiative or something in their minds to say, let's reach out to our people in the Americas, that should have been a good indicator that it wasn't important. Colonization was over, and they didn't even send a boat.
But it never ended, my sister. It never ended. That's the problem. It never ended.
No, let's not do this. It never ended for any of us. But we are able to that we do have the ability. They do have leaders in Africa that travel to Europe and other places. They're helping white people every time somebody loses a church in France, and they're paying $1 million to fix it. They're doing things. They're not. It's not like they're completely. We can't use that. No, they're not. I'm not talking about the people. On the people level, yes, but on the leadership level, they are out here helping people buy guns. They are out here supplying the stuff that's needed for all kinds of stuff, telephones, and I mean, not even considering. Let me put a little bit of. Let me give this to my people, let's say in Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad, even at a no price or whatever, just so we can have that network of business or whatever. Of course they won't. They will give it to the Chinese and make money with them instead of networking with their people in the intercities or in America or in places like Haiti or in places like Jamaica and things like that. They're not doing the work that needs to be done to stand up and ask a colonizer for reparations, because they are still playing the part of a colonizer. That's why
I agree. I couldn't agree more with you. That's why I told you that our oppressor today look like us. You know, it's no longer European. It's our oppressor. That people like us. You know, they've been placed. That's a fact.
The Ghanaian president to me is a colonizer that's trying to take advantage of us. And I'm not going to sit there. And I thought about this. I didn't want to offend any of my brothers and sisters. You know, I come on here and show nothing but love because that's what I have I have it. But at the same time, I can't allow my people to be raped again. I can't allow them to be sold again. And I'm not going to let anybody profit off of them again, especially if there's no real love in it. And real love looks like you coming through and making sure that I feel at home on the continent just as much as you feel at home on the continent. I shouldn't feel like just like the Lebanese or the Chinese or somebody, and I shouldn't have to maneuver that way. I should be able to just get on a plane and get on the continent with my ID. Because guess what? I'm a damn African.
But you know what, sis? The only way that would be able to happen is if they actually thought the way that we think, and they don't. And we've talked about this before. Even Africa is the African continent as a whole is very transactional. Very transactional. Even their relationships, their marriages are a lot of times are arranged. So that's what Nagnisi is saying. So some of the things that we have developed since we've left the continent, a way of being, it's very different than their way of being. And it's okay. The best solution to this is really what Nagnisi is saying. It's like, we just need to accept that we are different. Okay, that's fine. We're very, 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 very distant cousins. And there might be some opportunities for us to help and benefit each other, but we have to meet them halfway. And it needs to, the way they think, it's very transactional. That's how come it's so hard for us to understand how come every time we talk about coming back, they talk about building. Coming back, bringing in, investing.
And that's the part that breaks your heart.
Because that's the way their minds work.
Yeah.
It's very transactional. We're not that way.
You know, when my heart was broken, when I found my cousin, I told y'all in the Gambia, right? I did my DNA test and it came up and this person is in the Gambia. Okay, so we get on the phone. I promise you, it was like the next day he called me and asked me for some money. The dude didn't know me.
Yeah, that's just one example of how we're different.
It broke my heart because I was like, yo, you're asking me you're already calling me and told me you broke your glasses and need money?
Yeah.
So
Gina, watch this. Once you take that, right, it's a life lesson. It happened to you. It left a bad taste in your mouth. But it's a part of reality. I had similar experience helping brothers out there, and then one guy kept hitting me up in the DMs through WhatsApp. Oh, can you send me some money? Can you do this? Oh, I won the lottery, but I don't have a US address. Like this scam shit. And I'm just like, bro, stop it. But once I just realized that that's any people, and it's not specific to Africans. I don't want to beat up on Africans right now.
It's not
any people that are poor, and in a situation where they see you as in a better position, they're going to do that. It's natural. We get more offended because we're looking at them as brothers and sisters, and they're looking at us as black people that are in a better financial position. It's transactional, and our currency is heartstrings, and we have this connection to the continent. Theirs, it's cream, cash rule everything around me. And once you understand that that's how Africa works, and that Pan-Africanism is anti-African in terms of thought process.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
Let me finish. When I say it's anti-African, I'm talking about in terms of thought process. Most Africans are not Pan-Africans. The actual way that it works on a continent is ethnic. It's tribal. Pan-Africanism wants to paint us all as the same, and then that literally doesn't work. You can't speak to another African unless you speak in a colonial language. And we over there, oh, they worshiping white Jesus. They worshiping Arab Islam. Look, it's just what it is. We can't impose our thought process on people that we're disconnected from for 400 years and have different experiences. Once you accept what the issue is or how it is on a continent, it won't hurt anymore. You can still go, you can have fun, but I'm telling you, if you go down there being proud to be Haitian, looking at all your freedom fighters and really embracing the fact that after all this shit and after what's going on right now, y'all still standing, warriors, that is your power. It's not, please accept me, Africans, and why y'all trying to scam us? No. Let them do what they do. Poor people are going to do that. I'm not saying every African is poor. But once you take the emotional thing out of it, then you can enjoy it. You have to take the emotion out of it. They're not looking at it from an emotional standpoint. They're looking at it from a transactional standpoint. And that's how they get you. They wrap you up in kente cloth and say you're a chief of this. But you know what chief you are? You're the chief of development, which means you're the chief of come out your pockets.
Exactly. Man, you know everything, man. Come on.
No, my brother.
That's why I be telling y'all to listen to Jude. That Jude is one of them Africans that will tell you the truth.
I would have agree with you, but I know some other African Americans who don't have the same, the same view that you have from Africa, and they live and they establish in Africa. I know some of them.
They're Pan-Africans, right?
Yeah, they are Pan-African. Of course, they are Pan-African. That's why they're in Africa.
You know how many Americans, how many Black Americans are Pan-Africans?
Most of us.
No, not most of us. It's actually an extreme minority.
It is a minority, but Paul,
it's an extreme minority.
The same as African. You know how many how many Africans are Pan-Africanists? It's a minority as well. So a minority
can you
as well.
Repeat that? Can you repeat that again? How many Africans are Pan-African?
They are a minority today in the continent. They are a minority. That's true.
Because we lost is a fringe ideology.
We lost. No. You know why? Because we lost the war. We lost it. Get over it. We lost. We as a Pan-African, we lost the war. So today the order imposed in Africa is anti-Pan-Africanism. The only leader today in Africa who's come forward as a Pan-Africanist and they want to implement a Pan-African idea in his country is Julius Malema. And look what's happened to him.
Hawayambe, this is an opportunity for you to really learn something. Like I love Jude. I really honestly do. He's been in the comments for a long time. He hasn't said anything. He's on the live. He gets it. This is an opportunity for people like you and Rokoya to actually hear us, see us, understand us, know us, if you have an interest in doing that. And you have Nat Measy on here who has a whole wealth of information about this. But instead,
no experience though.
Well, who said I don't have experience?
I say that.
Okay. How about this? Right here live, let's go stack for stack in terms of who does more for black people. I want to do it since you said I don't do it. What's the name of your organization?
Brother, can I speak something, man?
No, I want
No,
you to
no, Jude, let him speak.
Claim.
Yeah.
And now, since you have no organization, what community program do you have going on right now? Again, crickets. Well, since you're an African, locusts. You're doing shit, and then you're trying to check me, someone who will literally run circles around you about history on the continent, and I'm actually doing stuff, have been doing stuff wherever I touch the ground. So just because you may disagree with me, you can't check me on the facts and what I actually do. That's why people don't like me, because they call me arrogant, but I put the work in to be able to speak how I speak. Most of y'all are internet Pan-Africans. I left Pan-Africanism not because of the internet. I didn't get my studies from here. I got it from actual books and being raised by Pan-Africans in Pan-African households until I started meeting actual Africans.
Bro, you spoke the truth.
This is a diaspora scam.
That's true,
Right.
man.
Okay. Yeah. Jude, just give a minute, please. Jude, give me a minute. Brother Nak, have you been to Angola before?
No, I haven't been to Angola.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So I will invite you, not this year, but probably next year. I will invite you. Come over, and we'll spend some time together, and then you get to know me.
Can I say something real quick, man?
Yeah.
Like,
No, Jude, come down. Jude, wait. Jude, you are. We know you are reactionary. We know it. You know,
of course, I mean, you have to know my reaction. Like,
you know,
like what?
Yeah, you are.
No, it's not negativity.
You always come with negativity. We know who you are.
You're right, but I mean, I have an opinion as well.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jude. Thank you, Powwow. Thank you, Knock. Go ahead, Jude. Tell me what you think, and then I want us to look at these names on this list, because you see, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about these people. They were people, and I want Africans that are looking at this right now to understand that this is honest, an honest discussion about real humans that were taken off this continent.
See, can I say something, right?
Them homes taken from them, wealth taken from them, pride taken from them, name taken from them, culture taken from them. Reparations is due to them, and for a group of people to a group of people that should be a representation of leadership from that place, that should be making all types of efforts to make those things right by us. They shouldn't be sitting there trying to benefit from what we went through. Go ahead, Jude.
Right. Let me start by greeting everybody on the platform. But this is the thing. I see a lot of us Africans, we come over and we want to sugarcoat a lot of things that are happening in Africa. And what Nagmizi says is obviously right, because I'm from Africa, right? All these things are happening. I went to a platform and people were talking, right? And they were talking the same thing, and I said to them, but what if Africa can offer a piece of land to African Americans, because they have a culture that they cannot let it go, right? Yeah. And somebody called Two Niger came over and said, no, why should I say that? They have the right to come over and get assimilated to the culture. And I was like, why should they get assimilated to the culture? Because if you get assimilated, there's no way you can carry on a project, because you are losing everything to the person that you are getting assimilated to. And that's the problem, because you have vast land in Africa that Africans don't see brothers overseas or diasporans as a brother. If you have a brother overseas,
Jude, you're talking rubbish, Jude. You're talking nonsense.
Let him talk.
Bro, let me talk. And right now you're trying to say Africa have connections. You from Angola, you speak Portuguese. I'm from Cameroon. If I go to Angola, we have problems with a person from Angola, because we see colonial languages as brothers and sisters. That's why a person from Angola sees somebody in Brazil are so close to him than a person that lives in Congo, despite the fact that they speak the same tribal language. But because the colonial language is more higher, they see a person that speaks Portuguese as a brother. And it cut across Africa. A person that speaks English in Ghana see a person in Nigeria as a brother more closer than a person that lives in Cote d'Ivoire or a person that lives in Togo. So, and Pan-Africanism don't work because a person from an English country links with a person from an English country, a person from French country links with a person from French country, and a person from Portuguese links with a person from Portuguese. And it's just zigzag.
Talking nonsense.
Come on, man. Come on. Look, let me say something, right? If our brothers and sisters have to come back home, it's tedious. You cannot assimilate to Africans because things are not moving. You have to have a piece of land that can be taken out from Congo because Congo is so vast. The land must be given to you guys. And that's what
we need our own. We need basically our own country.
Why? Because you have to govern yourself, and when you have a country, you have a piece of land. You can be able to talk to people. But if you go under Ghana and stay under Ghanaians,
Liberia?
You will not have a voice.
Do you know what happened in Liberia, Jude?
I know what happened in Liberia. I know what happened in Liberia. So what?
So you shouldn't be saying that then. If you know what happened in Liberia, you shouldn't be saying that.
So you tell.
Wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna get this. So you're saying that if they were to give us our own land or offer us space, that what would happen?
Gina.
Liberia's. No, I want to know from how.
He's trying to say Liberia was messed up because African Americans moved to Liberia and they messed the whole country up.
So is that what you're saying would happen?
No, don't put words into my mind, my mouth, please.
He said, you know what happened to Liberia. Now, when you make a statement like that, Power Yumbe, is it to say that there would be some genocide on the part of African Americans or diasporans?
No.
There or what? What do you mean?
No. Jude said that African Americans should go to Africa and get their own land.
What would you think would happen if they had their own?
Okay, I'm gonna. I explained to him what happened in Liberia because there's been a history. There's a baggage there, and they never worked. Okay. So, as Tuna just saying that if you come to Africa and assimilate, what's wrong with that?
You don't have to. Why should you assimilate? You already have your own culture.
Listen. They are which culture? If they are African, they are African. They are our brother and sister. They are coming back home. Of course, they have to assimilate back to our culture.
If you're taking that as an opportunity, it doesn't make sense. If
oh my God, Jude,
they wouldn't be able to go.
Jude, listen to me, Jude. When I started, I said it here. If you go back, or you listen. I have more in common today with my brothers and sisters in the diaspora, I mean, America, Brazil, than Africans. I said it. Go back.
Explain
I said it. Because we are oppressed. No, because we are oppressed. We are divided. Judas said it. We Angolan, as we speak Portuguese, we have more in common, we feel more connected with the Mozambique,
exactly.
With Cabo Verde. No, we are divided. It's oppression. That's called oppression. That's what I'm saying. If our brothers and sisters want to come back home, why don't I give them separate land? No, they come back, they assimilate to their culture.
No, because
it's their culture. How can you say that? They have culture. So you see, it's again, us and them. That's why I say you are reactionary, Jude. You are.
Power Yambe, the fact of the matter is that, and Nakmizi has said this a million times, we've been away from the continent for an extremely long time. We've developed a completely different culture. What Jude is trying to say is, and Gina, that addresses what you were saying when you were saying, oh, so then we just don't have a home. And if you don't have a nation backing you up, you don't have any leverage. You don't have any power. That's what Jude is saying. It's like if you had your own land and built your own nation, then you would have some leverage.
Yeah, within Africa.
No,
yeah.
I
within the world. Within the world is what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And
Okay.
that's the same thing Dr. Obroni
No,
is saying as well.
no. Let's go. Let's take an example of the Israelis. You know, when they go back to Israel, they assimilate into Judaism.
They didn't have to. They were already Jewish. They didn't assimilate into
Yeah,
Palestinian culture because
no,
that's what you're not even making sense.
no,
They didn't
no,
assimilate
no,
into
no. Listen,
Palestinian
They
culture.
sure didn't.
They do.
Israel was
No, they
created for them
didn't.
to come back.
No,
Africa
they do.
hasn't done that.
And that's
Exactly.
what Jude is proposing.
Yeah, listen, I get that. I get that. But if we are no, because Jude went against Tunija's idea. I happen to agree with Tunija. I don't see us as different. I don't see us. We are the same. So why do you have to come and create your own country?
If I'm not mistaken, you admitted on this. If you admitted on this live that we're not the same tonight.
No.
You said
No.
that.
No. I never said that. I said when we go deep down, we start dividing ourselves. I never said we are not the same. I never said that. I said when we sit and start discussing our problems, then we get to see each other as the other. I said that. But of course we are the same people. We have the same history. You know, we went. I don't see it. I just said I see more in common today with you in the diaspora than my own fellow Africans in the continent. You know, so it's just Jude. He has a baggage here. We know our Jude. Jude always goes against anything. He's against building the bridge because he always comes with negativity. We know him.
I don't consider that negative. He's just being truthful and factful.
No. Because no. What is it? What he thinks? He thinks that all Africans, think like him, which is not true. And I don't know if he's Pan-Africanist anyway.
Let me ask you something, Jude, just so we can get something. So let's say this was to happen, and they gave Africa the diasporan territory. That those of them that wanted to go back could go into that territory, even if they could live everywhere else, but they would consider this place home. You know what I mean? Is that what you're saying? Like this place would be considered their home, their where they have their government, their leadership, where they can build and whatever, even if they could live everywhere else, but they would have a representation of a state or a country in Africa for themselves. Is that what you're saying? Jude, is he here? Is that what he was saying? Anybody?
I think that's what
listen, my sisters and brothers, if this has to happen, it will create more resentment and more mistrust between us. Believe you me. Believe you me.
No, that I agree, Bill. That's true as well because you guys fight each other.
I was about to say,
and I've always told Gina that's one of the biggest problems right now with this whole Back to Africa movement is that when you start talking about land, they kill each other in Africa over land.
But this happens everywhere. It's not only Africa. And if you go in India, they kill each other over land. China, they kill over
we're
land.
talking about Africa, though.
Yeah, but that's the problem, This is a human condition. We are territorial animals, So this about to happen. What I always try to say, we have always look at positive because we as a Pan-Africanists, we are in the minority, both in Africa and in the diaspora. We have to live with that. So when we're trying to come together, we have to be constructive. Try to see a common ground. I understand you. I feel you.
Let me ask you, Power Yambe, why do you think that we need to assimilate to African culture?
Because you are African. You cannot be. If you live in the river, you will just be a fish.
Okay, let me give you this as an example.
Big homie versus little homie. Pay attention. Big homie versus
exactly.
Little homie.
That's where I'm going with it, Nagmeezy. But let me ask you this though. Like in America, we have this law that Obama had implemented where it's called the Dreamers Act, right? So if someone's family brought them to America at a young age, let me finish, illegally, he was giving them the right to stay here. And the argument was they don't know anything about They know American culture. That's all they know. They went to school here. Everything about them is American. Just so happened that their family brought them here illegally. So why would you send somebody back to Haiti or somewhere where they know nothing about, have no connection, just because, their parents brought them here illegally? The argument and the point there is that the culture that you grew up in is your culture.
True.
So to have us tell us that we need to come back to Africa and assimilate to African culture, much of what we do is based in African culture. So there are some similarities, but that's no different to me than when Americans say, oh, if Mexicans come here, they need to assimilate. I don't agree with that.
No, I said it before. We don't expect you as a fully grown woman or man to fully assimilate it. But that will happen with your children, your grandchildren. They will become African.
But see, now you're saying something different, though. That's different.
No.
I think the brother should have said integrate instead of assimilate.
If you come to Africa, of course, we expect you to assimilate, but we are realistic. You cannot expect, a full grown up woman or man fully assimilated. It is impossible. Even between us, like if I go to another village, they will, like my wife, she's from a different tribe from me. So I try to assimilate some to a culture, and she with mine, but it's not the same. They are different. But our children, of course, they are they will be fully assimilated to my wife's culture and my culture, because it's from the young age when your brain is still developing, is where you shape the mind. But as you grown up woman or man, we cannot expect you to fully assimilate. But now, if you want to come and say no, we left a long time ago and we want to be on our own corner, even though we are brothers and sisters, we know what's going to happen. There's going to be a resentment, and we know.
I think Agnesi said that you should have said integrate versus assimilate, and I agree. We definitely should interact.
Okay. I agree with that. Integrate. That's true. Yeah. We expect you to integrate. Then, your children will be African as any.
We agree with that too, but don't discount our culture and say, "Oh, drop that." That would be the same thing that white.
No. That's why I said no. It's impossible. It's impossible.
I guess we're at the place now that, this is the realism, though. I guess the most honest conversation we've had on this channel. I think it is wrong. And I push that narrative, and I have to take that back because I see that it does not work, especially if it's only being done on one side.
Yeah.
It leaves us wide open. I promise you, and it's not a good look. This whole thing with the Ghanaian president asking for reparations just goes to show you that, because I agree with Jude. If nothing else, put some offers on the table. I've heard nothing of anything that expansive for us coming in. This reparation thing, you think would have happened after reconciliation. There's been no reconciliation, not in the grand scheme of things. It's been us trying to go there. But there needs to be a reconciliation where they also come to us and show us that they need us there. You know what I mean? And there needs to be some accountability.
The reparations that Ghana is claiming is not the reparations for African Americans. It's reparations that is going to benefit just Ghana alone. You should take note. And that's crazy because that's
not going to happen. That's
taking advantage of something that
myself with a big old post about my damn self. I'll be damned if you're gonna sell my ancestors again.
All right, that's just an.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you for speaking about that.
Exactly, because that's an advantage. They're taking advantage.
Can I come in?
Hey, Amara, let Jude go off on you. Let Jude finish. Go ahead.
Can I finish? Can I finish, man? I've been going on and off. I don't know what's going on. This is the thing, right? It seems like countries that speak English in Africa, right? They are taking advantage of what is going on in the circle of they have advantage because they can come online and speak all this English and people follow them. And countries that really don't speak English, they somewhere in the loop, like they really don't talk, and people just kind of forget. But this is the thing, right? You cannot go into a country and assimilate because you have no voice. Once you assimilate, you're losing the power. You cannot be president. You cannot run for any elections in Ghana. You cannot run for anything. So anything that they say to you, you always have to accept it. You cannot even run for a mayor because even in Africa, most countries are getting crazy because people will tell you, oh, this president wasn't born in this country. And then what about you that were born overseas and have no ties in that country? What do you think? So it's just
that's another reason why they didn't want to give the Haitians a seat at the table, because they're willing to share a plate with Israel, with the Arabs.
Exactly. But
descendants
this
of
is
the
the thing in Africa. You cannot. You have to have.
Thing is that.
Look, this is the thing, right? When Israel took over Palestine, right, they could actually assimilate with the Palestinians that were living in Palestine, but they didn't. They knew they were going to lose their power. So they had to take part of Palestine and claim it. And that's why I keep telling African Americans and brothers that have powers in America, go to Africa and take part of Africa and control it. And there you will have a voice to tell other Africans they are doing so and so, they are doing so and so. But if you go and assimilate to Africans, you wouldn't have no voice. You will lose it.
If we try to take anything in Africa, we're gonna get.
Can I step in,
it's
please?
Gonna be a bloody mess. It's gonna be a bloody ass mess.
Right, it has to be, and you have to do it. It has to be. Israel did the same thing to Palestine. You have to do it.
Let's hear Dumbuya. Let's hear Dumbuya.
Go ahead, Mr. Amara. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, well, I go back and forth to Sierra Leone, and
man, all Africa is just trash talking, man. Nobody does actions. Everything is just talk. No action is on the ground.
Okay. Now, on the question of assimilation and integration, you got to look at Sierra Leone as a clear example, because the colony of Freetown, which what is called Freetown today, was bought by a Timni bought from a Timni king by the descendants, because the British in the American War of Independence went around asking slaves to, if they left the plantation and fought on the side of the British in the American War of Independence, they were going to be, they promised them land in Africa. And but the British won, and they created a country called USA. So in order for the British to keep their promise, they went to Sierra Leone. All these people packed all their belongings, all the people that fought on the side of the British, all their belongings, all their little bit of souvenirs and memorabilia, anything that could remind them of their struggle, they packed on that boat. And then the British went to Sierra Leone, negotiated on the side of them, because they promised them that, bought the land from a Timni king, and they called the area today Freetown. That area today, Freetown, all 100 mayors. Freetown just celebrated its 200 years. It's 200 years. American independence is what, 200 years? Something like that. They just celebrated the 200 years anniversary of Freetown, and all 100 mayors of that city have been descendants. They have been descendants from the United States. Some they mix with Nova Scotians and a little bit of Maroons. They call them Creole, K-R-I-O. So if you look into those people, you know what those people did? That's why they bought their own land. That's why they have the mayor of the city of Freetown only being a descendant. That's why they build the infrastructure from schools, colleges, businesses, hospitals, everything they needed to create a civilization by itself. There was a clear line between us, the natives. The natives have our own place.
No,
You know,
brother, this,
even up to today,
the mayor,
up to today, those people do not wear African clothes. They do not speak African languages. They do not eat African food. They got their own food.
Wow.
Listen, yep.
But they were born in
After
Africa.
200 years, they created their own civilization.
Yeah.
Everything they needed, yes. If you ask any Creole, their names are Williams, Jackson, Philip, Anderson.
I'm related to. His name is Jackson.
That's what I'm trying to say. Now they kept everything.
He's agreeing with you, Jude. He's agreeing
They
with you.
kept everything that will remind them of the plantation. You know, back there. You go to some of their houses. That submission whip, they got it. They got every souvenir. Every souvenir that could remind them of United States 200 years ago. I live there. The people wear, you know what the African clothes is? Suits and ties. Their women never wear African clothes. They wear suits and ties. Suits and ties. That's what I'm saying for 200 years.
In Africa.
Bro, listen, I'm from Sierra Leone. Are you from Sierra Leone? Are you from Sierra Leone?
Oh, they do dress
the
like
mayor
that.
of Sierra Leone is a Sierra Leonese.
She's a Sierra
I'm
Leone.
a Sierra Leone.
The mayor
I'm a Sierra Leone
of Sierra Leone was born in.
Who?
But the mayor of Sierra Leone is a Sierra Leonean born in America. She went back and was.
The mayor of Sierra Leone?
She was born in Sierra Leone. But
she was born in Sierra Leone.
She was born in Sierra Leone.
Who are you talking about?
Yvonne
the mayor of Freetown?
Yvonne Akisoya.
That's what I'm saying. But she's a descendant of slaves.
She's a
all the 200.
But she's a
all
Sierra
the 100.
She's a Sierra Leone.
She's a
yes, but you don't understand.
At a time, please.
I'm talking about their culture.
I understand your point.
Their culture. That's what I'm saying. They don't wear. Listen.
What's your point, though?
They don't have African culture. I'm related to one of them. My uncle, my step granddaddy, Larry Johnson.
Can you get to the point?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay. My point is there's no integration. You have to have an enclave. They created an enclave separate from the natives.
And it benefited Sierra Leone to do so. So you're agreeing with Jude.
Yeah, but they bought their land. That's why I'm giving you an example. They bought their land separate.
Yeah, I understand. That's what Jude is saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I thought somebody was talking about.
The president of Sierra Leone is Bijoux. Why is he not the person from the Creole person? They will say no because he's not a Sierra Leone.
No, I said the city of Freetown.
The city of Freetown.
The city of Freetown is a Creole place. Everything that goes on there is run by the descendants.
Right, specifically the western area.
Yeah, no, just the city of Freetown. No, the western area, the rest of the western area is Timmy.
But really, you're agreeing with Jude. So
no, that's what I'm saying. The city of somebody said they should integrate, and that's why I was telling him it doesn't work. These guys have their own exclusive area.
Yep.
You know,
right. That's why I said they need to have a piece of land.
When you go to Sierra Leone and all the infrastructure that's there, the organization that they have there. And I was telling you, Gina, remember I said African Americans will feel more comfortable in Sierra Leone as their first time hitting the continent than anywhere else, even Ghana.
They got a mayor, they got a whole city administration, city engineers, city everything. Is 100% descendant. You go to the Freetown City Council, from top to bottom, it's 100% descendant, and it's been like that for 200 years.
Now,
my brother, can I ask you a question, please?
I have a question for you. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, he says, Jude, Pan-Africanists are not even attempting to take Liberia back. Do you mind sharing why not?
Why would Jude have, that should be for Nagmezi or somebody. Why would Jude have an answer?
Why Pan-African is not trying to take Liberia back?
Pan-African doesn't work in Africa. People that are into Pan-Africanism are diaspora. In Africa, nobody is talking about Pan-Africanism because it's not going to work. You know,
if they talk about it, it's just
and that's a whole fact. And most of these Pan-Africans that go there are broke, dusty, and powerless. They couldn't take anything.
Pan-Africanism is a hoax. It's never going to happen. People just talk, but they don't do the action.
Have you ever heard of Julius Malema? Julius Malema, have you ever heard of him?
People talking, they don't do action.
Powerless.
They talking.
Listen to this. Sankara says, nobody's begging you, American culture addicted Black people, to come to motherland. If you want to recreate American culture, stay in America. You can't tell us where to stay.
No, but I agree with
look at Sierra Leone. It's there in Sierra Leone, Freetown. You go to Freetown, Sierra Leone is there.
You want to be American culture.
Not of Sierra Leone as a whole. I said Freetown, the city of Freetown.
Could we have some order?
The thing about Freetown is
this is going to be a horrible playback. Everyone's talking over each other.
I'm trying so hard. Mara, one moment. I really want somebody to help me with this comment. I'm trying to figure out, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that we should stay out of Africa if we're not going to? Nobody is begging you, American culture addicted Black people. You want to come on here and get off the chat? Because I don't know what you mean.
But let's embrace that.
I'll put the link.
He's not the only person that thinks like that.
The link is on here. Don't talk in the comment section. Get on
These
here.
people, you know, they throw those little shots, and I'm like this. I'll challenge anybody on that. Give me an African culture, African country that speaks their native language as their national language, and you're talking about American, white, Black
I think
people.
that guy is American, though. That's
Tanzania, South Africa,
He's
Tanzania,
a Pan-African.
South Africa,
Tanzania,
Rwanda.
No, they do it on paper, but not in reality. They do it on paper, but not in reality.
Jude, please.
I think she's not said anything all night. Let her get an opportunity, and then I can.
Yeah, I find it quite interesting when I hear people talk about that, because they look at America through the idiot box and they still want to come over here, and they see how things are, and they see how we are treated with so little humanity, and yet they still want to come. So when, you know, this person who said what they said about, oh, no one's begging you to come here, you know, but you're killing yourselves to come here to America. And if you haven't already, it's because financially you're not able. But if you were, you would be here on the first thing smoking, because I know for a fact the Africans that will hold on to their wheel, getting out of that country, and who would kill themselves, and who have demonstrated already, going through Libya and dying just to get out of the country because the country won't provide for them.
So
he's not,
let alone won't.
Amina, that's the problem. We don't need more people doing that. What are you? Okay,
you can't stop it.
Let's pause. What are you?
No. I object. Can I object to that? Because I lost somebody over there in that Libya waters.
Let me just say this. What are we supposed to do? Get off the plane and just put on some African wrap around us and just start eating whatever you're eating with our hands and just act as African as we can to prove that we are African?
No. Eat it with your hands.
Talk to him the way he's talking in loud, because he or she or whatever it is. What do you want people to do? You want people not to be themselves.
Gina, that dude, whoever that is, has never been to Africa themselves.
Everybody else can go to Africa and be themselves, except for the descendants of the people that was taken off the continent. We have to become something else. Like we had to become something else when we were taken away from the continent. We had to be something else other than ourselves. Now that people are going back to the continent, you can't be yourself. Don't come be shut the fuck up.
He's not even.
Hey, Gina. Gina, please don't lose your don't do anything out of character. Please. I understand.
Off the continent, they told us that we had to be different. We had to lose our names. We had to lose our language. We couldn't keep our culture. We couldn't even keep our families. Now that we're going back to the continent, you got a whole group of people wrapping themselves up in kente cloth, telling us that we got to wrap ourselves in kente cloth and eat with our hands and act like we understand the culture.
But yet no one else is demanded of that. Are the Neanderthals?
Anybody that's doing that is fake.
That's it. And that Sankara person.
It's not something you could just change. You gotta, it's not even something that if you see somebody that's going to Africa, wrapping themselves in some kente cloth, eating with their hands and acting like a straight African that came from the village, that person is not a real person. Watch your back.
Exactly. Gina.
But my point,
Gina.
I wasn't done. But my point is that no one makes these demands of these demonic Neanderthals that flee to your country, nor of the Arabs, nor or the Asians. You're not making those demands upon them. So don't be trying to impugn your little criterions for us. It ain't gonna happen.
I want to offer Sankara $100 cash app right now.
Looks like aluminum foil. I wouldn't even put it on me. I have a different type of car. We don't even have the right to like or dislike shit. So you want me to put some of that hard material on? The fuck out of here.
Gina, I want to offer Sankara $100 cash app right now if he will come on the camera, come on the live, and come on the camera. And I promise you, he is an African-American, Pan-African who has never been to the continent.
I promise you there's some stupidness and it's the fake Africans that do that. Even the ones that, even if you're a born continent, you're fake to ask somebody to just be different. Don't be yourself when you get there. Be as fake as you could be. You don't want the real person. You don't want to meet me. You want to meet you.
Come on, Sankara, come on the live. I got $100 for you because I want to prove my point. You are not African. You are a fake Pan-African, and you've never been to the continent yourself. Might even be true.
And Gina,
that's my point, Gina.
That's not a kufi, that's a do-rag.
Nice.
I don't even know what it is, but I know I'm not gonna lie to you, my brothers and sisters on the continent. I want to come, but when I come home, I'm not wear certain things if I don't understand them. Like I'm just gonna wrap myself up in stuff and just start wearing them and don't even know what I'm. Why?
And eating with your hands,
honey. Why give me fake?
Yo, Gina, those that kente cloth. There was a guy named Conan O'Brien went to Ghana, right, with a Ghanaian dude, and he was telling the dude like, "Oh, I don't deserve to wear this," and they were just wrapping his Neanderthal ass up in kente cloth. Mm-hmm. They got Asians, Chinese, everybody wrapping up in that. Matter of fact, most of the kente cloth comes from Holland. And if it ain't from Holland, it's a Lebanese company that creates the kente cloth wholesale in Ghana. So until Africans start embracing their own culture, who are we to give up ours to embrace theirs?
And let's be clear on those designs of the kente cloth and other garbs and cloths in Africa. Those are sacred geometry.
Thank you. And I don't know what they are. I'm supposed to just start.
Wearing it like you know what it is. Nah, it's Spintex. That's who it was. That Spintex Road. Spintex creates most of that those wax prints, and they're owned by Lebanese.
Oh,
they create wax prints and fruit juice.
Okay, let me object to that. Let me object to that.
Oh, man.
Let me just say something real quick, because in most of African garb, in most of my village and several villages produced by African. Now, where I object to Nakmizi, mass production. If you say mass production, okay, but authentic designers are based in the village. They just do small scale. The guys that are doing mass scales, like you said, the Lebanese guys trying to make money. They do it the old way, the old school way.
Because it's cheap though. That's what most Africans buy in those markets.
Yeah, they wear that. They don't wear the stuff from the village.
They don't wear the stuff, the expensive village stuff. Because real
in the cities, the ones in the cities.
Yeah,
in the cities.
That's who most of them are wearing that stuff, brother. Most of them are wearing that.
The point is, don't force me to.
No, that's why I agree with you in the cities, because I'm telling you, like in my village, we have that production going on, and we wear there's the original prints from my village, but like the cities, because they can't mass produce it. The cities are flooded with the imported stuff.
Yeah, the Chinese, the Dutch, and also the Lebanese.
They flood the cities because they can't we don't have mass production facility, but we have designers, and we do small scale. We don't.
It's fake as hell to act like every African is walking around wrapped up in some kente cloth or some other kind of cloth. They wear regular clothes, jeans and t-shirts, and American clothes and
polo shirts. Come on,
yo, that's how they spot the diaspora.
No, what the problem is?
I was about to say the same thing. That's how they can tell if you're a tourist, Pan-Africanist, if you're diaspora is dashikis. Because I got over there and I seen that.
Yo, bro,
that's the trick.
And I fell out. I said, these niggas wear the same shit I do.
Yo, check this out, bro. I sat with a dude, and it was at Labadi Beach. And he said, yo, we could tell the diasporans with the females, it's the one with the head wraps and the big Africa earrings. And the dudes always got sandals and dashikis. He said, that's who we target to sell our stuff to.
So that's the get up. Okay.
Yeah, it's the giveaway.
But see those people, you know what their problem is? They should live in the village. They don't want to live in the village because if you leave the authentic, original African way in a hut, no running water, no electricity, live like your ancestors live. They don't want to live like that. So what you don't live in the city. That's not a city dressing. That's a village dress. You see what I'm saying? So it's easy for them to spot them because you spotting somebody in the village. That's what they do because they're used to the hut and and doing everything for yourself. There's no money thing. You see what I'm saying? You get everything on your own. But in the city, you dress like that. Nobody dress like that in the city. Everybody wants to be Eurocentric in the cities.
So let us be what we are comfortable being, which is Eurocentric, because that's where you got the style from watching us on TV. So why can't you let us be us? You rocking the culture, but you don't want us to rock it. That's some retarded stuff. Stop it. Stop telling people what they need to be to go to Africa. Africa is for everybody.
The problem is because you guys got YouTube channels and you talk about it. Other people just go. All these other people, they just go, they show up, they deal with the governments, and that's it. But you guys, you got to interact with Africans, so you're going to hear what they got to say and whatever. Now, if you guys there was a way in which you guys could just pack up your bags, go over there, deal with the government, buy your own land, do what you got to do.
They don't have to buy land.
Wouldn't even know you were there.
People. They don't have to buy land. Why should they buy land?
No, what I'm saying, no, because the laws has changed, and it might run into their favor, they might not run into their favor. But what I'm trying to say is, if they are just dealt with the government, because government doesn't tell everybody who's coming in and who's leaving.
Right.
When you deal with them, you deal with them. The only thing you see people show up, they have their own establishments, and they go about their business. A lot of people wouldn't even know. Or just like they look at the Chinese, that's Chinese over there. It's like they're not in the country. Like when you go to a Chinese compound where they fence it up, or Lebanese place, or Arab, any other foreign people, they build a big old fence and they have like a settlement in there, several thousands of houses or hundreds of houses, their businesses or whatever. You pass by, it's like a non-entity. You be like, oh, that's Chinese over there. But with the locals, it's not like it doesn't exist. It's when you interact. That's why you're getting all this talk from different people. But if you all would have went, just like the Chinese did, build a land, build a big old fence. It's a gate to get in. They know who they let in and who they don't let in. In fact, they don't let locals in. It's their exclusive area with the government, arrangement with the government. They're the only ones that go in, they're the only ones that come out. Unless they do something and the police go in there and say they want to raid them or something like that. They're suspicious of them. But other than that, they're the only ones that go in and come out. So it wouldn't have been an issue. A lot of Africans wouldn't even have known that African Americans are over there or diasporans are over there if they have built their own exclusive community. But it's when they took the route of interacting with Africans, trying to hear their opinions, trying to hear the whatever, then later on, they took the Africans first, then later on they went to the governments, which it should be the government and the government only. You deal with the government and the government only. Whatever deal they got for you, you negotiate. Whatever you got to negotiate, you negotiate with the government. They do what they got to do for you. Case closed. You don't have this is the interaction, the fact that, oh, we're all brothers, you got to interact. These other people don't interact with Africans. They got their own place, fenced up. They don't, you might see them at their business, if they got a business, at their businesses, but you don't see them going to like African events, trying to hang with Africans, trying to interact with Africans, trying to, do things with Africans, like you know what I'm saying? Because Africans don't despise them. Despite the fact that in their country and whatever the government do. But since the government made an exclusive area where they could just be there and it's fenced up, Africans don't, after a little while, people don't even think about those people. Like they're not in the country. You see what I'm saying? It's the approach the African, the diaspora took, like, oh, we all Africans are going to hear their opinion and whatever. That's what the problem is.
You gave them too much love.
You get exclusive community. Exclusive community.
Not only that, but even in specifically speaking of the Gambia, there is a clear distinction between the general population and the elites. They don't even intermix.
And that's just that's a problem, though.
Yeah, but that's the approach you guys should have took.
Casteism is not okay. Casteism is not okay. That's why things are the way they are right now on the continent. But I guess it's not my problem. I gotta stop making these my problems, because these things cannot be changed by me. Because if people on the continent are just saying this is how it is, that means that y'all don't want to change it.
No, we diasporans. When I'm saying the immediate diasporans, not you guys. We guys on this panel.
Say that
that's
again,
our problem.
please.
No, that's our problem.
Dumbuya is the real diasporan. That's the diasporan. We are not the diasporans. We keep calling
what I'm saying,
diasporans.
What I'm saying, that you're the diasporans. There are two levels of diasporans. There are the guys that have been the guys that have been here 400 years ago. Then you have we recently left. We are
viewed not like you. So y'all just prove our point every time.
What?
You don't realize every time you keep talking, you keep proving.
I want this brother to finish, and then I want to piggyback on what he's saying. Go on, Amara.
No, yeah, that's what I said. I said we the immediate diasporans, not you guys that are left 400 years ago. The load of fixing Africa is really on our head. You guys come to reconnect and come back to Africa. There should be no pressure on you guys to do anything. We the guys that are recent diasporans. That's our problem to fix Africa. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
No, man, that's a problem because.
Well, hold on. I had it next. I had the mic next. Okay. Hold on. See, now you have two types of diaspora. You have the transatlantic slave trade diaspora, and you have the recent diaspora. The reason that the power lies within the recent diaspora is because they speak the language, they understand the culture, they are genetically and phenotypically just like the people on the continent. They have the connections that we don't. So when they go out, they can learn, they can earn, they can come back and then apply what they've learned in the West to change Africa if it's going to be a Western-based solution. It's them. It's not us. Pan-Africans and people that are going back to the continent are going there to, I'm going to relax from racism. I need to heal and all this other stuff, right? All right, those are people that's not ready to work and hit the ground running. The ones that can do that are the true diaspora, which are the children of Africans born on a continent. That's where it lies. It's
I
not
don't
lie
say
with us.
true diasporans. Y'all
that is fact.
diasporans. It's just
No,
you
it's the
guys
true
have been
diaspora.
away a longer time than we.
Exactly.
This brother
We
is
are
talking
research
about
with the
come
problem.
to Africa and assimilate. The same Africans come to United States in their
They
own
don't
corner,
assimilate.
and that's the same thing.
That's
So how
right.
do you expect people that have been out for so long, and you come to America and you don't do the same thing? It doesn't make sense, and that's why I say you need a piece of land where they can piece of land and grow in Africa, and then try to meet other Africans across the border, and that's how it has to work. You can't just go into a country and expect
It's a
to
problem in
assimilate.
Sierra Leone. I'm telling you. That's why in Sierra Leone, the diasporans in Sierra Leone, Freetown, those guys have never been outside of Freetown because they don't mix with the natives. Because
but they have
we
no
have
voice. They have
a
no voice in
clash.
Sierra
No,
Leone
we
because
have
the
a
people
clash
that
of
are controlling
cultures.
Sierra
I'm from
Leoneans,
Sierra
they have
Leone.
no
I'm telling
voice.
you that. I'm from Sierra
But they
Leone.
have no voice.
They have a
But they have
clash of
no voice
cultures.
though.
They have no what?
They
have no what?
Yo, hold on, like, let's keep it 100, man.
Can they be president?
Y'all two continentals just colonized this whole stream, man. Y'all got to pass the rock, pass the mic. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
go
The
ahead,
brother
Macmizzi.
with
Go
the
ahead,
do-rag.
Macmizzi.
Nah, I've been speaking, but I want to hear the brother with the do-rag. I want to hear my Black American sisters. I want to hear the dude with his camera
All
on.
right. Well,
Like, we gotta pass
I'm gonna
the
get
mic.
off. I'm gonna get off for a minute. I'm gonna hold my mic for a minute so they can give their perspectives.
Thank you, Amara. Thank you, Jude. So we have Kwame that just came in. Did you want to say something, Big Z, before Kwame go?
No, let Kwame
Yeah,
go.
hello, Gina. How you doing?
I'm good, Kwame. Thanks for coming through. Tell me what's on your mind. What did you want to?
Yeah, I'm going to speak my mind. As African people, we got to stop this bickering against each other. It's not going to help us anywhere. Yes, we've suffered 400 years of pain and injustice, but we are Africans. Stop this, that we're so-called continental Africans, so-called diasporic Africans. We're Africans as one. You're entitled to disagree with me, but we are Africans as one. And when I hear things on your show, Gina, it hurts me. Yeah, when we hear some nonsense from us that they're saying things about Africa, saying things about our people, it's not going to get us anywhere, right? And I'm going to tell these, I'm not going to mention names, but those who are promoting self-hatred against Africa, if you don't like going to our motherland, just keep quiet. Keep quiet and stop smearing and disrespecting my motherland, Stop smearing and disrespecting my motherland. Me and Jide, we might have disagreements, but we're still brothers. Me and Akua, we might have disagreements, but we're still brother and sister. And you and I, Gina, we might have disagreements, but we're still brother and sister. Good night.
Yeah. Yes. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Hey, you're very upset, and I understand that, but you have to give us space to speak about the way we feel.
Exactly.
And
if your skin is that thin, you ain't ready to change nothing.
This thing right here opened up a whole lot of conversation. This thing that the Ghanaian president did, but it also is a lot of underlying stuff that has been just sitting there. Yeah, there's a lot of things that's not balanced. It's not balanced that if we are brothers, why am I talking about, why am I still talking about not having citizenship somewhere over there? Why are people living there for years, and don't have access, and they have to keep going from country to country every couple of months so they can keep a visa? Why are the children the children of the descendants that was taken from the continent, forcefully? This is not even a personal. This is about.
Quero ele vivo. Tem um castigo muito pior para ele. Vai ser vendido como escravo e viver na terra do branco.
30 years ago,
this is about this. This is about us not being able to ever talk about the fact that people were profiting when we were taken off the continent, and people are trying to profit now that we are coming back.
Yes.
And
Gina,
you
I've
can't
been coming.
not to talk about the continent or talk about whatever. You brought up Rekoya, you brought up Jude, but you didn't bring it. You did the same thing that you did, that separatist thing. You brought up Rekoya, you brought up Jude, you brought up these people because they're continentals like you, telling us not to talk or the continent. You're now doing the same thing, talking about the continent as if it's yours. Don't talk about it. That's the fucking problem.
Right.
I beg your pardon, Kwame, but that's the fucking problem.
Right. Gina, what happened to that Six Nation flag that you used to have? When I tell you Africans just stop and no action. You remember you were flying that six diaspora flag, right?
That's not even true.
Right. I mean, that's why I tell you, they come over and say, hey, there's Six Nation, there's six this for diaspora. And out of a sudden, nobody says nothing no more. They bring this stuff up. And it just, come on, man. What is happening in Africa? What are you talking about?
Jude. I'm
what are you
seriously
talking
shame
about?
on you. Shame on you. Yeah.
It's just a flag. It doesn't represent any power.
Right.
You're like, shame on you. But when you think about it, we're not a toy. We're not a game. We're not children. We don't want just somebody to make a flag and say, hey, this is an example of this is it means nothing. It means nothing. We can do anything with it. We have no power with it. It does not establish us a country. We're not establishing ourselves any rights on that in any territory in Africa. So
exactly
what Jude is saying, even though it hurts me to admit it's true. It's true, Power. And if you want me to act like I don't see the truth, then something's wrong with that.
Come on, I'll be saying this often and often.
Speak up to the leaders, and it's your
country that he's telling you.
Responsibility, Rekoya's responsibility. If you say that you see us as your brothers and sisters, to see it for what it is too, and not sit there and try to make us go into a situation where we could just go, and then eventually all of it can be. They could just tell us to leave the country. All of this investment that African Americans are doing on the continent, at any time, they could just tell them to leave. And that's a part that's not okay. Because
Gina,
that's not okay. So we're not supposed to talk about that?
Gina, can you play a video of the Creoles of Sierra Leone? K-R-I-O. Can you find
nothing, man.
Video?
When they come to United States,
the Creoles of Sierra Leone. That show an example of political power.
They are not
the political power of African Americans.
They are no more American.
Bossman, you're not Sierra Leonean. I am Sierra Leonean.
Those people don't have American passport. They don't.
Sir, I know their culture. Listen. Let me tell you something. You never lived in Sierra Leone. You never lived in Sierra Leone. You don't know nothing about my country. I lived in Sierra Leone. They made themselves an exclusive tribe on their own because they don't mingle with Africans. They don't eat African food. Listen, I'm educating you. I'm educated. I live in Sierra Leone. You never been to Sierra Leone. You never lived there. They get a business, they promote their people. Okay? Listen. Because
we're talking about us right now. The Creole people, they're already there. We're talking about
they are Sierra Leoneans.
We can't keep going to this thing where we keep changing they're Sierra Leone. They don't even have no other passports or documentation. We can't talk about them. We talk about the people like us that don't have anything and thank God. Well, there are some people getting citizenship in Sierra Leone. Shout out to Sierra Leone for that. But other than that, if you don't have Sierra Leone DNA, you're not getting any citizenship for Sierra Leone.
And that's crazy.
Okay,
and that's
can I bring up something? You know those people are asking for reparations?
And
do you know the Creoles of Sierra Leone are asking for reparations. Do you know that?
From who?
From the United States.
They should.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No.
So,
be quiet for a minute. Let me answer this. If they're descendants of enslaved people, then maybe they should get it. So what? They were finished with their slaves. They took them back and just dropped them off there, and so now they don't owe anything.
No, what I'm saying, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that's your political power over there.
Well,
they create a political base for you.
Sierra Leone, unless you have a Sierra Leone DNA. So
those,
yes, I do.
Those people don't have power.
I agree, but for the people that have Sierra Leone DNA, when they go to those people already established themselves politically.
Those
do
people
you
don't
understand
have
what
no
I'm trying to say?
The Creoles have a lot of power in
What
Sierra
are you
Leone.
talking about? This guy doesn't. Are you from Sierra Leone?
But Sierra Leone
from Sierra Leone? You don't know anything about my country and you want to talk.
No, I agree with Amara. And like I told you.
Am I talking about Nigeria? I ain't saying anything about Nigeria. And you want to talk about my country. Like you know my country.
Julie, why are you
down for a minute? I just want to suggest stop pretending on your damn.
Nothing works in Africa. He's just talking, no action. There's
oh my God. I'm empowering them that you're not.
Nothing works in Africa.
Nobody say anything about Nigeria.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Nobody say anything about Nigeria.
I'm not from Nigeria, brother.
Okay, well I'm
just
telling you what happens in my country. The people that have political power.
Can you pause for a minute, please? I just want to respond because I'm tired of people like, if you don't want to go to Africa, don't stop trying. Don't stop. Don't go. Stop trying to convince others not to go. That's not what we're. The fuck? What is wrong? Like, what is wrong with you people? Like, does our conversations have to be positive about Africa? Can people not speak about the things that are wrong and really just be honest about it? Maybe that's why Africa is the way it is. Maybe that's why things are not changing, is because people cannot speak on the negatives.
Exactly.
And I can't have my interests at heart. Like, I feel like diasporans cannot just blindly go without having something concrete. I just showed you the image. Did you not see how the people were ripped from that continent? It wasn't something that they just didn't walk away. They were forced off, and they weren't just forced off by the white man. There was another man there. There was a black colonizer and a white colonizer involved, and we are going to talk about that shit. We're not going to ignore it and act like it's not true, because it's still happening, because black colonizers on Africa is still taking advantage of our people, the ones on the continent and the ones coming back. Why do you think the infrastructure is what it is right there, the way it is right now? Why do you think why do you think there's still slavery in Mauritania and fucking Arabs are still able to buy slaves in Sudan? Because of the corruption, because of the black colonizers that sold us and continue to sell us out and now want to get reparations because of it. We're going to talk about that shit. You can't stop me. Talking about somebody's trying to discourage somebody. No, we're trying to do what people are supposed to do. You're supposed to put all things on the table. You're supposed to be able to speak.
They want your money.
This man cannot talk about reparations unless he makes some kind of unless he shows that he gives a damn about the children of the enslaved.
Do you know how much Sierra Leone is charging for citizenship? Sierra Leone is charging a whole lot of money for citizenship.
How much is Sierra Leone charging for citizenship? Let me catch you in a lie.
Shut,
Gina.
I want to saying this. We're not here for the bag. We're not. Right. We are not going to be used.
Gina.
For continentals to pocket.
Can I say something?
That's not why we're coming back. I mean, if that's the case, we could go somewhere else, or we could just stay where we are and be used and taken advantage of, or we could go somewhere else. At least here, nobody's sitting there expecting for us to just unpocket everything.
Ask that brother, what is the importance of citizenship? Can you be president of Sierra Leone if you have Sierra Leone citizenship?
And we let that go, Jude.
Right, yeah, Jude, let that go. Can I say something, Gina, to this Afroscope TV?
That's more important than anything. This right here, our reparations, is what we keep it on the table. All that other shit, I don't want to talk about it.
There's this
this man better not give reparation. Or nobody, no country, until some changes happen, big time for us, and healing and true, concrete things are being done. It's not okay to ask for reparation for countries that you're not even willing to let the descendants come home to. They have to leave every 3 months.
Exactly.
Come on now, go ahead, Z. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to respond to this Afroscope and that Sankara, which they're probably the same person. Unfortunately, there's this group, and that's the group that Nagmizi keeps referring to as these Pan-Africans. They don't want, they're very emotional about this whole concept of Africa and us going back to Africa, because they've invested all of their emotional capital in finding a place where finally, they can, figure out who they are and be accepted and all of this stuff. So they've bought into that whole thing. And when you say anything about Africa, those are the ones that come at you like that. Again, same thing with this person. I promise you, they're not African, more than likely have not even ever been on the African continent. And that, so so I would just ignore those people. I'm so serious. I would ignore them.
I say, because right now it's like, the thing about it is, it's really hard for me to understand why people don't understand how it is so offensive for anyone to be expecting reparations from the descendants from slavery, when they're not even willing to open the door. Shit happens to us across the world. Nobody's making moves to try to take care of it. Look at the situation that some of these places are in. I'm coming from one of those places. I don't know. You guys don't know what's going on in Haiti right now. Shit is fucking twisted. And I don't see no African leaders coming up saying, just like they did a whole meeting about reparations.
Right.
This shows how greedy we are.
Right. None of them say anything.
I promise you, this is the kind of stuff that was underneath the comments. Go to the thing and watch how these white people are talking. They're like, so he's asking for reparations, and why are we paying you? You gave us a product. We paid you. You sold. We bought. This is how they're talking, and it hasn't changed. The relationship hasn't changed because you have not proved. You have not showed to us or to the world that Black lives matter, that our lives matter, that the descendants' lives matter. You could have done that. You went after the bag. The whole year of return thing, that was about getting the bag. If you wanted to do a year of return, why didn't you go to the poor countries and make statements to the effect that Africa is open? We want anybody that needs to come to Africa. If you can't afford it, let's see what we can do to work together to build bridges so you can come back and forth. We prefer you to do that than get on the ocean and go drown in some boats. And your people that are getting on boats to go to Europe, if you were making those types of connections and networks, you could build companies or build workshops in different islands and different places, or in the inner cities of, build stores and stuff and have your people go back and forth, not even using wisdom. Because you see, that's what the Chinese do. That's what the other people do. But no, our people, they just want the bag and that's it.
All these people claiming Pan-Africanism in the diaspora, they all live in the diaspora. Nobody want to go back home. They keep telling African Americans, oh, go to Africa. But if you ask them, when are they going to stay in Africa? None of them will say they are moving to Africa. That's just the reality. It doesn't work. Power Yombe is in Europe. There are people overseas. Africans really don't want to go back. It's just a reality.
Jude, answer me this question. Are you
okay? When are you going back home, Power Yombe? When are you going back home?
Listen, I am home.
Afroscope, I'm happy you came in because I wasn't sure who you're talking to and what you're talking about. I need to understand. I'm happy you're here to put your voice out there because I don't wanna. I don't want to assume that you just don't have no sense of understanding what we're talking about here.
No, this is not greetings everyone. This is not really to directly to anyone. I feel like talking to some people and listening to some people, it feels like there are people actually, even Africans in the West, some of them are not really, some of them even don't want to come back to Africa in any ways. And so when they listen, they tend to be like, oh, if you don't want to come to Africa, don't come to Africa. And I'm like, yes, there are people who want to come to Africa and they are coming as well. Whatever they wanted to do, they are doing it. And most of them even don't have channels. Most of them don't. There is a brother that came, a cousin came last time. Okay, fine. He wasn't. He never. He's not having a YouTube channel. He never showed anything on YouTube about it. His visit. I know he has comments to pass though, but at the end of the day, he never did any of that. So there are a lot of people on the internet. You can't trust anyone who will try to paint this image or trying to convince people that, oh, don't go to Africa. No, you can go to Africa even if you just want to visit, even if you want to live there. The choice is yours. It's not like, oh, it's like somebody is dragging somebody, No. It depends on your case, right? If you want to connect with your families here, it is true. You can find your family. Can you hear?
Nobody's saying anybody's dragging anybody. What we're talking about is, and maybe you could answer this, how do you feel about the Ghanaian president asking for reparations for slavery? Because that's really
I don't know what he was thinking about, because at the end of the day, let me tell you, I don't think even if reparation, hypothetically, if reparation is granted to any African country, they'll be able to use that money wisely anyways. So I don't think we Africans, we even deserve reparation, because at the end of the day, even if they will try to cite the situation like, oh, it was the people who are taken from Africa and they need to cite, they need to be the ones to file for all of those reparation on behalf of the diaspora, then they should be the ones to come together to do that on behalf of the diaspora, not for Africa. So at the end of the day, I feel like they are rushing for something that they shouldn't rush for, and I don't see the sense in that.
But do you understand how that makes us feel, though? It's like you're sitting there trying to go for the bank, but you're not even caring about how you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything concrete to make sure you build a bridge with us.
It can be really annoying the way some very ignorant Africans behave. Honestly, I saw things for myself when I went to Accra to pick this cousin of mine, and I just can't say a lot of things. Okay, and I was shocked, even the way people start asking you for money at the airport. It's a lot of things. I feel like a lot of people who don't know that this is how they act, they might see it like, oh, they see me like I'm just like I'm a bank account that they can just make money from. They don't know these are the traits that some of them have out there, and it's just not exclusive.
And some people will tell me in Sugar about Ghana that, oh, it's not true.
Coming there after being not there for so long and just trying to come and heal, and having people just take advantage of you left and right. And not just people, but leadership. We're not talking about the average people, because I don't want this is not about what people are doing on the bottom level. I'm talking about on the top level. That's
it's a behavior. It's among them. It's this behavior I'm talking about is not just about the local, like the few people you see. No, I think it's trickled down from the top to the bottom. Like people see the way they act, their leaders act, and then they act on that. So unless some of the leaders change their ways, I don't think they can be trusted, because at the end of the day, they are not representing the people really well. It's creating this dynamic that, when you live in Africa, it's just like, oh, you have to fight for yourself. Nowadays, that's how it is. And and that fight for yourself become like fight for your tribe, fight for your people, fight for your family. So it kind of creating this situation where people are like, they don't care about values or whatever again. So even Africans in, let me just say Ghanaians, some Ghanaians, they are, I'm one of them. I might not be much more tied to Ghana. Like, I see myself more like a West African. Even now looking at my DNA, I feel like I'm just African, okay? And I was born in Ghana. This is where my ancestors lived for so many years. This is where some of their descendants might have been taken from to the West. And I do understand. So we just have to understand that there are a lot of people you also meet in your journey, both in the West and even in Africa, that might not have your this thing, your dream, or they wouldn't understand your dream. You try to push them to understand you, and they wouldn't. And it will take a while to get the right person who will help you. It's just like a business that you want to set up, and you have to find the right investors and whatsoever. So I'm just gonna let other people talk on this about it.
I'd like to close out, Gina, if I can.
For coming in, thank you for explaining. Thank you, Anak. Go ahead.
All right. So, look, I think some eyes have been opened in this conversation, but we can't be willfully blind once our eyes are open. All right. Due to socioeconomic situations on the continent, due to separation, due to difference in mindset, due to difference in how we view white people, it's a very tall hill to climb for a diasporan to go back to the continent and hit the ground running without major speed bumps. If you still want to do it after the major speed bumps, then do it, but just be prepared that you're not going to be seen as one of them. Two things you're going to have to take out of your vocabulary, and that is brother and sister. What you're going to have to do is move from a place of power, and that only comes from having pride in yourself and in your people. If you're going to Africa and you want to invest and you want to help, ask yourself, are you capitalist covered in kente cloth who's really going there to exploit just like the white people? Ask yourself, are you going there because you think that the African can't do it themselves? If that's the case, then you have to check yourself. If you want to help, your loyalty or who you owe is your family first and your people second. So if you're going through it with Black Americans in Black America, then you owe the same community that you come from those activism and that investment. We have to fix our own communities in America and the Caribbean before we think about fixing Africa, because I'm telling you, there's too many boreholes being dug. There's too many barrels full of women's products and secondhand clothes being sent. We can do that in our own community. So if you really want to live in a country that's run by Black people because you just don't want to be in America anymore, I say the Caribbean is a better option. It's closer and it's less of a cultural jump, and they can never play the big homie versus little homie. So when you talk about Pan-Africanism, understand when these honest Africans on here say that Pan-African ideology is a minority, it's for the minority. There, it's for the minority in America. Once you get rid of that ideology, or keep it, but just don't expect everyone else to look that way. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Peace.
All facts.
Can I say something real quick? I've been quiet for a while. Now, it's two things I just wanted to bring up. It's nice not to suppress opinion from experts, somebody that have first-hand knowledge of certain situations. You know, well, here I'm from that country. I'm from Sierra Leone, and I was trying to bring up my point about the people that live in Sierra Leone. Nobody else in here knows more than the Creole of Sierra Leone. Their mindsets, the way they think, and their logistics. When people say they're Sierra Leoneans, people don't even know their culture. They don't even know their culture is African culture or diaspora culture. They don't even know that. They just generalize a statement saying they are Sierra Leoneans. You never met the people. You never lived in the country. You never interact with the people. It's nice not to suppress opinions. If people want, secondly, when Nakmizi say, if you want people are going to make their personal choices. And they want to live in the Caribbean, they want to build America, or they want to come to Africa. It's a personal decision. Everybody's money is their money, how they spend it, and the decisions in which America is an individualistic country. You know, so everybody, if you want to go to Africa, you're going to go to Africa anyway, because most of those people, the ones I know, they were thinking of Africa from childhood age all the way up. It's not something spontaneous. It's something they always felt like. You see, and then you ought to have other people that feel differently. So when I'm talking about the power base of the Creoles of Sierra Leone, these people, they tell you 100 times they are Americans. 150 times they tell you they're Americans. They live their culture, they practice American culture. They don't practice African culture. You run into any Creoles, you've never been to the country, Jude. Don't speak of what you know of. I never said anything about Nigeria because I don't know about Nigeria. Speak of what you know about. I'm speaking of what I know about. The people have their culture. They never forget where they came from. Never. Never, ever. They never mix with us natives.
He's right.
You see what I'm saying? The people kept their culture intact. They don't want you to intermarry. They don't want you to do nothing to alter their culture. They keep it intact the way it is.
Creole people in America, in Louisiana?
No, I'm not talking about that Creole. I'm talking about Creole, K-R-I-O.
They're not the same people, but I just wanted to...
No, I'm not talking about... No, the people in Louisiana...
Amara, though, I think the problem is... I think the problem is, at least for me, and I did have to step out, but I think the problem is it's hard. I don't understand what your point is.
Say that again?
I think the problem might be people. I don't know what your point is. Like
no, my point is Jude and other people trying to. I see some people in the chat room talking about, they are Sierra Leoneans. No, every Sierra Leonean tribe have their own separate culture. These people, anytime you interact with them, first of all, they don't interact with us natives.
Don't they have a Sierra Leonean passport?
They have listen to their culture. Yeah, I told you what their culture is.
Amara. One thing I know Sierra Leonean culture, and I know Timneys are very fiery. Okay.
It's not about us.
Let me try to do this. I think what you're trying to say is that I think you're agreeing with us. I think you're saying that it's okay for people to come back to Africa and keep their culture, and I agree with you if that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm emphasizing. And look up to the Creoles. Look up to the Creoles. Live among these people, and you see, besides the accent, a lot of similarities. Because number one thing, they keep their culture. They don't intermarry.
They're very proud.
They're extremely proud. Yeah. Extremely proud of their culture. They don't intermarry. They give you a hard time.
I guess that's a good example for African.
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I was trying to say.
But see, you so fiery as a Timney, you can't even get your point across.
Well, you know the history of our tribe.
I do.
We've been kicked around Africa all the time. So our number one thing is fight. Be fiery. Don't let nobody stand on you, man or woman.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Slow down, man. Nothing is happening in Sierra Leone, man. Slow.
Say what?
Nothing is happening in Sierra Leone. Just slow down, bro.
What you mean nothing is happening? Have you been there?
You trying to start another fight, Jude? Cut it out.
Yeah, have you been there?
But you know what? The biggest thing for me, what my
do they think this fun?
This discussion is it just makes me realize how much honesty is needed in our discussions, because I noticed how just this discussion alone, how many people were so razzled, and it's hard to hear. Like, it hurt me that Raquel, it was hard for her to hear some of these things, but she don't understand how much it hurts us that she can't hear our truth. And it's not just Raquel, it's quite a few people on the continent. It's the first thing that comes up. Well, if you don't like it, don't come then. You know, nobody's forcing you. That's not what needs to be said is you hear us and you understand. You know, this conversation went from here, A, B to Z to everything. And we just wanted to know, is it right or wrong that this man wants reparation for his slavery? If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Wrong.
So, you know,
without inclusion.
Exactly. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Now, it's not because African countries don't deserve reparations. You do for colonization. You do because of everything that's happened. You might even do for slavery, but not until you fix things with us first. Not until we clean up our house together, and then we could stand together and go get what's ours.
See, there's no.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm gonna tell you something, right? Nobody's gonna give us anything because we have no power in this world. And that's another aspect, but that's a whole big conversation. You know, nobody's gonna be afraid. Nobody's gonna jump and pay anybody anything. All this time they haven't paid anything. My opinion, and that's just my opinion. I'm hoping that, you know, my brothers and sisters in America get their reparations. I'm hoping that CARICOM get their reparation. I would love to see, you know, everybody get it. But to be honest with you, until we put ourselves in a place of power, people usually don't give you something just because you deserve it.
And Gina, 1 second here. Every nation that has gotten reparations, well, every people that have gotten reparations has a nation behind them.
That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
yes, land.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So it would work for us, but first thing that needs to be done is we need to get our house in order. And so you can't have slaves being still taken in Sudan and Mauritania still enslaving your people, and then you're saying you want reparations for slavery. One of the first arguments I saw underneath the video was some white man that said, well, why don't you worry about stopping the slave issue you have on the continent before you come talk to us about reparations?
Facts.
But what this brother is saying is, you guys need a nation. A nation has to be in Africa. You don't have to go and assimilate.
We need the continent to be. We need the.
It could be in Haiti though, Jude. It don't have to be
Africa. Exactly. It can be anywhere. But you have to have a nation where you claim your own, where you can govern your own people. And that's just what it is, because now the leaders that you have in power in Africa and everywhere, they are all for the Europeans. There's no African president that is really saying the truth. Even the president in Ghana takes order from UK. That's just what it is.
Real talk, but how sad would that be if the diaspora have to back away from the continent because the continent's not ready to give them their birthright, which is theirs. They're not ready to open up the door and maybe give people land rights because land was taken from our forefathers. This is something that people don't even want me to talk about. They don't even want me to talk about land, but land was taken from our forefathers.
But you will never get it back because you can't just be talking and think you're going to get it.
That's the rest of Africa, not Sierra Leone. Not Sierra Leone.
It is this, right? You can't ask for reparation if you're not willing to do what others have done with reparation. You see, those Israeli leaders, they made sure their people had land. They made sure their people were compensated. People are able to go to Israel at least one time and they pay for it.
Well, we are the exception.
They ain't willing to do none of that, but you want reparations. People are welcome to come live. They have a way to get to Israel and be considered Israeli. They don't have to hope for it or wish that it will happen in the future, or if it ever happens. It's automatic. Those people that were affected by what happened in what do you call it? How do you pronounce it?
Auschwitz.
Yes, those people that were affected, their children those people, their children are secure.
But you know,
The
sis,
only
it's
thing-
all that's all political though. It's not emotional.
I
Like,
know.
yeah,
I know. But
Can I-
those
can
are
I-
the facts, though. Those
I want to say one thing though. You got to make exceptions for Sierra Leone.
you do have
Because
to make
not only,
exceptions for Sierra
not
Leone.
only are we given
There you go.
citizenship,
There you go.
I know personally people that have given citizenship that are Timnees that have got land. I know those personal stories.
What is the
in our
importance
kingdom,
of citizens in Sierra
first of all, Judy, talk what you know about. When you
What
want
is
to
the
talk about Sierra
importance
Leone.
of having Sierra Leone citizenship?
Okay,
Let me
well,
ask that question.
let me tell you the importance. Let me educate you because you lack knowledge. Okay, the importance of having Sierra Leone citizenship is your birthright. If your ancestors came from there, and you can automatically become a citizen via DNA.
What
So
is the
prove that-
importance? I know, but what is the importance?
That's not the importance of being a citizen, your identity. If you want to, if whatever you want to do in life within that geographical area, you can do as a citizen. Because we have 64, I repeat, 64 minerals. Okay? We're number 2 in iron ore. We're number 4 in diamonds. Okay?
Who controls them?
We
UK
have
controls
coltan, number 5 in Africa in coltan. Number 2 in
Sierra
colombonite.
Leone is the most
Number
poorest
1 in
country in Africa,
rutile.
brother.
Rutile.
And what
Okay?
have you guys done in
We
Sierra
have
Leone?
64 minerals. And when you go to Sierra Leone, you claim citizenship, your tribe, you go to that particular tribe, if you can trace a family, I know personally people that got land. You want to talk about land? My family sitting on 11,000 acres of land.
What are you guys doing with your minerals?
And we just designated an African American a portion of land. Let me tell you, because he traced his family to me, directly to me, sir. So I'll give you a clear-cut example. You want to talk about Sierra Leone? You got to be in the country, know the country. I never talk about Nigeria because I'm not an expert on Nigeria. I know jack squat about Nigeria. I talk about what I know. You never been to the country. Never lack knowledge.
But your country is one of the most poorest in Africa. Why do you talk about the minerals?
Hold on 1 second. Amara, before the Berlin Conference and the separation of Africa into smaller portions of country, what kingdom encompassed Sierra Leone, and what other countries now were listed back then in the same kingdom?
Okay. There's some kingdoms that were on the borderline with Guinea and like because the French and the British, they made a demarcation line. Because like our tribe, my tribe, some of us are in Guinea, a minority in Guinea, and the Mende tribe, which is the second largest tribe, some of their members are in a minority of them are in Guinea and Liberia too.
Will that encompass Côte d'Ivoire as well?
No, yeah, well, we got small members all over. We got small members in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria. We're basically from the Niger-Congo area. And we were scattered looking for a new home until we found Sierra Leone.
Facts.
Because we were in a lot of fights.
So the people that you share the ancestral DNA with are around you. They're not just in Sierra Leone, are they?
No, they're not just in Sierra Leone. But
So
Sierra Leone says
your brother could be from Guinea-Bissau?
No, not Guinea-Bissau. Guinea, Conakry. Gotcha. No, I got this is what we're saying. This is what they're saying. Because if what the president of Sierra Leone did, if every other African country would have done it, then you will have overlapping claims and people can have multiple choices. You see what I'm saying? But since the president of Sierra Leone was the only one that only did that only offered that, he can only talk about what within is in his jurisdiction. You see what I'm saying?
The same jurisdiction that the white man gave him.
Huh?
Yep, the same jurisdiction that the white man gave you.
Yeah, the jurisdiction. Because really, those people, even those Timnees from other places, okay, can come to Sierra Leone if they can trace their DNA to Sierra Leone. That's all the powers he's got. He doesn't have powers in other places. He only has powers in the area where it's defined. That's all he can do.
Africa
You see
do
what
a
I'm
lot
saying?
of talking, man. No action. It's just
You see what I'm
talking.
saying? What you meant by talking? What you mean by talking? What you mean by talking no action? What what you mean by talking no action? What's that? The people, yeah, I know people, like I said, in my kingdom, we have 4,000 acres of palm oil. They already jumped on it. 2 African Americans I know personally trace their family to me.
And where are you now? Are you in Sierra Leone or in the United States?
I go back and forth 5 times a year.
Why don't you want to stay over there? Why you go back and forward? That's expenditure.
Because I got something to do over here. I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born in this country, so I could go back and forth.
Come on, man. Stop taking people for a cloud, man. I mean,
Take who?
Let's do this, Judah. You want to have this conversation with Amara? Let's call him. Okay, get his number in the private chat. But
absolutely, because what I'm trying to figure out here, Gina, is how can you ask for reparations without inclusion of the same individuals you're asking for reparations from? I get colonialism. I understand that some of those individuals that were taken were actually the breadwinners in the family, the kings and the queens, heads of households, and the families suffered once that person was enslaved. Now, Knock made a point when he said, I think it was Knock when he said, all of us, we wasn't supposed to make it, or somebody made that point. Yeah. But the point being is that we weren't supposed to make it. We were all supposed to drown. So those that did make it, how can you ask for that without you can say, we want reparations. Your number 1, number 2 statement, reasons why, should be because of the descendants of the slaves and figuring out a way that you can bring them back home.
Number 1 and 2 should be what you're going to be doing with that reparations for the descendants of.
Absolutely. So I'm looking at it like, what could you possibly do? Yeah. What could you possibly do? Could you possibly put the money in a World Bank? Could you divvy it out to those individuals that are coming back? Hey, when you come back, this is allocated to you for land. This is allocated to you
for whatever. Yes.
Yeah, have a plan.
People may deny it. People may decline it and give it to somebody, a native, but let them have that choice.
Absolutely. So have a plan. Number 1. Number 2 is if we're looking at this the same way, with reparations or whatnot, and the Holocaust, the reason why, and to this day, America, which a lot of people don't know, they did have, someone in America had a hand in the Holocaust. That's the reason why Americans, the United States government still pays reparations to Holocaust victims, because Henry Ford, which was a German, funded and supplied vehicles for Hitler. And that's
funded and supplied vehicles. So if that's the case, man, we deserve reparations from the damn world. And that's
copy that. And that is the actual facts. Now, have we been functioning and surviving and prospering without it? Absolutely. And we're going to continue that. If we got it, cool. If not, we're still good. That's not an issue. The issue is if I'm knocking on your door, Amara, if I'm knocking on your door, Julie, Lamin, or anyone else on the continent, if I'm knocking on your door saying, hey, I'm coming home, if you don't open the door, you are just as guilty as those individuals that has been shutting the door.
Why do we open the door? Because you have the money.
I can open the door for you, but there are laws.
Because you have the money. But once you don't have the money, they won't open the door.
There are laws from my perspective. You can come to Sierra Leone. Okay, even if you don't want to go through the DNA route, me and you can be business partners. You see what I'm saying? You and me, you can be business partners because I'm established. I'm established, and you are my business partner because I already got an establishment over there because I'm part of royalty. Not only am I part of royalty.
Number 1, that takes I'm part of royalty as well. That takes all the kumbaya out. That puts it on paper as a contract, joint venture. We're doing business together.
Yeah, that's allowable. That's allowable. If you want it right now, I can do it.
And that's what we need to do.
If you want it right now, I can do it. I can do it right now. We got several companies in Kingdom and in the major cities, and in the north and in Freetown, which is a teamly dominated area. You see what I'm saying? I could do it. That's easy. That's easy to do.
And
I could take in 100 partners too.
That's the point, because when we're coming back knocking on the door, expecting welcoming arms.
Yeah, no, that's what all you need. Let me show you what you need. Okay, I'm gonna write a letter and have a bunch of people back it up, and you present that letter when you're going in as your business partner, because then they're gonna check a background, which is a formality, because we're on the government register. We're a royal family, so when you go in there, they check all our credentials, where we come from or whatever. That's a solid foundation. You see what I'm trying to say? Okay, so you come in as a business partner.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, you come in as a business partner. I can even take 100 business partners.
Okay.
Yeah, multiple.
Gina, just so you know, also, I have a video on my page. It's about 3 years old of me taking cement and making it lighter. It's actually 70% lighter, same tensile strength. Fire resistant, water resistant, mold resistant. And I'm looking for someone that can definitely invest in that, where we can work together to build homes at a lower rate. Number one. Number two, you can take one bag of concrete and turn it into 3.
Okay, well, that's good. I have something even better.
Well, you guys
Clay.
email address and talk about it. Let's do this.
Hey, I'll leave my email address in the password chat, man. If you wanna hit me up.
Private chat. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Like a private chat.
I want to go.
Okay, I'm about to close out, so everybody get your last words in. This was a good discussion. This was not about Africans per se. It was about African leadership and how it's not okay to just put our ancestors on the chopping block, and ourselves, the descendants, on the chopping block to make money. It's not okay. And that's really what it is. It's like, it's the grab bag and all of that. And people that are making statements like, are you coming home? Or is there something that you want from Africa? You goddamn right, it's something I want from Africa, my birthright.
Exactly. You need a piece of land. You need your own place.
Am I coming home? When people go home, it's something that they want. They want to be home. That's what I want from Africa. I want to be home. I want my birthright. I want what was taken from my ancestors. Now you go figure out what that is. Go watch some documentaries or something. Okay.
Can I say something and go home?
Yes, please tell me, close out. Go ahead first, Jude, please.
Yes, my close out is, look, I'm from Africa, right? So it's not like I'm bashing Africa, but if things doesn't work right, things just doesn't work right? And it would be good if Africa was united, like you have one Africa together. That would be more stronger, where people can actually go back home and do something. But now you have all these, various countries, and I mean, all these countries are just little ranch. Sierra Leone is not up to a city in another country. Things just doesn't work. You have to go there and submit to their language, to their colonial language. If they speak English, then maybe you're gonna start speaking that language. If you go to Angola and they speak Portuguese, anything that you want to do, you have to learn another colonial language, which is Portuguese. You go to a French country, it's the same thing. There's no language that is an African language. So it's just, it's complete chaos. And I wish Africa can one day sit together and say, what we are doing is not right. But there's no African leader that can even talk. They come and do reparations talk, but when they go to African Union, they don't think about African Americans. They don't think about the diaspora. They don't think about nobody else, because those discussions never come up. Nobody is saying anything in the African Union. When they go to their various countries, they're trying to, this and that. You go to Sierra Leone, okay, the president is giving citizenship. Has the president of Sierra Leone ever made a statement in the African Union about diaspora? Hell no. He's not going to do that. So it's just, they do formalities to people to see, but nothing is really happening. And I mean, if you don't realize it, and then it's based on you, and you're gonna keep losing your money every day and every day. Nothing is really happening. They come in public and tell you this is going on, but when they go to African Union, to places where they have to make their voices heard, nobody is representing nobody.
And I'm happy you're saying this. See, that being said, it's not that you're just wanting to use us as the bag. You're even using continentals as the bag. You're
Right.
making it seem like you're going to be taking care of certain things, getting loans.
Hell nah. They do the talking.
And even taking care of the continentals like you should. So
exactly,
there's a lot of healing that needs to be done before you start asking for reparations for us. You're not even taking care of yourself.
Well, exactly. But let me finish my statement before I go, man. All these Africans online talking about this and that, there's nothing that is working in Africa. Even Ghana, there's nothing. Everything is just mess. And even in Cameroon, it's just mess. There's fighting everywhere in all the countries. This and this tribal conflict. You go to Sierra Leone, there's the same tribal conflict that is happening. A person in Sierra Leone doesn't see his brother in Guinea as the same person. I mean, and you guys speak the same tribal language, but he will just say that he doesn't see the person in Guinea-Conakry as the same person. So it makes no sense for us. I mean, we are so disunited and we want to come over and tell people to go to Africa while we stay in the diaspora. I went to Africa last year and everything was just the same ever since I left 10 years ago. Nothing has changed. So why should I go back? So, man, Gina, thank you so much, man. I always come here and tell you the same thing often and often. But people think I hate Africa.
And I'm gonna tell you something. It doesn't take away from me, to be honest. The honest truth is, if we don't speak up for what's right for us, and we're going there, if we're not saying what's not okay, this is not okay. That whole descendant thing, getting paid for slavery thing, bullshit. That's not even an option. Right. That's not even an option. Let's put that in the, because I promise you that will be the thing that they don't want. They don't want to be sitting there getting reparations and not even extending or doing anything for the damn diaspora. That's some disrespectful stuff. And there's nothing wrong with us speaking about it. And if y'all think that we're not going to speak about stuff, you're crazy. And
let me finish.
I don't really give a damn what you gonna say if I'm
Gina, can I go next? Because he said a lot.
Yeah, let me finish my statement, right? Let me finish my statement. Right. African Americans, the diaspora already have a tribe. If you say African America is one tribe, Haiti is one tribe, Jamaica is one tribe, you have to go to Africa and take one part of Africa and call it your own country. So in that country, you will have different tribes, which is African Americans, Haitians, and all of that. And from there, you will have people that can stand for Africa, because all the people in Africa right now can't really even talk. You know, they have problems going on in various places where they're at. So nobody is really talking. But the people that can actually talk are our diaspora that can come back. But if you go to these countries and assimilate, you have no voice in Sierra Leone. You cannot be a president. You cannot make decisions in Sierra Leone. You go to Ghana, you cannot do the same thing. So it's just, you have to have your own side of Africa and control it. Power is not given to people, it is taken by force.
Gina, can I go on next,
please? To Africa and take things by force. Thank you, Gina. Thank you so much. And thank everybody on the panel. Thank you so much. Bye.
Can I go on next, Gina? Because he said a lot.
Territory for the diaspora. And I don't think the territory would be big enough, but thank you. I see what you're saying.
Can I go on next, Gina?
A lot of us. Go ahead, Amara.
Okay. First of all, Judy said a lot of false statements. A whole rendition of a whole bunch of false statements. First of all, the president of Sierra Leone brought the attention of African Americans because of what? Because of the African American descendants. They pushed the agenda. This whole thing about citizenship comes from the African American coalition, the mayor, which is part of the All People's Congress political party, brought the pressure of the president laying the terms in front of the African Union for bringing in fact, in the African Union is what is called the sixth region. The sixth region, which is the diaspora region. The diaspora got a designated region called the sixth region. No other the other president dragged their feet. And he did it. And when he's doing it, he never asked any African American for any kind of investments. If you go to any speech, there's no program asking any African American for investment. They say, get your citizenship. If you want to, you can prove it. There's no program asking African American for a dime, a nickel, a dollar. Furthermore, he made a lot of false statements.
So you're saying this is what was done in Sierra Leone, right?
Yes, in Sierra Leone.
Yes.
Secondly, Judah make another false statements.
Stop yelling because I have the headphones in my ear and you're blowing me out.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, it's the chimney in me. I'm not, you don't be fiery. So he made another false statement talking about the tribal war in Sierra Leone. Maybe 20 years ago when we had a civil war. Sierra Leone is the number 4 peaceful country in Africa. Number four, and it makes the top 30 in the world for peace. Okay? There's never been a tribal conflict in 20 years. That's another false statement he made. Okay? Furthermore, this is another false statement he made about the Creole tribe being Sierra Leonean when their culture is diaspora, when the people are proud of their culture. They'll beat you head on out, if you understand what I'm saying, for their culture. Extremely proud. If you meet those people in Sierra Leone today, everything from their name to everything, they keep their culture intact. They don't lose it. So when you want to be this generalization and not researching and knowing or having first-hand knowledge of these people, it sets a bad precedent. People giving this generalized situation about Africa when you've got to be specific. Specificities here on a case-by-case basis. So don't listen. People don't want to go to Africa. Don't listen to Judah. Huh?
Is Sierra Leone profiting at all from?
Not at all. None of the African Americans that have been given citizenship ever made an investment over there.
That's nice.
And they're not. No, because I don't know of any that made an investment over there, or there was a program that told African Americans that you have to invest in Sierra Leone.
Right, we should be able to walk. I mean, if you could prove that you come from that place, if that's what's necessary, and you prove it, then you should be able to get your.
You can make investments on your own, but there's not a government program urging you to invest.
I mean, we've been through enough. Why are we going through this money grab thing now? Come on.
No, that's what I'm saying. Nobody knows. There's no government program asking any African American to invest. You invest on your own.
Thank you so much, Amira.
That's what I'm trying to say. So we have some clarity here.
Research. I didn't realize that all about Sarah.
Yeah. The people invest on their own with their own money when they want to. If they don't want to, no problem. Nobody's urging them, no government urging them, nothing. Nobody's telling them mandatory you have to invest. Nothing. You do it on your own volition.
Right.
Clear cut. So it's so much generalization and not specificity. Specificity on a case-by-case basis. You know, instead of generalizing, painting everybody with the same brush.
This Negro,
that's all I gotta say.
The Liberian black, St. James. Do you know that other things happened? I'm sure you could find something else that the diaspora did wrong on the continent. When the Americans returned to Africa, Liberia did not go too well. Africans are on the continent and shit ain't going too well. Continentals are on the continent killing each other.
Facts.
Shit ain't going well right now in a lot of places on the continent. Fuck out of here. Go ahead.
But not in Sierra Leone. That's all I gotta say.
Everywhere.
And not in Sierra Leone, we don't have that problem.
You always go into your Liberia bag like that's all you got. Shit, why don't you worry about you got your own continent? I mean, there's more drama that's going on. Did you see what happened in Rwanda?
I'm not talking about, we got to be specifically Sierra Leone. I'm talking about Sierra Leone. That's all I'm talking about.
What happened in Mali? You sitting here worrying about, okay, so the one incident that happened in Liberia, and that's not even being told in truth. Get that out of here. Get out of here.
I don't know about Liberia. I can only talk from where I'm from. I can only talk about where I'm from.
Please, the situation is you don't really want, you don't like diaspora. I see you on other channels talking. You're just trying to figure out a way now to just whatever. Just stop it. You want them people that, you know.
Talking about.
Go ahead with all that. Go ahead.
What you talking about? I'm telling you the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground is what the facts are on the ground. The people came from America. They have their own exclusive area. They have their own exclusive area. I was giving that.
That's that Timney, y'all. You can't stop him. It's not going to stop. I missed you, Amara. You is something else. I promise you. Okay, Amara, we love you. I'm going to do some more research on the Creole and the Sierra Leone. I want to get to know more about that because I don't know enough about the Creole. Thank you so much for coming through. Looks like you dropped off. All right, so who wants to power Yumbe? You've been pretty quiet. I want to thank you for being so patient with us today, Power. I know you took on a lot of heat, but this was really about leadership. It's really about what's happening as far as this reparations run. Did you fall asleep, Power?
No, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm listening to you guys.
This has nothing to do with the people because it's not the people, it's the echelon, and the echelon definitely has a lot to do because, like you said, a lot of them don't even know about us because they weren't taught about us, and just like we weren't taught about them. So what needs to happen is we need to speak on both ends. Those of us that this matters to need to speak on both ends. It's not okay. You know, you want these people, you want to privilege from these people, then what are you doing for them? That needs to be the question coming from the continentals that do want this bridge to be, you know, this gap to be bridged. We need y'all to speak just as much as we're speaking on these things because trust me, the fact that they're trying to, you know, take advantage of us says a lot about how they're taking advantage of you. Go ahead, Powwow.
Yeah, just to illustrate what you said, I don't know if you know what's happening to Kenya now. The president, you know, he has spent it at 10 years, so he has to leave. And now the vice president is running. And he was expecting the endorsement of the president because he worked for him for 10 years. But now the president is supporting the other candidate from the other party instead of his vice president. And the vice president came out claiming that, yeah, he's not being backed by the president because he comes from a poor family. He's the only person in his family who made it. He's a son of a farmer's peasant. And he's not linked to elite, to Kenyan elite. And the guy who Uhuru Kenyatta is backing is from the ruling elite, who had links with the British. So you see how African politics, how the elite work. They are a club, you know, it's a club that they were created by the foreign powers. So
and they can't get away with it. That's why people have to speak out. That's why people need to make a scene. It's not okay for people to just get away with taking advantage of folks and no.
Exactly. So when we're trying to convey to you, our brothers and sisters, that we are not free, sometimes we feel like you dismiss our concern and disregard because you think that we are just we all colluding with, you know, with the oppressor, which is not the case. And as for the reparation, I don't believe in reparation. You know, it will never work because you don't
believe in the descendants getting reparation either.
No, it never works. We know how you know in this capitalist world, the way it works, it will benefit the same oppressors. You know, it's like Ukraine now. Every time they announce, so you have we are sending $1 billion to Ukraine. We know where this money is going into. It's going to the industrial complex. military-industrial complex. They are building the weapon and to sell, and then the Ukraine will end up paying all this money back. So listen, we are. You know me. I am for us uniting. I'm surprised. This brother from Sierra Leone coming here in public, like claiming that proudly that he's a Sierra Leone descendant from American slaves, and they have the English name, like the slave master's name, and they're very proud of it. This week I saw a discussion on one of these that girl, Ghanaian girl, forgot her name now.
Mm-hmm.
Our brother, Pan-Africanist track back came out with a response. It was brilliant. He silenced them all. Slave. That's it. That's what Malcolm X said. House Negro and field Negro. That's the problem with us. That's the divide between us. No, we have to do. We have to define ourselves. Who are we? Who do we want to be? That's the problem with us. So if you wanna come, as Jude was suggesting, you wanna come back to Africa, create your own country. So you are creating a divide. Why? You think you'll be stronger or weaker?
To be honest with you, my thing is, even if we choose to live anywhere we want on the continent, it would be nice to feel like we have, like most people have a home base. Like you're Angolan, right? I think you should be able to live in Nigeria if you want to.
Yes.
We're all African, but you can have a home base, which is Angola.
Yeah, but we have Nigerians who made Angola their country. There's no problem with that.
But what I'm trying to say to you is, as diasporans, when we come to the continent, and this is a problem because we're at the mercy of people making us feel like we don't even have a home there.
No, that's not the case.
To remedy that, it would be good if we had our own territory. So that way, even if I choose to not live in that territory, it's still a territory that I know that is a safe haven for me. Because to be honest with you, Pawa Yambe, it's really trying to put yourselves in our shoes and trying to understand what it's like to have had everything taken away from you. And then, this place that we're talking about was ours. It was our ancestors too. Some of the land that you guys are on belonged to some of our ancestors. And guess what? We may never know where that was or what happened to it. But now that we're going back, there should be some contingency put into place to remedy some of those things. Some things we'll never be able to get back. Culturally, some of the things we'll never be able to get back. But at least the tangible things that, share the ocean, share the rivers, share the land with us. That's what we're saying. And what we're also saying is, don't ask for something that that our ancestors sacrificed for, and we're still sacrificing for. Don't ask to partake in that unless you're willing to share earnestly what you have. That's what we're saying. And I hope that you guys get it. I hope that you understand it. That was as nice as I can bring it, because to be honest with you, I don't know why nobody gets it. That's what it is. Please get it.
I know. I get you. But my problem with that is like you're thinking about yourself, your generation. You're not taking long term, because for me the long term should be okay. You can come have your own place, but your children, they also be Africans, because they will be born and raised in Africa. So they won't be African American or Asian American. They will be fully fledged Africans. So that's why I think you have to understand. Okay, you are coming, with your own baggage, but your children, your descendants won't have this baggage. So
Well,
that's how we should be.
that's the
That's the
goal.
direction travel.
But that's the goal. But until then, we
Yeah.
still need contingencies to put into place.
Right. Okay. But listen, my sister. Let's see what happened to the Israel in Israel. They come from all over the place. You know, fifth, sixth, eighth generation of Jewish. They come to Israel with different language. They integrate, and they should then assimilate and learn one on the language and the script. They're there, and they're stronger because of that. Why should we do the same? Come to Africa. Okay, you have your own baggage. We respect that. You spend long years outside Africa. You have your own culture, but don't be like the brother here from Sierra Leone, being proud of having a slave master name, slave master culture.
I don't think that's what we're all saying.
He was proud. Let's speak the truth. Let's speak the truth. He was proud of that.
Well, he was not proud of it, but he's saying there is a group of people, because he's Temne. He was talking about the Creole. There is a group of people in Sierra Leone that, to be honest with you, I'm going to tell you something else too. It's just like with colonization, there are some residue left on the continent where some people still hold on to a lot of the things that colonization did to their minds, and they're still holding on. I mean, look at the wigs that the judges wear.
And it's the source of the problem in Africa. That's the problem.
So, to be honest with you, Africans cannot expect, continentals cannot expect culturally that there are certain things that they cannot let go of because due to colonization, when we, the descendants of the people that were taken away 500 years ago, are still holding on to certain things. We're not going to just get those people that you see that just goes to the continent and just becomes continental right away. They're not being generous, because there's a shock change.
Yeah.
It's a change. Yeah. And then you have to, you've been doing things all your life this way. You think you could just jump into doing snow. This person is just, trying to adapt and trying to please you, but you're not letting that person be themselves. And that's not all. That's never good when you don't let people be themselves. Because if you really want to know the person, if you really want to know what they have to offer, let them be themselves. And you have to allow that. And I don't think that's a negative thing, because to be honest with you, people come here from the continent, people come here from the islands, and they go back to their homes looking as diasporan as they want to be. So it's not a bad thing.
No, I agree with that. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I myself, we also experienced that,
Yeah.
People went, especially the Angolan live in Brazil. When they come back to Angola, they start speaking like Brazilians, and it takes time for them to readjust.
Right.
Now, imagine you that you've been living, 500 years outside the continent. Of course, but I'm saying about the direction of travel. It won't be about you. It's about your children, your descendants. We want them to be as African as they can be. Let's not build these silos.
That's going to happen if that's where they grow up. I mean, to be honest, even the continental children are not as African as they want to be, because we have YouTube now and television, and people just do whatever they want to be, what they like. So it's not what I'm saying, Pawa Yambe, is we would hope that everybody could just become as culturally as they would like to be, but what should not be expected from diasporans is what's not expected from continentals. It's not expected from continentals. Look at this. I have so many different things in me. Like, when am I supposed to choose? Which culture am I supposed to choose to be?
It's up to you. Africa is your oyster.
I mean, I'm everything. I'm like, I could go anywhere on the continent.
Yes.
So
good for you.
What am I supposed to choose?
It's up to you. No, my sister.
That's the part.
It's up to you.
That's the part. With us, because we're such a mix, because we're such a mix, it's probably best to let us be as honest culturally as we are, and just watch us and see.
Yeah.
You're gonna find out it's no different than you.
I have no problem with that.
Common.
I have no problem with that. My only concern is about your children, your grandchildren. That's my concern. Because if you come, like that brother said, no, we don't eat African food. We don't wear the clothes. We don't mix with them. So you are creating your silo, and then it becomes a problem.
Now I don't know. I can't say that my children.
No, he said it.
The kind of person that would ever say, "Oh, you can't wear this or you can't eat this." So that's not my life. But I know he said that that's how the Creole live, and that has a lot to do with a lot of self-hate. But there's a lot of things that are going. It's not just the Creole. There's a lot of people that are still doing a lot of things based on self-hate on a continent. It's not just them.
I agree.
And so that's not something that, and you see on Powwow, you've seen many people leave here and go to the continent. So that's not even the case. People are going there and they're just living their regular lives. They're not sitting there trying to be separatists or anything like that. It's just diasporans that are going back are just living in communities with everyone else. But what the problem is, and this is the thing, this big conversation that we were having, the most important thing that stands out is it's really about the reparation. It's really about us being able to go into Africa, being ourselves and being able to live and be, treated like what we are. The people that came from that land that have just as much right to it as you do. And that's the part that is funny for some people. They don't see that we have just as much right. They don't want us to have just as much right. And that's something for them to hold.
It's a minority, though. It is the minority, though.
I believe that it's a strong minority, though.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, but my sister, I'm from Unity.
Oh, no, I definitely know that, Powwow. That's not in question for me.
Yeah. So when Jude comes here and start bashing Africa and then go on,
Jude do that all the time. That's what Jude do. That's his opinion. So you can't go against him because you see, he's coming from a different perspective than you are. You're from Angola. I don't even know a lot about Angola, but from all that I've read, it's definitely different than Cameroon. So it's a whole different perspective. So you can't even, Jude's perspective, you have to allow him to have it because it's his. And you have yours. Just bring yours. Yours is good.
But
and so is his.
What I don't like about Jude, he paint all Africa with the same brush. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I think that's where he's at right now. And I think what I would say is this. You can't move people. You got to just allow them. And if they eventually, either he's going to keep in the direction he is in, or he's going to turn. And I have to tell you something. Some of the stuff that he say, he's not lying. We don't want to see it. We don't want to see it for what it is, but he's telling the truth.
Oh, I agree with most of things he said, but it's just the energy he brings to it. He is so negative. He's just trying to divide everyone. I agree. We have problems in Africa. We still have slavery.
He's not.
No, I've never hated that.
He's disappointed. He's disgusted. And you know what? He's angry. He's young. He's angry. He's disappointed. He's disgusted. And you know what? That's the kind of energy that gets shit done.
Yeah, but I don't know if you notice it. Him and the other brother, for Sergio, they spent about an hour just talking between themselves while we are here just quiet. Listen to them.
And you know what you're doing? You're paying attention. That's the problem.
No, because I don't want to get involved into that negativity. I just stay in my corner.
You just let him do. He's a young man. Let him do what he's doing with that other brother and just ignore it. You know that Jude love our people. He's here every time we come on here, and he's talking about everything. You know he loves our people. You know he loves Africa. What he's dealing with is the realities of Africa. He's not willing to just not talk about them. He wants the truth to be told. And sometimes it's hard to hear. Like earlier, it hurt me that Rakoya was so hurt because she felt like it was a direct attack on her. And she didn't have to take it personal. I wish she didn't personalize it. And I wish she could have heard it for what it was. Not too long ago, she did a DNA test and she shared with me that she found family in Haiti. She needs to like put herself in those people's shoes and understand what their experience is. And I think once we can do that, once I can put myself in your shoes and you could put yourself in my shoes, like I think if the president in Ghana had done that, he would have maybe not had, done what he did by trying to get reparations before not taking care of the things that need to. But that's not his job. That's not what he's doing. He's not trying to understand other people's point of view. He's not trying to really fix the bridge. He's trying to get as much as he can while he's in power. I get it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it is. We can't fix that, but we do have the right to talk about it, and it's our right to do so.
No, of course we have to talk about it, but my appeal to you is just has to be realistic as possible and be positive.
Yeah.
We are divided.
It's not going to change me, but I will tell you this: I am going to be more honest, because I noticed this. If you're not honest with people about how you feel, people tend to still think that that they can do whatever. This right here was one of those examples. Like, I don't think he understands I don't think people understand how it feels like, especially me coming from Haiti, coming from a place that is not so rich like America or UK. And for Haiti to have begged Africa twice to become a part of the AU, and they declined them, and for them to open the door to Israel, to the Arab countries, it's really a slap in the face, because we're family.
Yeah.
It's a slap in the face, because I'm coming to you for something that you should have already offered me.
Yeah.
And who represents us in the AU?
No, I feel you. I empathize.
Who represents the descendants of the enslaved in the AU?
No one.
So so the whole world is represented in there but us.
Yeah.
And so you see, that's the thing.
It's just a reflection of who we are at the moment.
Yeah.
No,
and it's gonna keep being that way unless we say no more.
That's why we have to be positive and always be constructive when we are in those panels. We have a lot of problems. We have beef between us, fine. But
you know what? I know
above all, we are family.
I was just sitting here talking to you, and I realized something. While you were saying we have to be positive, I kept earlier, when I was looking at the database for the enslaved people, I kept trying to figure out why so many people were taken out of Angola. I'm going to share that screen real quick before I let you go, but I am going to be getting off soon. I want to share it again because I want you to look at something. And when I was reading up on Angola, because I only did it briefly, you see all this? Cabinda, that's Angola, right?
Yes, Angola, yeah.
If you go, you're going to see pages of Angolians. I mean, actually, if you go through the first couple of 10 to 12 pages, you're going to see nothing but, and I was so surprised because I was like, damn, I didn't realize so many Angolians was taken into, so I knew I have Angolian blood, but I didn't know so many Angolians was taken into slavery. And if they all have the temperament that you do, Power Yambe, I could see how that happens, because that was a favorite. The Angolians was one of the favorite people that they like to take to slavery, and maybe it's because you were peaceful. And you wanted to do things in a very peaceful way. Well, we can't allow peace to overshadow what strength we need to have when we need to have it. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do understand you. Yeah, I think you have a point.
If you have this link, I did put it in a link. I hope you took it.
No, I haven't. What is the website?
I'm gonna put it in the comment section again.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Slavevoyages.org, and you could find the names of people, the slave captains, the boats, the ships they were in, the dates, the country they were taken from, the country they were taken to. They have the intra-continental, they have the people of the Atlantic slave trade, and it's just the best resource that you can have. So please take a look at that. And once you do, you're going to understand that there were a lot of Angolians. I mean, at least 10 pages full, and it goes on and on. I didn't even get past 20 pages, and it was still all these places like Cambinda. I don't even know how to pronounce some of this stuff, but when I looked them up, they were Angola.
Wow.
So that speaks to me and tells me that and when I looked it up, they were one of the most peaceful people to take. They were easy to take. So yeah, I know. You got to speak up.
Wow. That's really sad. That's really sad. Yeah. All I know is like, yeah, we had there was a civil war.
Yeah.
That's when, yeah, it was like a 45-year civil war. That's when most of the stuff happens.
Yeah.
Because
So,
there was a split between two brothers.
yeah. So I'm gonna put it in the private chat for you too. So
Right.
click that link, take a look at it. It's really interesting, and maybe once you've looked into that, you can understand. These are people, they were taken, and most of those people were your people, Power Yumbe, because they were too nice. And we got to speak up. We can't be too nice anymore. We got to let people know when they're stepping on our toes, period.
Yeah.
Even if it's our own people sometimes.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I love
All
you.
right.
You already know that. Nothing but love for you here, man. For real. You know that.
I know that. I love you too, my sister.
Thank you, Power Yumbe.
Okay, that's the good thing about your content. You always come back with back up your your comments with documentary evidence. No, yeah, which yeah,
That. Thank you. And yes,
yeah,
check it out. Tell me what you think. I found it very interesting. I'm actually still looking into it because they have names in there of the slaves on one of the tabs up top. It actually gives you the option to look at the names and how old they were. They were 4-year-olds, y'all, 3-year-olds, 2-year-olds. I mean, just thrown in the ships.
wow.
Some of them didn't even make it there because they would say they took 400 slaves, and then the received amount would only be 200 slaves. So it's kind of like, oh, it's a lot. It's a lot. And for me, it's important for me to understand that these were people. This is not just a story in the past. These were actual people that gave life to us. So, yeah. And they lost land. They lost home. They lost brothers, sisters. You know, they lost all kinds of culture. They lost language. All of that stuff needs to be restored. Now, if they want to talk about reparations to have those things restored for the children of the enslaved people, then that's a great conversation. But if you're just saying, give us money so we can fix our roads, that's not a good conversation.
No, okay. I agree. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Okay, my pleasure. Yeah, you have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Miss Z, I want to thank you for sticking in there with me. I know I've been on here for a couple of hours. Everybody in the comments section, I want to tell you guys there's a lot of love here for you. Thank you for showing me so much love. Hit the like button if you didn't. Share it with your family and friends. I'm trying to grow my channel, guys. Miss Z, tell me what you think. This was a great discussion. I think it's one of the most honest. We've had quite a few. I think we made some headway.
Yeah, I agree. I think this needed to happen. I think it's good that you did this. I think that the most interesting thing is, as you see, everybody is so patriotic toward their nation, their country, their tribe. My Timothy brother was cracking me up. But what I take from that, it really confirms and this is going to sound controversial, but it really confirms kind of where I am now, is that we too have a culture. And we need to be proud of that culture. That does not mean we're embracing our oppressor. That does not, because we created our own culture separate from theirs. And the funny thing about this whole conversation, there were so many different opinions, right? But they all were right if you really think about it. You know, they kind of were all saying the same thing. Like Mizi, Jude, they're all saying African Americans or diasporans need their own nationhood. That's pretty much what everybody was saying. There were some fears from people like Pawa Yambe, and I just think he's so cute. But there were some fears from him around, well, wait, if you do that, then, you know, you're going to silo yourself and we're not going to unite, right? So it's true. We do need to unite. And what people, I think what everybody is saying to a certain degree is, in a sense, we are all one people. We do need to unite, but there are some things stopping that from happening right now. And part of that is that the culture is just so different. They don't see us as the same. We don't see ourselves as the same. So, you know, there needs to be some things that to happen in the interim. Like Jude was saying, we need to embrace our culture. We need to build our own nation, and then maybe we can integrate with our brothers and sisters on the continent. You know, that's what I took from it.
So you agree with Jude that we would have to first, what would be, not that it would probably be for everyone, but what would be optimal is to have our own territory, wherever that is. I know you had mentioned the Caribbean, maybe on the continent, maybe,
yeah,
and that would be somewhere we could have a stronghold and be able to. Because, you know, somebody mentioned in here earlier that, and it's sad because it seems like Africa there's a caste system.
Mm-hmm.
So because we're coming, they're saying, hey, we don't have a home. Those people that are going, they're saying we don't have nowhere, we were homeless. We were off the continent. We don't have home. And some people takes that and they make it a negative. And definitely try to make it seem like we don't need you and we don't want you to come. And it's sad because it says a lot about our people on the continent where there's no empathy. There's a lack of empathy where you could only appreciate somebody that's above you. You can't really appreciate somebody that's right there with you or below you. And it shows the way women are treated and children are treated and the land is treated. And it does show itself, not just with us, but with the continent and how they treat themselves with caste system and everything. Yeah. And this is not to ridicule or to put anybody down on. It's just facts. It's just the facts. And to be honest with you, it's not just and Africa does not have the, you know, does not hold the what do you call that? On that. They're not the only people doing that. They do that in a lot of different places too, across the world. It's called
India does it.
India does it. There's a lot of places that do that where we look upon the people that are privileged with respect, or people that they're worthy, and then we look upon the people that really need us like, you know, nothing. Just like I said earlier, a hand was extended to the prosperous of us, the diasporans that don't come if you can't afford to. Like I've seen many discussions where people were like, "Don't come to Africa if you can't afford to come." It's kind of backwards because if you're telling me that, if my history tells me that this was the place that my people were taken from, and logic tells me that if these people that are coming there are screaming that the places that they are in worse condition, then they should be welcome to come home. You should be willing to help. Maybe if you started at the bottom, showing that you cared about the poor, the rich would be more involved.
But you know, that's that scarcity that you always talk about. Like it's that
scarcity. Yeah.
Yeah. It's that whole, oh my God, I already have enough. And now you're coming and taking some of it too. That is, you know?
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I have to say this, it's kind of frightening to put yourself in a place where people are just trying to benefit from you, because then what happens if that benefit is no longer there?
There you go. It's more than
And
frightening.
that's a scary thing. You know, I'm okay now, I'm good now, but what happens if I no longer become good? So one thing I will say is this: there's a security here in America that if you're not good, you could go to places and you could be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And they don't have that there. And that's why we don't have, I'm not going to say we don't have it, because we do. We have that survivalist mentality too. But that's why it's more prevalent on the continent, because literally, if they don't have money to eat, they don't eat. If we don't have money to eat.
And that's not okay, because there should be contingencies in place. When you have government, they're supposed to be governing all of that.
But listen,
and
back
that's part of what's wrong with the future as well.
Exactly. But back to Juday's point, though, I think one of the things he was getting at was that, look, if African Americans have their own nation back on the continent of Africa, and they come and they bring those ideas, like, for instance, the social safety net is one example. Right? I think what he's saying is that's the kind of thing, and I think everybody was saying that actually, that's the kind of thing that could change the whole continent.
And
because
that's what I think, and these are conversations that we're having right now is a big part of it, because it starts with this. It starts with us not willing to take certain things. If we're not going to sit there, or we can't be there. Don't expect us to be on the continent and just take anything, because we're not going to do that. And anybody's telling you they're going to do that, they're not going to. They're lying, and then they're going to start tripping on their YouTube channels, because the truth eventually comes out. People have to be themselves. Pretend for a while. After a while, they're going to tell you the truth. Basically, people have to tell you the truth. The truth is, it's our birthright. The truth is, things were when our ancestors were taken off the continent, things were taken from them.
Actual physical,
not just their culture, because it seems like the culture is the only thing people talk about.
Because that's the emotional part.
Exactly. They were stripped of their language. They were stripped of their heritage. They were stripped of their land. All those things have to be visited. It has to be visited. And then a trust. You see, once you do that, then you can build a trust. Then you feel like there's some care there. Then you feel like there's some reciprocity there. But if I'm coming and you're just telling me what you want, no.
But you know what, sis? Another thing I want to bring up, like, just think about the Gambia, like how, which is what kicked off a lot of these, YouTube communities, right? Remember when that whole thing was happening? It was one or two people that were doing whatever it was they want to say they were doing, right? Talking bad about the Gambians or whatever, right? But do you realize they painted all of us as the same, right? Like they weren't saying you, this one person. They were saying you, African Americans, right?
Yeah.
That's a perfect example of how they see us. They see us as looking like them, but they see us as a different thing, another thing. And I really do agree, Magnesi, like, we need to also embrace that, because it's just the fact. Not even just that.
It's just different. We see ourselves as different and
not as different, but just as having our own culture. Like, we're like distant cousins. We're like distant cousins to them. That's how they see us. But very distant. Not, and somebody even said that, like, it needs to be the first generation Africans that fix Africa. Like, that's another example of that.
Yes, like, and you brought up something, Jude. Jude brought up something Z, and I think that if Africa feels comfortable asking Europeans for reparations, should we feel comfortable asking Africans for reparations?
Yeah, he makes a good point right there. I see that too. African Americans should sue Africa for reparations in the form of land, because you said,
because of the land that was taken from them, and everything.
They literally physically took land from our people. Yeah.
And these were people that had skills, so therefore they had property. I mean, we're talking about skilled people, and that's another thing. We're going to have a discussion about that. I found some information to prove that these people that were taken from the continent were skilled people. These were not just people that didn't have any skills. You had to have, like these Europeans, they were going into the continent wanting welders. They wanted metal workers. They wanted people that knew how to, they wanted farmers, the best farmers. They wanted people that were herbalists. They didn't just want anybody. They picked certain.
They were growing their economy, and at one point they were saying, "Oh, we need tobacco, so then we'll go get some people that know how to grow tobacco." Oh, we need that. Yeah.
We need people to make firearm. We need metal workers. They went and got a whole bunch of metal workers. The Yoruba tribe. I found that out. I didn't know that metal workers were Yoruba tribe, but I found that outlined when I was reading about the civil war here with Britain, between Britain and America. They have a whole thing that breaks down how they had to get certain tribes to do certain things, and that's how they bought them.
That's what the president of Ghana is saying. That's what he's talking about. He's saying, you took all of our best minds. You took everything from us so we couldn't build Africa. So we want reparations for that.
And they're saying underneath his video, you sold them. And how do you respond to that?
They did sell us. And that's why they don't deserve reparations.
And the thing about it is that you can't ask for reparation, even if you were saying, okay, we deserve it for our for the descendants of the people. We're speaking for them on their behalf. You can't even say that if you're not even showing any care or anything concrete
and
showing
not
that
only that,
those care about these people in the first place.
But those people are not even there anymore. We're those people. So then still it comes back to
what are you doing with us? Yeah. What are you doing with us? And don't just go pick a couple of people and put them on. And that was another thing that kind of hurt too, because it was like, just a couple of people that just got off the plane and they just talking about how they just came and they're about to get birth certificate. Citizenship. But then there's people that we know that are in the Ghana that's been there for years that still don't have it. It's leveraging.
Something's not right with that.
So with that being said, this was a great conversation. It was one of the most honest that we've had. And I hope we keep having honest discussions. I hope we get to a place where we understand. Thank you, Z. Love you much. Thank you for coming through. Thank you, everybody, for coming through. Everybody that participated, even you, St. James. Thank you. I appreciate it. So that being said, I want to thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like button, share the video with anybody that you think that would be interested. I will be here again to have more discussions. And please keep in mind, it's about power, y'all. Unless we're working together in a way where we are coming together and working in a way where everybody's interest is really being represented, we have no power in this world. And trust me, it's truly about power. I'm about to head out. I will be here again. I want to again thank you. And there's so much love here for you.